This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Day 2 of European Cricket Network's tour of Croatia. The fun keeps rolling on. I'm Phil G. This is the Mladost Cricket Centre and this is what we do best. Let's go. So welcome everybody once again to the Mladost Cricket Centre here in Zagreb as this European Cricket Network tour of Croatia continues. And what a great day we've got for you today. Beautiful sunshine, blue sky as far as the eye can see. 2 more T20I games coming your way right now. Croatia and Cyprus going head to head for the second time. Had a great day yesterday. It went all Cyprus's way yesterday. Croatia really struggled along the way. Couldn't break partnerships, couldn't get wickets, unable to get runs on the board and form partnerships themselves with their batting. They've had a bit of a meeting overnight and I think we might see a different Croatia here today. I'm looking forward to seeing how they come out of the blocks this morning. So without any further ado, why don't we get over to our umpire there who's got the coin with the captains for the coin toss. Take it away.
Okay guys, your Croatia, Cyprus, you guys know that's heads, that's tails. You guys are the hosts. Guess. You toss, Croatia tosses, Cyprus calls.
Heads.
Okay, it's tails.
We'll have a bat first, please.
Okay, great. So Croatia has won the toss. They're going to bat first. Cyprus, good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Play well.
So there you have it, Croatia win the toss, going to have a bat first, as they did in the second match yesterday, and they'll be looking to get runs on the board nice and early. Be interested to see who goes in as openers and how they structure their batting lineup. Had a bit of a chat with the coaching staff just as we got to the ground today, and they were talking about the fact that they had chats last night with the senior members of the team. The whole team got together. Zach, the captain, also got up and said a few words as well, and they had a bit of a chat about what they could do differently today to try to have a reversal of fortune from what happened yesterday, where they were beaten soundly by Cyprus in the 2 games, beaten by 58 runs in match number 1 and by 7 wickets in the second match. They showed really good glimmers of change up and really good signs that they were picking things up along the way, Croatia, in match number 2. And if they can bring together their A game this morning, get a win on the board and start to bring this series back into some sort of balance, and show Cyprus not going to have it all your own way, we could be in for a cracking day's cricket. Hey, it's Peacock Friday as well. I've got my Peacock gear on. I hope you have as well. I tell you someone else who also does, and that's Rico Full, who's in the commentary tent. So Rico, it's over to you. Croatia, win the toss. Going to have a bat first. I'm looking forward to a big day. Hope you are as well.
Dobro jutro, good morning world, and yes, happy Peacock Friday. And talk about Peacock Friday shirts. The one from Phil is absolutely it's top notch. I got to tell you, I've seen it close up. It is a wonderful. I tell you who else has got a decent one on. That was Samir in the background. We're trying to get you a bit more of Samir's shirt. But look, before we go into some more of the details today, yesterday was a good day for Cyprus. They won the first match 213 to 155. And it was Roman Mazumda. Well, he was zooming away really well. 80 not out of 62. And they got some good support there towards the end from Adam Sen as well. He made 55. They were just too powerful, really, for Croatia in that first one. Some good bowling from Wakarali, 0 for 14. Scott Austin picked up his first wickets in T20 internationals, and Roshan Sriwadana was on the ball as well. Win by 58 runs. Second time round, Croatia decided to take a different approach. They thought they'd have a bat first. And again, didn't go too well. They were bowled out with 4 balls to go for just 132. Though there was a good little flurry of runs there from Hari Prasad Setadevi, 34 of 17. His best score in T20 internationals. Captain Zach gave him some support. But Wakarali, this time, he was taking wickets as well. 4 for 24. Player of the match performance from him. 3 wickets also there from Scott Austin, and it was a victory this time by 7 wickets, and they did it with 25 balls to go, did Cyprus. They're looking good. They're looking good on that table as well. What's looking pretty decent and handy for them as well as that net run rate. So even if Croatia were to win the 2 matches here today, they've got to keep an eye on that net run rate. So you feel that they need to get decent victories. So just to give you an idea of that, it was a 58-run win for Cyprus who won one match and then won by 7 wickets with 25 balls to go. So that's the sort of thing that they've got to achieve here. But they know, as Phil touched on there, if you lose one, then that's it. It's done. It's dusted. And, of course, the silverware will go to Cyprus. Good morning to a lot of people in the chat. And nice to have you with us on, again, a lovely sunny day here at the ground. It's absolutely beautiful. The sun is shining. There is not a cloud to be seen. So we're going to have a great day of cricket, that is for sure. And I know that Rob Thompson's there with us. Also Jules. Hello, Jules. And, I think we're going to have a fantastic day of cricket. We'll give you some updates also. We're just confirming some updates that have come through to us about what's happening there at Wimbledon today, just to keep you updated. But let's get ready to this one. Here's the first ball coming up. So Croatia batting first. And off the pads. Hold was the shout there from the Cyprus fielders. I think yesterday, Cyprus for them, they're just going to carry on doing what they did yesterday. They were quite happy to be pretty deep in the field to allow those singles. They weren't too concerned about those. And they'll be hoping that bowlers will come up good. So they're interesting start here. Adam Sen, so they're starting with a bit of the pace off the ball. Adam Sen bowled very well yesterday. He was on the mark fairly regularly yesterday. That was just a little bit flatter. Now, one thing about the conditions, though it is a lovely hot sunny day, I can tell you there is a lot of dew on the ground, similar really to yesterday, and I think that dew in the next 30 minutes or so will burn away. So the outfield first sort of half hour of the morning, maybe just a tad slow, and the bowlers might just have a bit of an issue gripping the ball, though no sign of it with that one from Adam Sen, beautifully bowled. I always like to tell you if there's any international days we should be aware of. I know it's a bit early, but it is International Beer Day today. So I tell you what, thanks to Vedran, we've got the cool box. All that's missing is the 8-pack. So yeah, we'll receive those quite gratefully, especially in the afternoon. And not just a day about beer, it's a day to open up a can of beer and sit there stroking your cat, because it's International Cat Day as well. I know some of you are allergic, but yeah, what a way to celebrate one of man's most common ancient pets, the cat. And there's also the Peace Festival there in Augsburg in Germany. So a few things happening today, but of course the main thing is the cricket here in Croatia. Once again, similar to how the first run was scored, it was of course the leg by. Sam Houghton is out there with Oliver Tilley. I quite like this move. Sam kind of had 2 goes yesterday. One was fairly low down the order when he came out and smashed a quick fire 16 or 18 runs, I think it was, of just a handful of deliveries, then got out. Second time round, he was pushed to the top part of the order, but it didn't go as well. But I think his job here is, I think, to bat 20 overs. That's probably what he's been told. Go over there, bat 20. Played that away, and well, that was quite an interesting visual there I had there. They will, oh well, somehow, with more luck than anything else, stop the boundary. I think that was Wakar Ali, who, well, probably does play a little bit of football in his time. It was a fancy little dandy back flick to stop the ball going over for the first boundary. But the fielder who was next to him was running in. I think it was, he's giving him all sorts of pointing and whatever. It was, I think, Rahman. Rahman was running in and the ball was going past him. And there it is. I think that's just pure luck. And the ball quite easily could have spun over the rope. It doesn't. So no boundary of the first over. Only 4 come from it. So Adam is continuing to go the way he went yesterday. And one man who's continuing to keep going the way he went yesterday as well on this Peacock Friday and looking the business as well. Phil G, everybody in the house. Yeah, you know what I want to see? I want to see you up against the trees in the background there. You would be camouflage. You'd be like a chameleon. Nobody would see you. It's a fantastic number. Well done on that. Back. Oh, that one's come out a bit wrong. I think that's probably a good example of where the dew and the wet ball could play a part. This is now Kamal Riaz. Now, he's in the action. Kamal is somebody who I've seen, I think, all the years that I've been watching cricket in Cyprus. He's always featured, but the first thing he does here is put a hole in the hand of the wicketkeeper. Now, he had some issues yesterday, did Shashita Taranga. And I think that one's caught him right on the wrist. I don't think he's just showing the batter, Sam Houghton. Said, it got me there. It did, it got me there. So let's get the old freeze spray on it. I love this, you know, when people administer the freeze spray, nobody reads the instructions. About 10 centimetres away, it says. No, everybody puts the nozzle right onto the skin. It don't work that way. It needs to be 10 centimetres away, everybody. But, yeah, Taranga, hopefully he's, well, it looks like he's all right. He's probably saying it's not those you've got to worry about, not on this pitch. We know that. Yeah, come on, Raz. He gets the ball to swing around a bit. I'm happy to see he's bowling over the wicket. I'll tell you why in a moment as he comes in again. It's a good start. Nice, nice, nice. Well, the first one did slip out, not that one. Every time I've seen it for the first 2 years, he's to come onto bowl field and bowl round the wicket there at Ipswich. And I'd always, because of the movement that he gets and things, I always think, why is he coming around the wicket? So eventually, I think it was the last time when I saw him, and he was also playing, I think they were playing Estonia at Happy Valley. And I said, why don't you come over the wicket? And he just shrugged his shoulders. I don't know why. So I said, try it. And he did, and he bowled so well. And I'm glad that he stuck to it. This one is guarded away. It's going pretty quickly, but there is a fielder out there. It'll just be a single. That ball will come back nice and moist now back to the bowler, Kamal. Yeah, why don't, listen, I know Vinny Sandhu. Good morning, Vinny, he's in the chat. So let's just update there, never a run there. Let's just update people with what's happening there at Wimbledon. So no cricket there until a bit later. There won't be a semi-final number one. Unfortunately, Banstead, a few troubles for them getting a team out. So Spencer will, of course, be awarded the match. So that's a real bummer, because we know that on paper that Banstead are definitely the better and the stronger team. Banstead showed that yesterday when they got that good win against CFS Pinnacle in the third quarter final. So, yeah, that's just the way it goes. Spencer, of course, beat Creative Sports to book their place. So no semi-final number one. But hey, folks, stop moping. It just means that you've got more cricket to follow here in Cyprus. And we will not let you down, folks. We will not let you down. Here comes Riaz again, and that's good bowling. That's what you got to be. That's the spot. Now, Lovedeep Singh hit that spot pretty well yesterday, and he caused all sorts of problems keeping that ball in that area, outside the off, and that's exactly, I think, what Kamal's got to do here. If he keeps the ball in that area, he's going to cause a lot of problems. Edge and gone. Yep, that's it. Well done. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And that's, yeah, that's Singh who takes the catch. He's happy because he didn't have the best of times out there yesterday. Well taken by Hardeep Singh. And that's the first wicket to Kamal Rays. And he should look back here over the wicket. I told you, son. I told you. Gets the wicket. Well done. Yeah, some changes in the teams. So Kamal Rays is coming in for Lovedeep Singh. So no Lovedeep. So it's a like-for-like swap. And at the moment, it's work to treat, hasn't it? Yeah. When I saw him yesterday, he looked, the only time he was comfortable, Phil, was when that ball was darted into his pads and he was giving room to play on the leg side. He played there pretty well, but every time they got that ball outside the off, he struggled. All right, this is now, I think, a big partnership as the captain, Zach Vuskovic, comes out at number 3. He had a good day yesterday. I think he, without doubt, he was the shining light for Croatia with bat and with ball. But he knows that this is a big day for him today. That he's got to perform well. Nice start and come on the money straight away. I like that, making the batter play the first ball. It's the end of the over. 3 runs come from it. It didn't start well, did it? Because there was that one that slipped right out of his hand. It was a no ball too. But since then, just another single and a wicket. So, yeah, you can see handshakes and high fives all around. We saw this at the beginning of the day. We've got some work to do here for Croatia. Yeah. Mid off. Yep.
To dig in here and form something with the captain and really put a score on the board for Croatia. He'd be there until 8th or 9th over at least. It's a good start to the over. Nice tight that one. Adam Sen. Really good start there. Well, they've already got him on the back foot, have Cyprus. So Croatia, for all the team meetings had last night and all the chat, it needs to come out on the field now.
Breaks that away. A bit of work to be done on the fielder. It's a long boundary out there. We feel that that one there is definitely on that 70-metre mark, and that's why the fielders, both of them actually, coming from different areas. One from the long on position, the other is there at mid-wicket, have been able to come around and stop it. That's where the 2 fielders are at the moment. Remember, T20 international, so 6 over power play. Adam Sen continues from what we're calling the scorer's end. That's well flighted. Sam's kind of uncomfortably placed it away there to the leg side. Just having a look at this field, they've got 4 on the offside, but they of course are inside the circle. So you've got like a third, where it's Hardeep, who's already taken 1 catch in that position, a point cover, and then you've got like a wide extra cover. But they've just made a change in the field actually. They've actually pushed a long off back. So they've got long off and now mid-wicket on the boundary. Long on has come inside. It's a nicely played, but straight to the fielder. It'll come off one and pass on to the other, but the batters will take the single. That's a bit unfortunate for the fielder there. It went straight to him, but he wasn't able to pick it up. And then one thing, for those of you that are joining us, because you were maybe expecting to be involved there with Wimbledon, though it's a bit early, of course, because Wimbledon won't be starting for at least another couple of hours normally. Of course, today, no semi-final number 1. So I repeat, no semi-final number 1. Spencer will go through. But for those of you just joining in, for whatever reason, were with us yesterday, a couple of things to be aware of, Phil, about this pitch. Number 1, it can misbehave and it's got some fire to it. It's spicy. There's a little bit of masala out there. Number 2, the outfield, there'll be a few Tortugas.
Will indeed. I described it yesterday, Rico, as this pitch is its own movie character. It really is a character.
Slightly quicker, darted in, well bowled, well played. Good cricket, liking this. Sam Houghton. In his mind, he's saying to himself, got to stay here, got to put a big innings. But at the same time, it's saying to him, well, you also got to score some runs. He's on 6 of 10. That's the end of the over, 11 for 1. Croatia, 3 overs have been completed.
It's tough going out there, isn't it? We've only got 11 on the board after 3. Have a look at that, 4, 3 and 4 with that wicket falling in Kamal Reyes's over there. And it's very tough grind here this morning. Not having it at all their own way. Cyprus looking like they're on top, but there's still a long way to go in this T20Is. Remember, ranking points up for grabs. It's if that's not enough incentive, I don't know what is right there as we start the 4th.
Here comes Reyes again. A little bit of extra width that's played away. That one probably will go all the way to the boundary, will it? No, it won't. Player comes from nowhere. And that's what I mean. It's a long way there. Now, later on in the day, I can assure you that would be 4 because things will be a lot quicker a bit later. That due, just slowing that ball down. It's good work actually there from the fielder. It's come round from a long way to make that stop.
I thought it was going to be 4. Hiding in the shadows over there at deep cover.
Slightly shorter one here, and testing Zach Vuskovic with the short ball, and Zach's kind of played all around that one. But again, I'm liking that Kamal is prepared to change it up. So well bowled again, and I'm sure that Kamal, his lovely family, they are watching. He's got last time I was in Cyprus, he just him and his wife had just brought another new addition into the world. Probably about a year and a half now. So
nice.
Good morning to the Rays family. Oh, well done there to Taranga. That's good reactions from him. Wasn't expecting that to be coming back to him. A bit of an inside edge as Kamal does go a little bit wider again. But inside edge goes there to Taranga.
Also, the Croatia did win the toss at the start of the morning here. Wanted to bat first, and yet we've lost Oliver Tilley already in the in the second over, and it's very tough going out for Croatia. Runs seem to be a scarce commodity.
Hey, crew, stop it. Stop. Philly's not going to ask me about Shakespeare. Just because, Vinny started Shakespeare stuff on me at Wimbledon. And Tina, they ganged up on me, Phil.
Yeah.
And to be or not to be and all of that stuff. Hey, it's too early for all of that anyway. Hello, crew. Well, hey, look, it's for me to entertain. We're entertainers. If I entertained you, then I did me bit. But good morning to you, crew. Nice to have you with us. Up in the air, catching opportunity. If anybody can get there, he's going to lob over everybody. Would you believe it? A big stroke of luck. Hay montón de suerte ahí por el capitán Zach. Could have gone anywhere. And somehow it managed to loop over the man there at short cover.
That was incredible bit of luck there for the captain as that goes over everyone and lands in an absolute Bermuda Triangle there, running off the boundary, running back from the short cover position, and extra cover can get around as well. That's a bit of a bit of luck there.
Oh, there's bat on that. You know, I heard the bat. I think it's a bit of body and bat.
Yep.
And then afterwards, they check that the bat is okay.
Yep.
Sam says, "Yeah, I'm fine." Let's have a look at this again. Look at this one climb. Oh, look at there's bat on it. He has no idea, Sam, but he just thought, well, maybe I can get a bit of bat on this and get it over the keeper. Fortunately for him, he doesn't get too much on there. 2 opportunities there, perhaps, on another day, and both batters could have gone. They both had a bit of luck. Let's see if they can make the most of it. Just get another 3 runs in that over. It's 14 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, that's a bit tough, that one, isn't it? And it just shows what we talked about during the over about this pitch. I describe it as its own movie character, what it does, what it can do, and just how lethal sometimes it can be. You see this, saw it on the replay before, the way it jumped up like that. And the run rate graph is telling a story. And the story is basically, Croatia, you need to find runs because you're really having a bit of a hard time there. It's like going on an Easter egg hunt blindfolded. It's just so difficult for them to find runs at the moment. They're struggling big time. But all credit to Cyprus. In the field, they looked hot in the field yesterday, looking very good today already. And the bowling is very, very disciplined.
Yeah, very much. How are you and Shakespeare, by the way?
I'm not great with Shakespeare. I've seen a little bit of Shakespeare. Actually, I've seen some live Shakespeare plays in London, in the West End.
So you're all right, you know. I haven't seen any
I'm
of
okay.
Shakespeare, which most people... Oh, my word. Look, he's on his knees. Mercy! Have mercy on me, says the captain. And then he wants to get up and run. No, stay there, brother. Stay there and just compose yourself. Oh, dear. Well, I don't know. We're talking Shakespeare. That's not Shakespeare. That's Ali. Doing the old dancing around, and that was nasty. I say Ali, maybe it was even brutal than Ali. That was a bit of a Tyson moment there for the batter, young Zach. I mean, just look at this delivery. I mean, wow. I mean, what? He's on his knees in the Namara Mafi, got him in the Mafi. That is what can you say? This is Walker Ali, by the way, who. I mean, I was going to say he bowled very well from this end yesterday, but from the other end, he also took 4 wickets.
Yeah.
But from this end, he bowled 4 overs, gave only 14 runs away. He's a dangerous bowler because he's one of those that likes to hit the seam and hit the deck hard. And if on this track, on certain spots, that happens.
It's the second time Zach has had his lid tampered with by the Grizzly. It happened yesterday as well. He had to take the lid off and have square leg umpire inspect it, make sure it was okay. Same again now. So he's being tested here by the Cypriot bowlers.
Yeah, umpire Vedran was the first, and Charles to get there and check that he was okay. Here's the next, and yeah, that's nicely played, but they've got the field well set. I like this field. You can clearly see here, I'm seeing Scott, as soon as the batters take the single, look at the way he's moving the field around. They've done their work, they've done their homework. I don't think they went back and sat at the bar and had a few bevies and a bit of grub and went to bed. They went back and they'd analysed, they did their homework, and then after that, they had some free time, because you can see how Scott, as soon as Zach's off strike, that field changes around. They get another one that comes out onto the offside to Sam Houghton.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too, Rico. I agree completely. They've really done their homework here.
Oh, how is this missed?
How on earth is that missed?
How has that missed? There's a bit of an inside edge on this. It was cannoning into the stumps, and somehow Sam Houghton gets a feather inside edge on this, and it gets past everybody and goes just wide of us for 4 to the boundary. Let's take a look at this one again. How has this missed? I can't believe this is missed. It's quite unbelievable.
Yeah, on the angle that Rico and I are standing on, we're sort of just off centre, and we got a perfect view of the inside edge going past the stump. So we got a better view than the straight down the camera view there, straight down the pitch view. And it was really close. I thought we were almost about to call it. It was that close. That was crazy. And I think they're going to move. So fine leg inside the circle goes finer. So just to make sure that doesn't happen again. They're a bit worried about that. Nice delivery, good pace, gets through. Houghton looking like he's a bit of just a little bit out of touch at the moment, a little bit unsure. I mean, the pitch playing the way it is, I can understand why the batters are all a bit reluctant to get on the front foot and a bit reluctant. They want to see where the ball's pitching. They don't want to sort of, they just seem a little bit gun shy this morning. I can understand that too, from what we saw yesterday and what we've already seen today in this over especially. Raka Ali's bowling blistering pace too.
Back on ball, that one just a little bit fuller there from Waka. I think the other thing is, I know we talk about how the dew can probably play its part on the outfield. I think it probably does play its part maybe on the pitch a little bit as well. Maybe that little bit of moisture is creating the pitch just to be a little bit more lively. It could be the fact, but Waka Ali does have a way of getting the pitch to talk. Just loses his footing there for a moment. Waka, and it looked like he might have just, as he was running in, just rolled his ankle a little bit. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, that one thing about this outfield is it's very, the best way to describe it is sort of bubbly, it's bumpy. So
bubbly.
You can quite easily sometimes just put your foot down and, you know, the weight just goes to one side. You think, that doesn't feel right. So that could have been the case there for Ali as he goes back to his mark, looks to finish this over. He's first, gone for 5 so far. And he will just take a single, just gets pushed down the ground. Now, that's the sort of thing I want to see from Croatia. Now, one thing we did say yesterday is that over comes to an end. 6 will come from it. It's the best over they've had so far. It takes the score now to 20. So just make a note of that, 20 off the first 5. So we do know that one thing that Croatia weren't able to do yesterday was to continuously go upwards in the number of runs that they scored per 5 overs.
Yeah.
It sort of always stayed around about that 30, 32 mark. Sometimes it did drop down to around 27, but that's probably the lowest that they've had so far. But one thing that we said about Croatia yesterday, they left a lot of runs out there, but they weren't taking the singles. So it's good to see that they are pushing and running, because it's not easy for those things that we've already talked about. It's not easy for fielders to attack the ball on there. So you quite often, and I think Cyprus, the way they set this field, they've already probably said, you know what, we'll let them have the singles. So if they're saying that, take them.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And you see that Sam hit the ball and he immediately said go.
Yeah.
And, of course, it put pressure on the field. If you had a slight little bubble, end up being a very comfortable single.
There is our tour of Croatia. So tomorrow we start the ECI, same 2 teams involved, and 2 days of action. And then on the Monday, it's down to the European Cricket Series. Looking forward to that as well. That one
didn't bounce.
Didn't bounce. And it's actually a good stop there from Thuranga. If he doesn't stop that, I think that's going on to the lid. Have a look at this. So Thuranga's got the lid kind of right behind him. That is destined for the lid. Look.
Yep.
So good stop.
It's funny that the lid is quite close behind the wicket.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Did Did any wicketkeeper yesterday stand up and put a lid on? I don't think they did. You don't stand up to this. I don't know why that lid is out there. I don't think they're going to be putting that lid on unless you're going to put the lid on full stop all the time, which I don't think is a bad idea on this pitch.
It's probably not a bad idea. I kind of agree with that. Even if you're standing like 5-6 metres back, put the lid on.
Put the lid on.
Just to be sure, put the lid on.
Put the lid on.
Yeah.
Well, I think you can ask Alex Soler about that. I'm sure he wore one here last year. Yeah, and that was standing back, by the way. All right, here we go. We're carrying on with Kamal, who's bowled pretty well so far. Bowling to Zach, who gets one pitched right up. He plays it away, and that will be the first boundary. It's not quite the Yorker. It was just slightly, ever so slightly over pitch. But Zach, again, not where he was looking for this to go. It still goes for the shot down the ground. Gets a big, thick edge on this. Watch that. And once it gets past Hardy, it's going to be into the shade, into the dampness. The ball will come back wet, but that is a boundary. It is 4 runs, and that is only the second that we've had in the innings. And both of them, to be fair, have been edges. There was an inside edge that went past us here, and that was from Sam, and now we've seen one there from Zach.
That's right. Anyway, get him any way you can.
High, in the air. Kamal says it's a catch. And it is a catch, and it's been well taken there by Adam Sen. It's a second wicket for Kamal Reis, and to be honest, Phil, it was coming, wasn't it? You could feel this wicket was on the way, and Kamal, and also at the other end, Wakar Ali, and before him, Adam Sen have bowled so well. They've created chances. There's been a little bit of luck there for the batters, but they haven't been able to make the most of it. Huge wicket, as the captain, Zach Vuskovic, will depart, and he departs for 9.
Yeah, it just looked out of sorts. Even the boundary he got was just a pure bit of luck. And poor old Zach, he just looked uncomfortable. Yesterday in match number 1, he put on I think it was a 42 or 43 in pretty good time. Looked comfortable until the last couple of deliveries when he did get out. From this point onwards, from the moment he walked out, he just looked a little bit uncomfortable, and he seemed to be getting more and more sort of out of his zone the longer he stayed there. He was getting worried. That short ball that hit him on the lid, that spooked him a bit as well. You could tell that spooked him, and that was you're right, Rico. It was always coming. Yeah,
the pressure's building. 2 batters that just never looked comfortable. The bowlers were continually getting the ball in the right areas. He was a bit unlucky with the boundary, the ball before, so picks up another. Well done to Kamal. Kamal got it up on his second wicket early, and he's ready to go again to the new batter. And this is now John Vuskovic, who yesterday showed us that he has the ability to stick around, but he needs to now also be thinking about not just sticking around for a start. To stay there for a bit will be the right thing to do, but also needs to keep that scoreboard ticking. Sam Houghton is still out there with it, and that's the way to do it. Good running, taken on the field. Pro comes in, but you see, even with that one, there's a little bit of argy-bargy there towards the end. Stumps down, bats down, all the woodwork down on the ground. But if you go straight away, you'll get there. And when you watch this again, they get there quite comfortably, even though it doesn't end up quite neat and tidy. But you can see he goes for it. In comes the throw, and yeah, he's comfortably home, but does a little bit of damage on his way down.
Breaks the stumps himself, just saves the fielder and the bowler the trouble on the way in. Yeah, it's good to see John coming in now. Look, yeah, he put together a, I think it was like a 28-29 yesterday.
Yeah.
It took him a few deliveries to get going, and, you know, that was okay because he ended up, I think, being the top scorer for Croatia, and they needed someone to anchor. Okay, his strike rate was a bit lacking, but he's, you know, you could see what his job was. Good pressure on the fielder. That's what happened in the previous over as well. That tip and run, we didn't see it yesterday, as you pointed out before, Rico. You see it now, and suddenly, you know, the Cyprus fielder, he feels he can probably get a run out. He's in the frame of mind, if I pick this ball up quick, I can get a run out, and he spills it. So, you know, that can also happen. Have a look there at the batting card there, 27 for 2 after 6. That's the power play done and dusted. And now we've got Sam being teamed up with John Vuskovic. Then this is a good opportunity for maybe John to play an anchoring role and Sam to try to kick on here. even though it is tough out there at the moment. The pitch is playing its own, well, the pitch has got its own hymn sheet to sing from, whereas the players have got a different hymn sheet for sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking, look, even if these two go at 5 or 6 and over, ideally they'd like to try and maybe be going at 8s from here on. But if they can stay together for the next 4 overs, take it to the halfway point, get some drinks behind them, and then you sort of say, right, this is where we are now. All right, next 5 overs we want to be here, and if we still got those wickets in hand, we could really try and go big in the last 5 and still try and get a best case scenario here, maybe 130, 140, if you can get a bit of an acceleration in. But at the moment, you can see it's staying around that 119, 120 mark. But we saw yesterday that 132 was nowhere near enough for Croatia when they batted first in match number 2. Cyprus knocked those off with 25 balls to go. So, they've got to try and go more than that. But at this moment of time, it's going to be difficult. And Scott Austin, who had a tremendous day yesterday with the ball, picked up 5 wickets in total, a 2 for and a 3 for. First time that we've seen him take wickets at this international level. He's a good guy to come back onto bowl, and he's bowling from the end where he did all the damage yesterday. Pushed out. Should just again be a single left to take on the field. And no. I think when there's a clean pickup, there's only a 1 there, but if it's not picked up cleanly, you do go 2.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree with what you said about Scott Austin too. So impressed yesterday. Just out of the box, bang, picked up 2 wickets in the first game, bang, picked up 3 wickets in the second game. Unexpected. Even he was a bit surprised, I think, too.
So drag towards the man who's doing the sweeping on the boundary. Will do a little bit of foot fielding to sort of pass that on to the fielder. Well, Wakarali will eventually get the throw in. So they work well together there. One fielder. It was my job, he says, Hardeep's in to get the foot on it. So it is Hardeep, so he does that. Passes it on there. Very close the foot to the line there, but I think that's okay. And Wakarali gets the throw in. This time out onto the off, but once again, they've got that field set. This is all about doing your homework. And I think here, Scott Burdekin, that is, along with Ruel Braithwaite, certainly have done some work on where they want to be setting this field. You can see Braithwaite just standing there watching. He'll be very happy with the way the team have worked so far and applied themselves. So once again, it goes to the fielder this time. Not going to be able to take the second, just the 1.
Just had a quick count up there of the dot balls in the first 6 overs. 18 dot balls in the first 6 overs, Rico. That's 50%.
Yeah.
That's why the score is what it is, and that's why there was a lot of stuttering. And we said you can just see Zach's wicket is looking a bit wobbly there because of the pressure being put on him and Sam as well to try to get the runs going. When you're in the power play, half of the balls are dot balls. That's the problem you had there.
Yeah.
Have a look at the bowling figures there, and yeah, shout out to Kamal there for those 2 wickets. Bowled exceptionally well, and I reckon they're going to keep in the back pocket just in case a partnership gets formed. And they're going to need him to come back on to try to break that partnership because he's looking really good at the moment. I'm loving his work. He's a good inclusion for today for Cyprus.
Yeah, they've rested Lovedeep, who I think bowled very well yesterday. We did feel that Cyprus, of the 2 teams, they had the bigger chance to make some changes in this one, and they've taken that opportunity. Just the 1, so Lovedeep will be rested. And they probably, it'll be interesting. I mean, if they win this match, they could really go to town and make some more changes. But of course, don't forget, this is not a friendly series. This is a international series, and points are important. Victories are important. They take you up the ICC standing. So there's not going to be. I don't think there's going to be no charity out there. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. This is what it's about. It's about coming here and getting points and working on your rankings. And before this tournament started, both of these teams were ranked in the 80s. It was 81 and 83 for
That's right,
the teams, wasn't it?
It was, and both had played the same number of games, 14, and of course that stays and will remain the same. Just tipped away, and the bounce unkind to the fielder, and it will go to the boundary. Can't stop it, so can't see the rope there at all, actually, but it obviously has gone past the rope. That's a nice little nurdle played away. I suppose they're deciding with somebody bowling at Roshani's pace, you don't need him back on the boundary. But Roshan, as we know, he does like to go across the right-hander. He bowls right arm round, so there is every chance of a batter playing that shot again. This time it's firmly pushed down the ground. It's a nice, strong, solid shot there from John. I've liked his start so far, this from Vujanovic.
Yeah, me too. I think this is not too bad. He's looking pretty comfortable out there. Sam also, now he's put himself up to now 17 from 21. And as I suspected, I would expect to see John sort of play a bit of an anchor role here. That seems to be his pace. Good work in the field. Puts the hand out and stops it getting past. There is protection behind, but he says to the deep fielder, I got this.
Yeah.
It's not getting past on my watch. Good stop.
Good stop, no run. Scott Burdekin, the captain, leading by example. Gets down on there and it says, well, I'm here to do just this. To try and starve you of those singles. Making Rashan just bringing one more over onto the... I don't mind this. In fact, I like this change. He's brought another one over, which means he's only just got the 3 on the leg side now. 2 on the boundary, 1 on the 45. And that's why he made that move. Brilliant.
Yep.
Absolutely brilliant. Again, they've just been on top here, Cyprus. They seem to know, if this was a game of chess, they're that one move ahead. They're one move ahead of their opponent. And that move there, you know, if you're bowling that line, good move. And of course, he doesn't let himself down by going down the leg side. This time a little bit straighter, gets pushed down to where Adam is, who's already had a fantastic time in the field. He's taken another good catch here today, and he bowled a good little opening span of bowling. So Cyprus, they're just starving Croatia of boundaries, just the 3 boundaries so far, and all of those have been 4s. There've been no maximos in the morning so far. That's uppish, but we'll get in the gap. But there is a sweeper down there who does the fielding.
Yeah, the other reason that was clever as we get to the end of the over is because if it's short and the batter adjusts for a pull shot, there was protection deep square and deep mid-wicket. So they're almost saying, look, if you're going to get a single, it doesn't bother us, but we will protect the boundary. So if you want to try and play a pull shot against the ball that's angling across you, you know, you take the risk. I'm going to put people out to protect the leg side boundary, but if you miss-hit it and you get a leading edge, I've got 5, 6 fielders ready to take a catch in infield and on the outfield. So it's clever field setting there from Scott Burdekin. Yeah,
it was clever. City Wildana, those 2 wides in that over were the first 2 wides in this inning so far.
Really?
So that's only 4 extras. The other extras was the leg by and also 1 no ball, which was right at the beginning there from Kamal. Nice breeze just came through for a moment there. I mean,
oh, it's nice, isn't it?
Hey, I also got to say thank you to Vedran. He has supplied us with a cool box. It has got ice in it. We've put our water in there now. And in fact, I'm going to put it, if I put it closer to us, then we know it's there. We can get to it there. We both did well yesterday. I know that Mrs. G may be listening in. Well, Rena, I know Renee, he did drink his water yesterday. And I hope you feel better soon. I know Phil said you were feeling just a little bit poorly this morning. So I hope by the time you get up and about that you start to feel a little bit better.
I think she just picked up one of those little travel bugs you get from being stuck inside an aeroplane fuselage for too long.
Got bowled. John trying to get this one right. Sam, just there, he's kind of unnoticed, but he's still there, Sam. Just opened up, and this is what Sam can do. That's they're liking this. Now, I wonder if this is a bump or...
That's a bump.
We'll be able to see it side on. I just think that Scott Austin knew it as well. Can we see this side on at all here? Or just see a replay of this? We may not even get a chance to see it quick enough. But let's see the replay. I would have liked to see side on if we had it, because yeah, I think that, looking at the way that's played, that's into the deck. So back to the live action. And this one is another one that's into the deck.
Yep, that was definitely played into the deck, that one. That was, the crowd catch from previous one. This one was a bit less elation from the fielders, as they all knew that was hammered well and surely down into the deck. Oh, leg side. That's nicely taken around. Bit of work here for the fielders. They get down and they field that one cleanly. It's not going to be too late. It went very quick. And very sharp throw back in. Bowler applauds. Nice play all around. I think we've still got 1 more to go in the over. 43 for 2 now. As Vujanovic moves up to 10 from 12 deliveries, and Halton, he's done all right. He's 18 from 24. He would love to pile on some runs here now as we get towards the end of the 9th. But yeah, it's a struggle. The current run rate is still below 5, so it's a real struggle for Croatia. All credit to the Cyprus bowlers. Good work. Punch straight to the short cover, makes no mistake, says, no, not getting past me, and that's how we're going to finish the night. 43 for 2 after 9. That's disappointing for Croatia. They're going to be looking at this and saying, well, we've got to hold the wickets together, but we also got to get the runs. You know, it's like patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same time. There's two things you've got to do here. It's not always easy. And a good over there from Austin as well. Very good over indeed.
Yeah, Austin has just found a way to create problems. Just the one run coming from it. Just before that, the batters did do exactly what I was saying, you know, up until going up to the 10th over, go for 6 or 8. They did go for 6, they did go for 8, but that one slowed them right down again, just the one off it.
Start the 10th. Oh, goes past 1, goes past 2, goes to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, well, it's another boundary, and we know that so far that 3 of the 4 boundaries have been edges, and that's another edge. This time it's John Vujnovic that gets a bit fortunate. It's wide off the keeper. They did make a little. Have they kept the same field as before? I don't think they have, and because they had those two, the third and the backward point, much closer together. With Siriwardana bowling.
I think third is now going back on the boundary line. I think that's the right thing to do.
A bit fuller this time, darts the Yorker in, and should be just the single. It will be. It's the fielder who was brought in from the boundary to allow third to go back. Alexander Sen.
Yep. Now
that's the fielding.
Now it reverses. Third now comes back into the circle. This is what you mentioned a couple of overs ago, Rico, that Scott Burdekin, the captain, he's moving the field for each player because they've got a plan and they're executing it for each player.
That's going to be a wide ball, I feel. I think that just starts this strong now. He would have been bitterly disappointed if that was clipped away to the boundary, because Roshan making the changes in the field with the captain, that's not part of the plan to bowl it there. So he's got to get this once again to go much wider. And this time a little bit short. It's been well struck. This time it will get through Scott, but there is a sweeper behind there. And that's very well done there from Kamal. Just apart from the edges, which you can't set a field for, they managed to stop more or less everything.
They have indeed. This is an absolute roadblock. And the 50 up as well, 50 for 2 at 9.5 overs gone. So it is a grind here for Croatia here this morning. Cyprus well on top. That one, this time, captain gets down to that one, stops it, gives a very quick throw back. Good work, very good work there in the covers. So, yeah, these sorts of fielding acts, it's scaring the batters back into their creases. So the quick singles they're starting to take, suddenly they're drying back up again. And that's not a good sign. 9.4 overs gone, 50 on the board, as I mentioned before. These two putting together a good partnership, and that's important for Croatia. But now it's a case of, well, need to pedal that bike a little bit faster now.
Yeah, we're just coming up to the halfway point where the teams will take some drinks. And you can see that the batting side is, of course, Team Croatia would not want to be losing the wicket at this point now. They just want to get to the drinks. And then it's a case of regroup it. Now, that's the thing here. As I said at the time, these two taking the drinks, going around about 6 or 8 and over. They've kind of sort of done that. So they're still together, though, hopefully, with this ball to go.
Yep.
But what do you talk about there? What do you say? Do you sort of say, right, okay, we've got to try and get another 100 runs of 10 over, so we've got to go at 10 and over? I mean, it can be done. I'm not saying it's impossible, but there's always a chance of losing a few wickets trying to do that. And then, you may, again, you could just fall apart and be bowled out for 120 or something. So it's going to be interesting to see the way they go about it. But that is the end of that over. 10 have been completed, and it's 51 for 2. And that means that in that 5 overs, the first 5 was 20. In the next, they've gone for 31. So a slight improvement, but still, as we know, that's very similar to what they were doing yesterday. 31s, 35, I think, was probably the most that they scored in a 5 over chunk, which they haven't been able to accelerate and do better yet.
Yeah, I totally agree. It is acceleration, but it's not the acceleration that they really need. They still got Sam Horton out there. That's important. And obviously, John Vujnovic is also out there as well. He's got 16 from 16, so he's striking better than he did yesterday. So he's obviously had a good breakfast this morning as well. The boundaries simply are not coming. That's one of the problems they've got. And the running between the wickets got a little bit slower there. I was mentioning before how the fielders were really stepping up, and they really have stepped up. Yesterday, I was so impressed with the Cyprus fielding and bowling, and that's why there was so much pressure on Croatia batting, and the batting just couldn't get going. They couldn't find partnerships, and they really struggled. If you have a look at the batting lineup now for Croatia, you've got Sagar Manzor scheduled to come in next, Charles Bevan coming in after that, Hari Prasad, Satha Devi's coming in as well. Now these three middle order, they're going to have to fire up, and I like your question that you asked, which is what did the batters and the coaching staff talk about during the drinks break? Do they potentially say, right, we've got 10 overs to go. What if we treated this like a T10 and we just went gangbusters?
Yeah.
We just because if we don't get a good score on the board and we don't win this game, the series is gone.
Yeah.
And we don't want the series to be gone. We want to try to get a score on the board that we can defend, and we'd love to go into the last game this afternoon 1 and 2 rather than zip and 3. So there's a few conversations there. I'd love to be a fly on the inside of the batter's helmet to hear exactly what's been talked about there, because there's a few ways it could go.
There's a few ways it could go, but you're absolutely right. The way that it has to go here for Croatia is to get that win. Yeah, are you a cat person? Because it is International Cat Day today. Are you a cat person?
I'm more of a dog person, but I don't mind cats. I'm okay with them.
Yeah, cats, they're, of course, man's most common and ancient pet. They've been worshipped as gods. Not surprising, really. Cats are one of the coolest beings on the planet. They're independent, inquisitive, and, of course, very adventurous. So if you do have a cat, I know that my sister-in-law, Chaya, they have a lovely cat. So enjoy International Cat Day. Go on, spoil them. Give them a few treats, why don't you? Don't forget giving them something out the tin today. Make something fresh. Go on, give them a bit of steak. Give them a bit of steak, that's what I say. Also, beer is one of the oldest drinks the world has ever known. International Beer Day is today. Gives fans worldwide just one more excuse to have a round on the first Friday of August. I think Beer Day, Peacock Friday should always be Beer Day. So happy Peacock Friday, and go on, have a beer on us, everybody. And now we know why Barnstead are not playing.
Did you say every Friday should be beer day?
Yeah, every Friday beer day. Peacock Friday should be beer day. And Barnstead, we know what you're up to. Peacock Friday and on International Beer Day, you're having some beers. Goes for the sweep, and well, where's this caught him? Oh la la. Well, is that Jingle Bells? Oh well, where's he worn it? Oh no, it's in the chest. How does a man so tall get hit on the chest? Well, that's how, because he wants to play the sweet till ball that has bounced up and caught him right in between the two nipples. That's going to hurt.
I was going to say, I don't keep my chest there. What, hang on, what? That from this angle, it looked wrong. It looked like that was a little bit more of a, I don't know.
Down south a bit.
Well, I was going to say
in the ghoulies.
Scrambled eggs.
It's got him on the, well, he's rubbing the chest.
Okay.
Unless he's got some funny, nervous system or something there. But, yeah, look, I want to say hi to everybody. Julian Dawson is joining us in the chat. Hello, Julian.
Hi,
nice
Julian.
to have you with us. And, of course, Mrs. Dawson as well. But, okay, here we are. We go again. Scott Austin. They haven't been able to. That's the other thing, Phil. We talked about a little bit about what could they do.
Yeah.
One thing you can as a batting team do, you can say, right, we know that Cyprus, they're going to deploy a fair bit of spin. So they've got Adam Sen, they've got Scott Austin. You could say, unsettle the spinners. Go after the spinners.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, in the two matches and so far in this match, Croatia not at any point have been able to change the game plan for Cyprus. So that's what I'm talking about. Go for it, but it's going to be caught. So Scott Austin gets the breakthrough. So that, I mean, it's the right idea. Sam Houghton, we know he can do it. He did it yesterday. He does go for Scott Austin, but unfortunately, go for the longest part of the ground. The catch has been taken. Houghton will go for 19. It's a breakthrough. But yet, look, that could be one of the ploys. But as we saw there, there's a risk factor involved.
There is indeed. I like the idea of going after the spinners, but I also like a sensible approach, which is maybe don't go aerial until you're in your zone. And right now, you're not there. You can just see the batters are not there. So go after the spinners, hit them flat. Hit them along the deck. Hit them for flat sixes. Hit back at the bowler along the ground hard. You know, put a bit of a scare into them. Make them think twice about their next delivery, and then they'll start to drift it a little bit. Then they'll start to give it a bit too much air. They'll put it a bit too wide, and it can bring the false delivery. We talk about a false shot for the batters. It can bring a false delivery from the bowler.
And also, don't forget a couple of things. One is, could be 2 in 2, but I don't think anybody's quite there. It's going to be a boundary. So, well, this is Hariprasad Satyadevi, who did a personal best yesterday in match number 2 when he scored 34-17, and he did hit the ball pretty well. So that one doesn't quite go all the way. We don't get a first maximum of the morning, but it will be 4 runs as there was a little bit of foot field attempt there from Roshan. So, yeah, what I was going to say is a couple of things. One, it's straight after drinks. Normally there is a wicket after drinks, as that's a genuine leave there from Satyadevi. And the other thing is, up until that shot, batters haven't played any shot in aggression. They've been in a shell. So you're quite right in what you say. Start timing the ball well first along the deck before you go for the aerial shot. Satyadevi, though, he ain't waiting around. He's going to get this right out of the middle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. And that is what we know that Hariprasad Satyadevi can do. He did this yesterday. He's come out there and just in 3 deliveries, he scored 10 runs. That's the sort of thing they need. But can he stay there till the end and keep batting like this?
Yeah, that's the good question, isn't it? It's exactly what it is. I'm really glad to see him coming up the order as well. And I know David Skinner's jumped in the chat. Good morning to you, David. And I'm sure you'll be happy to see Hariprasad also coming in at this point in time in the game, and maybe he's the one who can elevate things as he hits that right across the top of Kamal Reyes, who was down there fielding, and of course the spectators. That's a good spectator zone just in that area, and a couple of our spectators just had to gently move to the side and allow that ball to go through.
Well, the lady who stood there yesterday, I did speak to her after the match and said, when I see you there tomorrow, i.e. today, I want to see you and the young kid wearing a lid. So no, I wonder if they'd take my advice. That's good from Satyadevi. You like that?
Yep.
And it's also good from Croatia because they probably said, look, if we're going to go down in this match, we're going to go down fighting. So go out there and fight. Shows what you can do. Because if you lose this match, you lose this series. Clipped away, but to the fielder.
It's clipped nicely, though. It wasn't just a gentle nudge. That was a full-blooded shot.
Yeah.
So, you know, if Vucinovic can also get onto his bike and do that as well, he's already up to 18 off 19. Satyadevi, who's only just joined him now, 10 from 3. These two, you know, a good partnership of, 30, 40 runs in, say, 4 or 5 overs. That's positive for Croatia. That gets them up to the 100.
Yeah, they do bring Wakareli back now, and let's see how Satyadevi goes about the pace. On the pad, and just straight down the leg side. He's very slow onto that, actually, Satyadevi. So this would be a good test for him also. I think he knows that there'll be that little bit of uncertainty about the bounce as well. I think it's a good move also on Cyprus' part to bring Wakareli back. He's probably, in terms of dangerous, he's probably the most dangerous bowler that they have, especially with no Lovedeep in the side today. And they could also go back to Kamal whenever they choose to as well. Kamal, I think, has got one up his sleeve. Well played, well respected.
Yeah, Kamal's a good shout, Rico, and I tell you why, because he does have one left. He's got 2 for 13 at the moment, and that he bowled so well, really, really well. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to bring him back, just in case one of these partnerships blows out. Like, let's say Hariprasad here, say he puts on a bit of a cameo 25 over the next couple of deliveries. They might bring him back for that, just to try to break things up.
It's well played, well bowled as well. You can see that Wakar just wants to test Satyadevi with that fuller delivery, see if he keeps his shape and holds his head and doesn't try to go for the big shots straight away. So Satyadevi, that's good from him. But Cyprus, I wonder if they give Austin another one to try and tempt the miss hit from Satyadevi, or they just go back to the pace. That's a slightly shorter one, slightly shorter and quicker. It doesn't come up as much as what Vucinovic would have liked. Yeah, Jules is just reminding everyone as well, no action on Range Park today until 12 noon. That, I suppose, is 1 our time, with that first game unfortunately being abandoned. So semi-final one, the result will go to Spencer. Barnstead, unfortunately, weren't able to get a team out, which is pretty unfortunate, really. Well bowled, Yorker length delivery, that's well dug out. But of course, that means you'll have more action coming to you from Cyprus, between Cyprus and Croatia, from Croatia, I should say, between Cyprus and Croatia. And we're loving having you with us. It's the end of another over, 64 for 3. Nice tidy one, as you would expect there from Waka Ali, just the 2 coming from it. So, though Austin goes for 11, Waka then counter-reacts that by just going for 2. And this is where, I think, this is the bit where Croatia still haven't been able to change. So they'll get a good over, you think, right, they're going to get going here now again. But Cyprus hit them straight back, and they just haven't had an answer to it.
That's true. They're struggling with a response here. So Cyprus, as a unit, as a team, they're doing a really good job here. And yeah, the run rate's just tipped up over 5. Probably thanks pretty much to, well, probably Hari Prasad for just that 11 off 6 and a couple of the big hits as well. That's just sort of crept into the last like 3 or 4 overs. But the run rate hasn't gotten above 6 at any point. In fact, I think getting over 5 just in the last 2 overs possibly as well. So it's tough going. They don't have the response, Croatia, but they've got 8 overs to find some sort of response here. There's a lot on the middle order now, and they're going to be tested, really heavily tested. These next 3 overs are absolutely vital. It's a quicker delivery there, just for a second. Just for a second. I thought Sather Devi might have been beaten there. Even he looked around very quickly, thought he might have edged it straight onto the stumps. But gets away for 1. You'd probably, I don't know, at this point, if you were Hari Prasad, would you be thinking, I need to stay on strike. I probably need to make sure that John's turning the strike over with me. You know, we need to make sure that we're not getting dots. No more dots. Try to turn that strike over. Give me a chance to swing the blade. If John's not swinging, then I have to swing. You know, we need to get this ball to the boundary line. Get pressure back on the Cyprus fielders.
Oh, he hasn't got all of this, I don't think, or has he? Oh, he does. Just gets that over, Scott Austin. There was a bit of a nervy moment there because you heard Cyprus all screaming, catch. Well, he goes for the shot, and this time John Vujnovic does just get enough of it. You can see there, it only just gets over Scott Austin, who's in that area, but I like it. I like that from John. I think it's probably the first time that he's used his feet to get to the pitch of it and hit it clean and over the top off the fielder. So well done. That's better. That's what we've got to see more of here. Don't worry about the wickets. Go for your shots.
Yeah, totally agree. Yep. I'll tell you the other thing. I'm a little disappointed. That was a great chance for a crowd catch. Straight to the spectators, and they both stepped aside.
Bottled it,
They absolutely bottled it, Rico. They could have taken a crowd catch, and it would have been their moment to shine on the European Cricket Network.
Adam Sen. And that's played nicely as well. Swept away. There is a fielder out there, though, watching it safely into the hands. Yeah, so they do. It's interesting. I was wondering whether they would go to spin, go back to squad, or try Adam Sen, and they have. So they basically putting the challenge out to the batter, saying, we know that you need to get going. We know you need to score a few more runs and score a bit quickly, but are you prepared to go after our spinners? And, well, it looks like that 2 of them are. Sather Devi certainly will be. It's well bowled, but well played as well at the same time. Slightly quicker arm ball this time from Adam Sen.
Yeah, good ball that one, wasn't it? Really good ball. And well played in the end to get the bat down, and just an adjustment in the last couple of seconds just to bring it down and defend it just backward a point for a dot. But he kept it out. That's what's important. Just watches that one go past. Wasn't interested in that one. Just held the bat up and happy to watch it go past. Didn't get really a lot of grip on the rotation there, you can see. And with the field on the offside, that point, that deep cover, and that backward point, he just felt, nah, that's a nothing shot there. So last ball, the 13th coming up. Well, it goes downtown. Now, that has also cleared the field. That is a lovely strike. Middled, Maximo. And once again, poor old Scott Austin has to go and retrieve a shot that goes over his head. He needs to make sure he doesn't leave his mouth open when watching the ball travelling over the head. He'll have to put some sunscreen on his tongue because that went straight over his head once again. Not for the first time in this over, for the second time. So Adam Sen gets a little bit of treatment there. as he goes for 14 off the over.
I think that was a bit of a gamble taken there by Scott Burdekin, the captain. I think he knew the batters would go after it, after any spinner, because they have to now. So that's the best over that they've had so far. There's the score. So I don't think he'll take that gamble again. I think he probably will go back to his seamers now. Kamal might come back. In fact, I can see here that Hardeep Singh is going to bowl his first for the day. So they still have him up their sleeve. There's been a lot happening on European Cricket Network recently, but of course there is the big reveal. There's something new hatching on the European Cricket Network, and I don't know if we've got a bit of it here, but we'll show it at some point. And I think because I think there's another part of the puzzle that will get taken away today. So when I saw it yesterday there at Wimbledon, I was kind of starting to make out what it's looking like. So maybe at some point during this over, we might be able to put it on the screen for our viewers to have a look at, because we'll be doing the grand review tomorrow. You know, I think the last piece of the puzzle. They're taking 2 on here. That's a good running, wild throw.
Well done.
Yeah, well done. Get that acceleration going. So yeah, the review, another piece of the puzzle gets taken away today. So can't wait to see that. I'm sure that our viewers, they can't wait as well.
Rico, I'm excited about that, because that means, you and I have the duty tomorrow during the ECIs to reveal. Oh, the final reveal. That's exciting. Okay, well, strap in, we've got people. That's something to look forward to. And yeah, it'd be good if we can get an update on where it's at, because I haven't had a look at it for a couple of days. I think I've missed a couple of reveals myself. Being Mr. Travel and Mr. Sightseeing in the last few days here in Zagreb. So I like to have a look and see where we're at. What's that last piece of the puzzle coming your way?
Yeah, coming your way. I think, I tell you what, why don't we see if the 2 circles can get it on for us at the end of this over, and then we can see what's starting to take shape behind it. So yeah, something new hatching at European cricket. What could it be, everybody? What could it be? Right, Hardeep Singh in the action. He's can be hot and cold, Hardeep. Sometimes he does have a few control issues. He's just, take it. It's there. Take the signal. That's what they've got to do.
Yeah. That was just a drop and run. That was pretty much 101 batting right there. Easy single. There was no short cover. Cover was in regulation position. It dropped at the feet, and there you go.
Hey, I've got a question.
Hey, what do you got for us?
The question is, can anybody name me the first batter to score 6 consecutive Test 50s? That's a good one, that.
Wow.
That's a good one. So, can anybody name me the first batter to score 6 consecutive Test 50s? Come on, get your thinking caps on.
6 consecutive.
6 consecutive Test 50s. Yeah, the first batter to do it.
I'm going to go early on this one, Rico.
All right, go.
WG Grace.
Good shout. I'm not going to say if you're right or wrong there.
Okay.
Nicely played. Chips it over the in circle. Work to be done there by the fielder. Will be done. He's covered some yards out there, the fielder. But again, it's I like the way this field has been set, because I think Scott Burdekin quite cleverly knows that's a big hit down there.
Yeah.
So he's got plenty of bodies inside the 30-yard circle, with a lone ranger out there saying, well, that part of real estate is all yours. And at the moment, I don't think a single boundary has gone out there. They've managed to patrol it. Well struck. These two are striking the ball cleanly. They're striking it well. They've got their feet moving. Remember early on we said that the batters just looked a bit cagey. They weren't moving around. They were kind of stuck in their crease.
Yep.
But these two, they're moving around quite nicely. They seem to have a nice little rhythm and pattern about them. This could be the partnership that Croatia so desperately need right now.
Yeah. Two signs to look for there. In the previous over to this one that's just finished now, 14 off the over with a couple of good hits for 6. 2 hits for 6. In this over, no dot balls. Just a couple little wins there.
Yeah.
These little mini wins, you string them together, you start to get a bigger win, and you can work on the bigger wins. So this is important for Croatia. It's small, but it's something that I'm sure that Scott Burdekin, the captain for Cyprus, is put in the back of his mind. He's going, all right, last 2 overs, they've done a bit to us that they hadn't done previously. We need to get that win back.
Yeah. Let's see.
It's good.
Let's see what they're thinking here in terms of the bowling department, because I think they'll be very brave to stick to the slower stuff. So I wonder if they're going to bring back one, or either bring back Kamal here. Waka still has 2 overs, by the way. They've bowled him from both ends, so maybe he's going to pick where he's going to continue from. It's played away. Yeah, once again, to take the singles. They're not going to be too worried about the singles, and it is Waka, so I reckon Waka did try the other end. He probably said, nah, you know what, you're right, Skip. I'm better off from the scorer's end. So he's come back and starts with just a single.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Rico. That's what the conversation was. Swing me around to the other end, and let's see what I can do from there, because I reckon I'm more comfortable. But still, single off the first ball of the over. That's good for Croatia.
Effort ball. Well, they got a good. Well, they thought about it.
Yep.
And decided it's not worth it, which probably makes sense. That it's a single, you give up the single. I don't think Cyprus are going to be too worried if it's singles. Good to see that expected score. Remember, probably about 5-6 overs ago, it was around about 119. So they have been able to get it up to about 137. I was saying at the time, I think when they were on 42, it's the first time I talked about it, that if they can get to a 140, they would have done well from where they were. Goes for the big shot, but it wasn't quite there. We'll take just a single.
Yeah, it sounded very, very close to the edge, bottom of the bat, that shot. Still gets a single though, still keeping that scoreboard ticking, which is really important, just to make sure that there's no dot ball. So no dot, get a single. If you get a single, maybe you can go for 2. Just these kind of things getting into the head of the batters now. Because you know what, they've got 5.5 overs to go, and that's only 33 deliveries to try to force things along. Still haven't got to triple digits yet. Dances down the wicket and launches. And that is a successful launch. That has gone over the top of the practice nets, Rico. That's a massive strike. That's huge. Oh, what a good shot. Middled. Look at this, straight over the top of the nets.
Wonderful.
And those nets are a fair way back too. They're recessed. They're quite a fair way back. Crunch. Oh, lovely strike. So, starting to get momentum now. This is good from Croatia. This is good signs for them. You could say it's probably a little bit too little too late. I would say, nah, this is okay. They've got 7 wickets in hand. Go for it now.
Good comeback. What a cracker. Good comeback. That's the way to reply, isn't it, from the bowler? Says, all right, you've answered the question. Can you hit the ball straight? I think you already know that about Satyadevi. And that's a good comeback. So the over has gone for 9 so far. You're probably still looking to get another. I think here now, set your eyes on 10s. If you can go at 10s, you're going to get that 140 odd score. Satyadevi going well again, 27 of 15. John also, good little partnership these two putting on. Same delivery again. It's another one that will be dotted up. It's the end of the over. So, hey, look, we're talking about something new is hatching at European cricket. And we've been revealing this piece by piece. And we could do a bit more of it now, I think. And also, there you have it. What do you make of this? Something new hatching at ECN. Another piece of the puzzle being taken away. Well, I tell you what, I'm looking at the feet there and I think, well, that might be a bit of a giveaway. But then looking at the rest of the armour there, I'm not so sure. What could it be, everybody? What could it be? Well, we can also have a look at where we'll be for the remainder of the year. We can have a look at our 2025 calendar. Croatia, we've got plenty of things to do here, Phil, you and I. Then I'll go and start Germany Kiel off, and Vinny Sandu will then come and we'll do a bit together. He'll take over, because then I have to go to Romania, somewhere where we have been before, and this time it's the encore. Then there's action in Hungary and Switzerland, and that leads us nicely on to, well, a sort of adventure program there at the Cartama Oval in Andalusia. Melto Shield, Western Shield, the European Cricket Championship, all happening there in Spain.
The road to Cartama. We're only 6 weeks away from it now.
Oh, yeah.
It's getting closer and closer. Every time I look down at the calendar, I'm getting more and more excited about that. And just remember, too, that calendar for 2025, there's a couple of other little series and events going on in there, but that's basically your ECS there. I think we also talked about there's going to be something going on in Austria towards the end of next week. Something to that we'll talk about a bit more, or the week after, sorry. Yeah, so, no bit to talk about.
Yeah, plenty of things to talk about, and let's talk about that delivery from Hardeep Singh. Good start, Yorker length, and I'm not really sure what that little. I think that's probably just the batter. Satyadevi said that good ball. That, you know, he said, yeah, thanks. It was a good ball. Let's take a look. I normally give you sort of how they've gone about the last 5 overs.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Best so far from Croatia. And I don't mean just today, I mean in this series so far. 43 came off that the last 5 overs. So in the 5 over little splits, they've gone 20 in the first 5, then 31, took it to 51 off 10, and then 94-3 means to go 43. That's the best they've done so far.
Terrific.
Let's see if they can do the same again. So look, even if they can from here on get another 43, then that will take them to close to that 150 score.
Yeah, true.
All right. High in the air, fielder comes across, Scott Austin doesn't drop him, and he drops it. Would you believe it? I can't believe he's dropped that. I've never known Scott Austin to put a catch down. He's safe as houses normally. Catch goes down. Big moment, that is. Humongous. As, well, Devi gives a life, and it doesn't get taken. That could cost Cyprus 20, 30 runs.
Wow, I can't believe Austin, the international man of mystery, has put it down. Amazing. Oh, hesitation here, but no. Just dribbles off to the side. Keeper can't get across to try to effect a run out there. Just a little moment here where players are just getting a bit testy, a bit edgy, and I'll tell you why. Because they want runs, they're going after the bowler, and yeah, a little bit of pressure on the fielder, a bit of pressure on the keeper to try to field that one. The batters wanted a single, then they didn't want it, then they did want it, then they didn't take it.
Yeah.
It's all happening.
All happening. Hardeep Singh, that's played nicely, but they have always got and had a sweeper out there, and there he is again. So that patrol that part of the ground really well, have Cyprus. So though that was a very nice shot, he went inside out over the top of that infield once again, but the field is there to do the job. Satyadevi, who was dropped on 27, comes back on strike, and Hardeep is now bowling to a man that he knows he shouldn't be looking at all.
That's so true. Yeah, big time. This partnership worth 44 now.
Okay, another opportunity maybe. A great catch if he can get there. Oh, he's actually overrun it. And now it's going to be, they're going for it. It's saying no, stay there. It's all happening out there at the moment. Nerves from the fielding side. There's a bit of nerves there from the batters as well. Oh, well, Hardeep, he was probably going back to his fielding position, thinking, how on earth did he not take a wicket in that over? But still, besides all of that, it's another good over from him. It only goes for just the 4 runs. It's 98 for 3 after 16.
There's a few smiles from the fielders around the ground as well. I saw Adam Sen, just before he ran into the middle there, to sort of give the bowler just a bit of a tap on the backside and say, well bowled. He gave a look to us with a big grin on his face because he's loving it. He's like, hey, poor old Scotty drops his catch. Then there was a catch spill down there, and the play almost ran so far under, almost hit him on the noggin. And then there was almost 2 run-outs in that over. It's all happening. It really is. And Adam just had this little grin as the over finished, and you were saying that's the over done. It's all happening. Massive smile on his face. He's loving it, and we're loving it as well. It's so good. Brilliant.
This partnership now worth 46. And they've got to stay. I just feel they've got to stay together. I think if they stay together, I think 150, maybe even 160. You know, I've got a feeling if these two stay together, maybe even 160. If they get a wicket early, then they may even struggle to get to the 150. Now that is close. It's a big appeal. The umpire is not moved. I'm saying it's close because it doesn't get up, and if it's pretty straight, could be curtain. Let's have a look at this. Wow.
Oh, that's definitely going down leg, I reckon.
Yeah, that's going down leg.
What do you think?
It just, yeah, if you have a look at this, yeah, the height isn't a problem, but I think from the angle we just saw, it definitely looks like it's going down leg. So that's why umpire there, veteran, unmoved.
Confident appeal, but on that replay from me, Rico, I thought that was well outside the line. I thought for a minute, maybe if it's hit the back pad, I can understand why the very animated appeal. I mean, it was a very confident shout from Waqar Ali.
Here's John now back on strike. Vujnovic, let's see how he can go. He's going at just over a runner ball, but you can see he knows what he's got to do here. Goes for it. That's a splendid take. That's a feisty delivery there from Waqar Ali. John is doing the right thing now. Look, both the batters have decided they've got to go. It's a very good look where he's taken that, Thuranga. Excellent bit of action there from the bowler to the wild swing from the back to the take there from Thuranga. Waqar, maybe a slower ball here. Phil, what do you reckon? Oh, he tries to try the
Good
slower
shout,
ball,
Rico. Good shout.
but it's ill-directed. Fielder coming across and can't stop it. 4 runs. 4 carreras, badly needed 4, which takes the score past the 100. And I just sensed it would be a slow ball, but one thing, and I have to say, Waka, I said this yesterday as well, that's one thing that he needs to work on. Every time he's tried the slow ball, he's fired a full toss down the leg side and it's been put away.
He has indeed, yeah. He did that a few times yesterday, you're right, Rico. And yeah, he's trying to disguise it, but it's just coming out of the hand a little bit wrong. Something for him to work on the nets.
And now he goes full on, smashes and shatters the stumps of John. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5 ball as the stumps are knocked over. Dande Jakake Punje Rakadite Upline ball in there. Wakarali. That's one of the big wickets they wanted. But you can see that John, he'd made up his mind. He had to be super aggressive in the remaining few overs. And I don't mind that at all. And once again, though, he has helped his team to make a bit of a recovery. And that was a 50-run partnership before that wicket goes down. And it goes down in, well, you can see there, it's a little bit of carnage as the stumps go flying.
Yeah, we talk about partnerships quite a fair bit here, and it's little wonder that in any form of cricket, it could be T10, it could be even T5, doesn't matter. Partnerships, all important, and that 51-run partnership, that came in really good time at a time when they were wobbling quite appreciably, Croatia. So they steady things down. Okay, they haven't got a massive score on the board after 16.4 overs, but at least they've still got wickets in hand. And now it's up to, well, the next batters to come in. Basically, they've got carte blanche for the next, 3 overs and 2 deliveries to go absolute gangbusters here. Just put it away if you can.
And that's what you've got to do here. That's a good delivery. Well bowled. Really good first up delivery. Right up there. And a little bit of extra pace there as well to the new batter that's come out.
Yeah, that was a really good first ball to face that one.
That's Manzoor, isn't it? Manzoor, who, look, don't forget Manzoor. I know he's probably similar to John, to Sam. He's been out there. He hasn't been able to score quickly, but he's got the right technique. He can stay there. Shot. But to the fielder. No run. How unlucky is that? I mean, everything about that was absolutely beautiful. Rocked back, played the beautiful cut shot, but straight to the fielder. Dot ball.
Sometimes you just can't believe your luck. It was close to the body, so the fact that he got that right out of the meat of the bat, but straight to the play. 2 meters left or right, I reckon there was 4, Rico. It looked like 4 off the bat. It looked good. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and it's a dot ball. So 17 overs gone, 103 for 4 on the board. Sagar Mansoor has just joined Hari Prasad Satavi, and between these two, you know what, if they can fire up and put on maybe 30 runs in the last 3 overs, hey, you know what, up to 130 something is still good. I'm not sure about the 150 now, unless they can get a few big maximos in the next 2 or 3 overs. Yeah.
I think I'm with Sathadevi here. I think Sathadevi can maybe do it.
Yeah.
I think if he gets hold of a few, he's certainly got the power. And, well, there is that power. He gets tested with a short one. And Sathadevi goes, boom, shakalagya, bring it on, he says to Hardeep Singh. Singh starts with the bouncer. It's the one for the over as well. A signal there by the Sheriff, Charles Croucher. But what a hit that was. That was a blast.
That was all intent, all aggression. Saw it early and just got in position and went bang, just wanted it. And that has gone a long way back into the undergrowth there. We better put a beeper on those 2 people going out to look for it. I want to make sure we get those players back as well, because that grizzly has gone way, way, way back there. They're going right up against the, I think the fence of, is that the volleyball court there? And that's gone so far back. What a really good strike. First ball of the 18th is taken out of the park with a lusty strike.
Yeah, cracking shot, really was. And, sometimes you see batters shy away from that or take their eye off it, but not Manzoor. He has watched that right onto the beef of the bat, and it's flown away, right, Hardy. And he can't bowl one over the shoulder again, and this is where now he could be under attack. Sathadevi knows it will have to be full, and he's managed to somehow get a little bit of bat of this and keep it out. So Sathadevi is riding his luck a little bit, but he's making it count. Hardy He's getting no luck at all. He quite easily could have had 3 wickets today. He's had 2 catches dropped, and this one, we're not going to see too much of that from, but he just manages to get a bit of an inside edge on that, and it goes onto the pad.
Yeah, a bit of luck running your way, isn't it? No luck running if you're the bowler, but for the batter, though, just cannons into that back leg. Let's see what Mansour can do. It's hard.
For it, and we'll get a boundary shot. Nice. A little bit of rear guard fighting action here now from Croatia, who are still trying to get them to that 150 score.
They really need to. They're trying to muscle their way back into this contest, Rico, and that is a couple of good strikes from these two batters. A hook shot for 6, and then just a muscling shot to deep mid-wicket for 4. More of that for them, please.
Yeah, a little bit more of that, so Hardy. Oh, that's good. Comes back with, it's been a bit of a mixed over, isn't it? It's been a boundary and a little bit of nada, then a boundary. So this one, I'm expecting another big shot here from Sagar Mansour. Time is running out. They know that. They've got wickets in hand. That's the one thing that yesterday we didn't see from Croatia. You got wickets in hand. It doesn't matter if you get out. Take a gamble. Take a risk. Take on the keeper. Whatever it is, try to get the extra runs on the board. Up in the air. Catch. Should be taken. And it will be taken. There's a very good catch there taken by Mangala. That ball always looked like it was getting away from him. Nicely taken. And Hardeep Singh finally will pick up a wicket. They go over to congratulate him because they know that he's probably been a little bit unlucky as the bowler out there. And Sagar Mansour, he will depart for 4. But again, I don't mind that. He's having a go. He's swinging the bat. And that's what they've got to do. And I'm expecting the same from the next man in.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's what he had to do, and the fact that he's okay, chewed up a couple of balls, hit a boundary for 4, and now he goes. It's 2 and overs and a bit to go, so you might as well do it. If you can't put the foot down, step aside, let someone else who can maybe put the foot down. And Croatia, you know what? They're under hiding to nothing right now. They don't have the runs on the board, and they've only got a limited amount of deliveries to get more runs on the board. Just go for it, and that's what they did. Yep, not a problem. The wicket fell, but Hardeep, well-deserved wicket though.
Yeah, it is a well-deserved wicket. Let's see if we can get another one. Oh, he's so close to. This ball has just bounced over the stumps. What a good delivery that is. And look, great comeback, actually. Let's watch this again. This is just, I think this has kissed the bails on the way past into the safe hands of Tharanga. Good comeback from Hardeep. He was under pressure after being smashed for a big 6 when he tried the bouncer on Sathadevi. And then he went for another boundary, but he's brought it back well. 11 come off the over. He does pick up his first wicket. 114 for 5.
As the Grizzly passed the bails, just on that side on replay, you could almost see the Grizzly whispering to the bails, "I'll be seeing you later, mate. I'll be seeing you very soon."
Yeah, you got away with this one. Hey, I've got an answer to give out here. I wonder if
here we go.
Yeah, so I was the question that I was asking at the time was if you can give me the name of the first batter to score 6 consecutive Test 50s. We'll put the answer up on your screen in a moment, but I can tell you that it happened in 1889, and it was Jack Ryder. I don't think too many of you got that right. He was the first batter to score 6 consecutive Test 50s. Was born on this day in 1889. He's unbeaten 2-1 against England in Adelaide in the 1924-25 is one of the great knocks of all time. Australia won by just 11 runs to take a winning 3-0 lead in the series. He was the losing captain in the 1928 and 29 Ashes series, though. So that's the name you were looking for, Jack Ryder, the first batter to score 6 consecutive Test 50s.
Hari Prasad just goes for a big smack there and misses a short ball, just goes down on his knees. Scott Bevan runs down, gives him a little pat on the back and says, "Come on, it's all right." Don't want to pull a muscle with that one, but his eyes lit up for that short ball, Rico. He was trying to channel a bit of Jack Ryder himself, and he unfortunately couldn't get hold of that one. And it's a good delivery, actually. Try it one more time.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
That might even be a wide, you know. It has been called a wide, and it's going to be a minimo. That will do very nicely because that takes him to 190. Just look at this one. I mean, it's just a crazy ball that has gone over the head of Hari Prasad Sathadevi, and the fielder's trying to stop it there. That's Wakarali, who hurts himself a little bit in the process. I think he falls heavily on his hip. So 5 wides, that's a minimum. That's exactly the kind of break that Croatia needed.
Does indeed, yeah. Hey, quick shout out to John Gray in the chat and Chris Addison. Thanks for joining us, guys. Good to see you there. And Jules is still there as well. Thanks for hanging with us towards the end of this innings.
And it's a dot ball. I don't know why he doesn't play at this. You can't be leaving him. Satya Devi, he's done well for his side, but you can't be leaving him. You've got to be swinging at it. The innings is coming to a close pretty rapidly. What do you got here? About 10 balls to go. You've got to go wild.
10 balls left and you leave one outside off. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, you've got to go for it. That's probably the only and first error he's made so far. This time he does go for it. Wants to take two. Wants to take on the fielder. Will they? They're going for it. In comes the throw. And that is going to be out, is it?
No, shake of the head from the
shake
umpire.
of the head, okay.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty close, actually. I thought Bevan was struggling there, but he's a tall fella. He's got long legs. And I think he's gotten home okay. He has. Yep, the umpire gave it a shake of the head straight away. So, good running. Very good running from Bevan there to get back.
It shows again what can be achieved if you put your mind to it. So, yeah, it was, I think, important that Satya Devi does get back on strike. So, Here we go again. Quicker. Played out to the same, but this time it's been hit with a bit more power, so the throw, if it's taken cleanly, should come back quicker, and it does. They just get the single. Nice change of pace there from Adam Sen.
It was indeed. Now we're going to see Scott Bevan. Scott Bevan had a bit of a nightmare yesterday. Didn't have a great first up match. Sat out the second game. In the first match, he had a bit of a shocker with the ball. Really struggled to get his radar switched off and back on again. That didn't even work. Control-Alt-Delete, that didn't work.
I'm sensing, look, he didn't score any runs either. He was 0 not out.
That's right.
I'm sensing a better day for Scott Bevan today. That's what my cricketing senses tell me. And let's see if he can get this one away. At least get off the mark here. Hits it well, and my senses are wrong. My senses are just a little bit wrong as the catch has been taken. But hey, he hits it, gets bat on ball. He's doing the right, or trying to do the right thing for his team, but he can't get it past the fielder on the boundary. Scott Austin takes the catch, and Scott Bevan will go for a duck. It's going to be a 2 balls up for Scott, but unlucky again. Can't criticise him. That's what you got to do.
Yep, showed the intent. And you know what? A bit more elevation. He could have got over his head, and that would have been probably about the 4th time Scott Austin would have watched it fly over his blonde locks. But no, this one straight to the hands, well held.
Yeah, and Scott Bevan will say, yeah, of course he's going to catch it. He doesn't catch the earlier one, the simple one, because it wasn't me. But because of me, of course he's going to catch it. Scott. The 2 Scotts in action. One Scott hitting it, one Scott taking the catch. Scott Bevan, hey, buddy, stick with it. Your time will come. Everybody goes through these little phases. Sen picks up his first wicket. 1 for 29, 1 ball of his spell left. And one Bevan goes, another one comes in. It's Charles, who opts for down the ground option. Now, they've got to keep it just to the 1 because I don't know. What do you think about that one? Take the single there or not? It means that Satya Devi will be kept off strike.
Yeah, I probably would have turned down the run if I was Harry Prasad, because I'd want the strike going into the last. It's 19 overs done. It's 123 for 6 after 19. So yeah, scores at 140, 150 are not going to be what they're going to get to. They still should get into the 130s. There should still be a fair bit of fight there left in the dog when they get on strike and get into this. But it's going to be Charles Bevan who's going to face that first delivery. Conversation mid-pitch between the 2 players. Probably going to be, look, if it's loose and wide, put your back into it and put it out of the ground. If it's coming in towards the stumps and you can't get bat on ball, get something on it and we'll take a quick single.
I thought Adam Sen was trying to start a fire there or something. He was doing a lot of...
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, it's just like... that's one way to warm up your fingers, isn't it?
He's a bit cold. That's what he's saying. He's saying, I'm a bit cold, fellas. Just trying to get a little bit of warmth there. That's what it is.
He's doing it again now, look. No, you know what he's trying to say? He's saying, boys, I'm on fire today. I'm on fire.
And he's saying, anything that comes to me, I'm going to catch because my hands are absolutely on fire.
I tell you what, the amount of pressure is going to be on now if this ball comes to him in the air. I'm telling you. All right, here we go.
Oh, keeps a bit low. Oh, they're going to go for it.
He's missed. Oh, Thuranga, you're not in my bowling team. I'm not having you, Thuranga. You can be on field side.
No,
He's yours. He's yours. I said it first. I had you miss from here. He can't miss from... I mean, he does well to find it, and once he finds it, says, you cheeky so I'll have you. And he misses.
Good running, though, from Harry Prasad to immediately say go, go, go. And I bet that's what the conversation was.
That could be massive, though. This could be. So that little error there from Thuranga, first missing the ball, then missing the stumps, could result in runs. Hardy, and he comes. In the air. Now, Fielder's got a lot of work to do here. And they will come back for 2. That's the important thing to do. So a couple taken. Oh, they won't take another, I think.
No.
Yeah, I think this is where Sathadevi's saying, I'm taking a shot. Hey, look, if he can get a few big shots in here, he'll get to a well-earned 50. Yesterday, his highest score in T20 International was achieved with 34 of 17. Today, he's gone better than that.
Yeah, so that's really good. So that's this is a bit of a shining light. This is something that Croatia will keep in the back of their minds, that, you know, the middle order have actually stood up quite well, and maybe they need to have just a fresh look at the top order.
Would you? I was going to just say to you, would you sort of be saying, look, we reckon he can hand in himself at the top of the order?
I would.
Goes in now, should get a wicket, and it's been dropped. Oh, well, yes, I know Scott Bevan, I know. That's the way it goes. How do you know? You know why? Because he didn't do the old magical. Adam Sen has to teach all the other players how to do that.
Adam Sen would have caught that. I'm not sure what that's happened there.
Rahman puts it down. Mazumda. Oh, dear.
Oh, boy. 3 to come.
I suppose technically it could be you'd rather have a batter out and a new batter in, but technically it's not a bad thing because it does take Sathadevi off strike.
That's true. Bevan now facing.
Oh, that's well struck. There is somebody out there, but can he stop it? Yeah, he can.
Touchdown and... Oh, yeah.
You've got to go for it. Yeah, you've got to.
Clever.
Oh.
Very clever.
It's clever, but untidy from Cyprus. There was never going to be a third run there. So the fielder who's throwing it in from the boundary, I mean, I suppose he does the right thing. He does throw it to the end of the keeper because he thinks it's the safest place to throw it. But, I mean, you could have just casually thrown it back. Talking about casual, it's a very casual attempt to take that from Thuranga. Hey, that could be costly. So the Devi goes back on strike. There's still a couple of deliveries left. Yeah, 2 balls to come. Sathadevi, come on. I'm wanting him to get his 50. I've got nothing against Cyprus at all. I'm neutral, but I think the boy deserves it. His first international 50. Can he get 2 boundaries? That is no. Will he even get 2? Unless there's an error from the fielder, not. And this time you can see it's a gentle little throwback to Thuranga. They get a single.
Well, that's disappointing. Yeah, it was a good delivery though. We had to play it all along the deck, just straight to the fielder for the 1 run, and that means that Charles Bevan gets to face the final ball in this innings. It's 131 for 6 plus this is going to be the score on the board. Similar score to what we saw Croatia get yesterday. And, well, they didn't defend that one. They lost that game by 7 wickets against this same side. Yeah. So here we go. Last roll of the dice. What can they do?
Yeah, Davey Skinner saying the same thing. He'd like to see Sathadevi up the order. We agree with you.
Yep. Good call.
I think he's proved himself now. He's not done it once, he's done it twice. Sometimes if a player performs once, you think, well, let's see what else he can do. But well bowled. They're going to have to run hard here, take whatever they can get. In fact, they're going to get a boundary. There's a little bit of a mini Tortuga there right at the end. Hardeep Singh sees the ball go to the boundary. And Croatia, they don't quite get to the 140. So they say, you know what, we'll split the difference. They'll get to 135. Still, though, I feel that Cyprus will still be the happier side. Though, looking at that innings, if Cyprus and their coach Braithwaite wanted to be really critical, I think he'd be saying we probably gave him 15 runs too many there. I think we could have kept him to that 120. Good knock there from Sathadevi. He'll finish on 43 not out. Really well batted, and that partnership between him and John Vucinovic was very important, that 51 runs. But Sathadevi, when John went, he applied himself and continued going. And Cyprus, though, I think in general, all their bowlers bowl really well. When they got it wrong, they adjusted pretty quickly. Hardeep Singh, probably very unlucky. He's going to go for 34 of his 4 overs with just the 1 wicket. But I think he quite easily on another day could have taken 3 or 4 for around 20.
Yeah, that's it's so true. You have a look at the replay here. The highlights reels, we're doing it right now for you. And be interested to see what they got in those last 5 overs. We're keeping record of those blocks of 5. And I kind of feel, without looking at the score, looking too closely, I kind of feel they've done pretty much almost the same as what they did in that third block of 5. And it's just these little sort of building block sort of approach to the batting is probably what Croatia need to do. Just to have a look at this and break it down into smaller segments and say, well, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? How do we do this better? I also like the shout that you said, Rico, a few seconds ago about Harry Prasad. They've tried him in the middle order. He's succeeding in the middle order. You'd be wanting to push him up maybe 1 or 2 spots. Does he open? I'm not too sure. If you lost him as an opener, you'd be a bit gutted. You think, well, now we don't have that strength in the middle order. But sometimes you've just got to turn to the play and say, are you comfortable opening? Can you get us off to a good start? Because we've seen what you do. We love your work. Can you do it for us at the top? It's a conversation I think the Brains Trust will have as we go into the next match.
Yeah, I think you could go with, I think we talked a little bit about this yesterday. So that was a very good catch. And the unfortunate Scott Bevan, well, his torturous tour continues. But I think you can do what we were saying yesterday. You could go with Sam Houghton and maybe go with Sam and Zach. Then maybe you can go, depending on which wicket falls. If Sam falls, you go with John. If Zach falls, you go with Sati Devi. So you can sort of have a nudger and somebody who can probably bat the whole way there, but will bat a little bit slowly, with someone like Zach or Sati Devi who could get and punish the bad balls and keep the boundaries going at the same time. You need to have, again, it's all about partnerships, and I think those two will complement, or those 4 complement each other really well. That's what they need to try and look to do. Nice to see the drone shot now up there off where we are here in Zagreb, and of course we've got a lot of the university campus around us with this ground is. Let's take a look at that scorecard. So I was saying that we both sort of settled on the fact to say if they could recover and get to 140, it would be a good recovery. So they almost get there thanks to those good knocks and a good partnership there between John and Hari Prasad.
Yeah, totally agree there. And that batting card tells a bit of a story of Sam Houghton at the top there. 19 from 28 for him. He looked good in fits and starts, but also the first half of his innings, he looked worried. He looked just out of sorts the whole time. Oliver Tilley, I'm not sure that he will get a chance to open again in the match that comes after this one.
Yeah.
I'm just a bit unsettled that he should be there, maybe going to middle order. But let's have a quick look at the bowling here. Great economies across the board there. Roshan, the only bowler to miss out on a wicket there, but wickets apiece to all the bowlers. Kamal Reyes, those 2 for 13. They didn't bring him back for that 4th. I think they kept him in the back pocket just in case, and it wasn't needed. You know, break glass in case of emergency. He was outstanding. Really, really good.
Yeah, I like the way that he played. You were asking about how the last 5 overs went. I said that the 5 before, from 10 to 15, they scored 43, which was the best that we've seen from Croatia so far. The last 5, 41. So in the 40s again, which is positive. They lost 3 wickets in that period as well, so that would kind of explain why. So I think that's better. It's a better finish. It's a better last 10 overs. So they get 84, if you like, off the last 10, whereas of the first 10 they only scored 51.
Oh, see, that to me that's night and day.
Yeah.
And that we talked about this in that third block of 5 overs about the intent being shown more and more by the batters. You know, John especially, and of course by Hari Prasad. The fact that they were looking for the singles and they started going for the big hits as well. It was the confidence to be able to say, we got wickets in the shed. We've still got time up our sleeves. We haven't got a great score on the board. What do? We fix the score first. We go after the runs. And a couple of big hits down the ground. A few wickets fell. And you know what? I'm glad to see they had a bit more consistent second half of the innings. And you kind of felt that momentum was shifting a little bit towards the end of that innings as well.
Yeah, and I think in summary what we'll say is better. They finished at the 10 overs much better than they've done in all of their matches so far, the 2 that they had yesterday. But more importantly, the urgency was there and they were taking and running those singles. So much better there from Croatia. Let's see if their bowlers can get a good innings in against Cyprus. I think against Cyprus, look, yesterday in both matches, they only managed to take 3 wickets and 3 wickets. They'll be feeling, come on, let's see if they've got the depth. Let's try and take 4 or 5 wickets and get some of those other batters in that maybe haven't had a knock on this pitch so far, and let's rattle them. So let's wait and see. We're going to take a short break here now. We're going to leave you with the match summary, but we'll be back in probably around about 10 minutes time to see if Croatia can win, the home side, this must-win match and keep this series alive. Rico Fall here, and alongside me, my good friend and fellow professional, Phil G. Join us back in about 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to a hot and sunny Croatia. Well, hot and sunny, hot and spicy. It will definitely be out there in the middle. As Cyprus, there's no doubt they're going out there to seal a series win. They have restricted Croatia to 135 and they will feel that based on the form yesterday that their batters should be able to get together and get a victory here. But yesterday was a long time ago. Today is another day. And Croatia, from what we've seen from them so far, they have been better so far. They've been managing to get a few partnerships going with the bat. Though they have had struggles, there's no doubt denying that. But they've been fighting here because they know they have to fight. They know that this is a big match. 2-0 down in the series with 2 to play. This is like a final for them. And they've just got to give it everything. They really do. Try to get some of those opening batters out there. Only managed to take 6 wickets yesterday. 3 and 3 in the 2 matches. So we haven't really seen so far the likes of Roshan Sriwardana, the likes of Satitra Tharanga, even the likes of too much of some of, say, Adam Sen. We only saw him on the one occasion. So if they can get through the top order, who knows? At the same time, I think it'd be interesting to see if Alexandra Sen gets another opportunity at the top of the order. He wasn't able to get going yesterday. They may feel, having won the first 2, that it's they'll give him another chance. And Scott King also will be hoping to get in the runs. I can see that they haven't made a change. Looking at what I've got in front of me on my screen, they've gone with Roman Mazumda and Alexander Sen. Now, Roman wasn't out yesterday. He made 80 not outs, and he was also not out in the second match as well, 36. And it will start with a shot down the leg side with a boundary. Well, Croatia waited a long time for their first boundary, and it came courtesy of an inside edge, but that's been well hit. Also, it's worth pointing out that the outfield has dried up, so ball will go a little bit quicker. So Mazumda starts with the boundary, 4 runs. Alfred Beresford-Pearce is the bowler. In comes Alfred again. And this time it's called a wide by the umpire. Yeah, so Roman Mazumda scored 80 not out yesterday of 62 player of the match performance. In the second match, chasing 133 for victory. He batted all the way through 36 not out of 40, so he's in good form. Alexander Sen is not, and I quite like the idea that he gets another opportunity. I think Cyprus are keen to give Alexander another chance out there to prove himself. That's a better delivery. Gets this one to angle in. Goes wide of the crease, does Alfred, and gets that ball to dart back into Roman, who shadow bats a few of the shots and tries to keep himself composed. So nice comeback there from Alfred. Lead wickets. Look at the way the field has been set here so far. They've got the 2 players out on the offside. I'll give you those at the moment, the 2 that can be out. It's good delivery, well blocked out. So they've got the 3rd is back on the boundary, and they've also got Point on the boundary. That's the 2 fielders that are allowed outside, and then after that they've got 3 on the inside on the offside. They've kind of got a backward Point pretty close actually in the catching position. Cover and mid-off and mid-on. And staying with mid-on the leg side, they've got 3 on the leg side in addition to that. So that's your field so far. That goes to that fielder that I just mentioned, that short fielder at backward Point. Gets away from him, gets fingers to it, but can't stop the boundary. They'll take a single. One more to the score, and Alexander Sen will face his first. Let's see how Alexander goes. Didn't really get a chance to prove himself yesterday. We'll be hoping that he can go like his brother did in the first match yesterday. Adam did score a 50. Oh, it's good delivery. Really good ball, this. See if we can see this one again. See, it's I think what he does this time round, he comes closer to the stumps and gets it to go away. Yeah, look at that. It's a good sign of that. So that's quality bowling from Alfred. Now, it's worth mentioning that in that second match yesterday, when they were defending 132, that Alfred and Zach put in a fine spell of bowling. It might be too wide, it is, as he goes for the away swinger again. Yeah, they put a fine spell of bowling in, and for the first sort of 7-8 overs, they were really containing Cyprus. Cyprus were on a go slow, and that in the field, it was the first time that we saw Croatia in front and winning out there in the middle. But once the openers came off, then Cyprus took control and went on to win the match. It's well bowled again as Alexander just offers the bat at this one, and it gets past him. So it's the end of the first over, and it's a fairly tidy one from Alfred. He comes back well after being hit for 4 off the first ball. 7 on the board without loss. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me is Phil G.
Hello there, Rico. Hello, viewers. Welcome to the to the run chase, and it's great to have you with us, everyone in the chat and watching from around the world. Unfortunately, there's still no play yet in Wimbledon for the reasons we've talked about earlier. With games starting there in, I think it's midday local time there, so 1 o'clock our time. So that should be after the conclusion of this match. But a good little start here. That boundary off the first ball, I must admit, I thought, oh, here we go. This could be Cyprus showing intent here to get the runs quickly. But then after that, a really good spell of bowling there from Alfred Beresford-Pearce, who just readjusted. A couple of wides, fair enough, but a lot of dots going past the blade. And Alexander Sen still to get off the mark. Roman Mazumdar has got that boundary plus another one to his name as we start the second.
Yeah, Zach Vuskovic. He's a tall lad, and I like him bowling from this end. I think he'll generate some bounce, some extra bounce, and create a few problems for the batters. That's what he's got to do. My first observation here is I like to see. I think if Croatia are going to win this match, they've got to take about 6 or 7 wickets. That's what I'm feeling, and I'd like to see them more attacking. So Zach will get bounced, he will get lift, put some pressure on, get a slip in there, get mid-wicket in there just a little bit closer. So, all right, there's always a chance of Cyprus getting a few boundaries if they decide to go over the top, but I like to try and rattle these two batters, try to rattle Roman Mazumdar. You know, just like that. So he's going, all right, that's been called a wide by the umpire. I wonder if we can have a look at this again. It's the sheriff who's giving the call. Let's have a look here. Well, it's fair enough, I think. Just the last moment, that ball hitting the seam and moving away. But yeah, have a catcher in there. If they're going for these, have that catcher in. Played away will just be a single. That's my thoughts. Attack. The same way we were saying with them with the bat, attack and be assertive with the ball as well. If you're going to get the win here, you need wickets. Just put some fielders in those sort of pivotal areas to try and get that wicket.
I think just to echo that too, you've got a boundary rider on the offside who's pretty square. Bring the cover in about 4 or 5 more steps then.
Yeah, well, there you go. Thank you very much.
It's exactly case in point, Rico.
Thank
exactly
you very
as
much.
you say.
Yeah. Look, you got look. Sometimes I know Zach's a young man. He's a young captain. And he'll learn an awful lot every time he plays. But he's bowling excellent areas, and that one would have been right down the throat of a catching slip. So we know what we're talking about, Phil. Sometimes.
I think
sometimes.
You've nailed it, Rico. That this is a good one. Well, I'll note that one down. Rico 1, coaching stuff now.
Yeah, is that the commentator's kiss? We always get told that's commentator's kiss. That's got to be the commentator's kiss. Hey,
Totally.
What did you get up to yesterday? We haven't talked too much about our evenings yesterday because I think when we went from here, we were slightly frizzled, but it was a long day in the sun. Did you get up to much?
Well, after the game yesterday, I stuck around with a couple of the crew. We were chatting with the Croatian team. Oh, no! Let's get that around the corner. He's got that fine. That's going to run away, you know. That's going to run all the way, actually. So there you go. That's out of the blue as well. So the Cyprus get a boundary there just to go against the tide of the last, 2 overs where it's been a bit starved. And it's the last ball of Zach's over as well. So both the opening bowlers go for 7 off their lonely first over. They've look at the standings there. Well, the standings tell one story, and that is Croatia need to get a win here. So yeah, no, last night, we stayed at the ground for about another 20 minutes after everyone had packed up. Just had a chat with the guys here at the ground. Had a bit of a talk about what we saw as as commentators and spectators, and they took that away and maybe had a bit of a digest of that one. But yeah, no, after back at the hotel, I just kicked back. I was in a bit of a kicking back sort of mood. As you know, I arrived here on Monday with Mrs. G, done a lot of touristy stuff, so I was kind of keen just to have a bit of a quiet one. So I didn't get up to too much last night.
Okay, I want to say hi to Bethany Evans and Anoop, who are joining in the chat. Nice to have you with us. Hello to Wayne as well, as that gets played away. Yeah, I was keen to. I know that you've been here for a couple of days. I was keen to explore, so I got back and freshened up, and I was keen to check out the gyms.
Okay.
Because I do like to go to the gym when there's time, just to a way to unwind after a day of cricket. I did find one, a very nice one actually, brand new. It's about 5 minutes. It's actually, you know where the Lidl is?
Yeah.
It's kind of behind the Lidl, behind the other hotel there.
Yeah.
Brand new. I'll tell you what, I've never been to a gym so impressive. It's massive. It has everything, and literally you can still smell the finishings.
Okay.
It smells new. So yeah, I'd sort of spent about an hour and a half there, and of course, I'll give you one guess. Guess who was there?
Alistair.
Yeah, Alistair was there.
Of course he was.
And we chatted a bit. It was quite nice. We chatted a bit. We both did our little workouts. And then that's a nice looking shot. That is probably going to go all the way for 4 runs. That is right out of the textbook there from Roman Mazumdar. Alfred just goes a little bit too full, and Roman, he executes a delightful straight drive for 4 runs, beautifully played. Yeah, and then after that, I wanted to check out the shopping centre, so I walked over there, just got me bearings of what's there.
Sure.
And then walked back, got to Lidl, got a few bits, and went back, a light snack and a little drink, and off to bed.
Played there. Yeah, it's a nice little area room. We should give a shout out to the Diamond Hotel.
We should. That's what I was coming at to next, Diamond Hotel. It's a lovely hotel, and we've got to say a big thank you to some of the staff there, because they look after us big time.
Yeah. Special shout out to Dorte, who is looks after the morning breakfast routine, and she makes a great cup of coffee. And to all the staff at the hotel, it's our hotel of the tour. It's our partners on this Croatian tour. So thank you to the Diamond Hotel and staff. It
is good to have a hotel partner, isn't it? I know we have one when we go to the Carnum Oval, the Sunset Beach Resort is fantastic. But Diamond Hotel, there's something about, I don't know about yourself, but when you're on the road a lot and you're going to a new hotel, so a lot of the hotels we know, so you know kind of what to expect, you know what's around the area, you know there's a supermarket, restaurants, etc. But when you're going to a new place, it's a little bit like you don't know what to expect. That one just tucks him up a little, wanted to just kind of flick it on the leg side. So of course it's a new hotel, and when you turn up you don't know what to expect, because one thing I think we've all learned is you can't go by what they show you on the old the marketing spiel, because quite often it's not the same hotel at all, or they show you the superior room. It's not where we're going to be. But I was pleasantly surprised. I got to, first of all, as you said, the staff are absolutely fantastic. End of the over, it's at 20 without loss. The staff are absolutely fantastic. They look after you. And I like the way that there's kind of that family feel to it. So the staff that greet you at reception are often there behind the bar getting you a drink. You see them at breakfast. But the room, it's so bright, it's lovely, it's clean, it's big, nice big bathroom. And one complaint if we have, especially us, when we go to a place, is storage.
Yes.
Never enough place, never enough hangers, nowhere to put our jackets or shirts and blah, blah, blah. That one is just going to hold up. It kind of hits a divot on the way through to the boundary, slows up, so the batters have to, take 2. It goes through a few, but it will only just be 2. But here at the Diamond Hotel, they've got plenty of storage, nice fridge, and I like the cupboards they got. The touch open cupboards.
Oh, yeah,
no handles, just a little touch door open.
Yep.
So, yeah, big shout out to Diamond Hotel. And if you are ever planning a trip to Croatia, we recommended them wholeheartedly and very easy, as you found, to get around from there as well.
Transport links are very good as well. Yeah, it's about a 6 or 7 minute walk to the a tram stop. But that tram stop connects you with everything in Zagreb. It's perfect. The number 7 tram goes around the bottom of Zagreb, then works its way up towards the sort of the old town, and then towards the parks. And then number 14 tram just barrels straight into the centre of Zagreb as well. You're in the centre in 20 minutes on a lovely tram ride, nice and easy. And yeah, very clean modern trams as well. So yeah, I'm quite impressed. Quite impressed. Like it a lot. And of course, the shopping centre is brand new. That was only built about 5 years ago as well.
Okay.
The one that's close one, the one you mentioned before.
The one I mentioned?
Yeah.
What's the big stadium that you go past? I mean, obviously, it's a massive stadium. Is it football or?
Arena Zagreb, that is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's for my concerts. That's where I play. the Phil G trio band.
The Phil G.
Yeah.
The Phil G. So actually, that's a good point, because if you mention the arena, then you'll get a good idea of where we are located, because that's a 10-minute walk, if that, from where we are. That's going to be... See, they're the wides that I am and ah about. I just wonder if on profile that's actually a wide or not. But hey, the Sheriff thinks it is. That's a good delivery, good comeback from Zach. And nice to see. Slip in place.
Yes, they're tuning into us. I can tell you that for nothing, Rico. They are tuning into us. They've also got behind the slip, just in the shadows of the very large tree over there. Or just out of the shadows now. There's a third out there, wide, and then you've got the square boundary rider on the offside as well. Oh yeah,
dear.
Yep, that was the problem. You get it past the infield on the leg side, you stray like that, it's going to be 4. Yeah, and it was always 4 off the bat.
One thing to mention, we did say that in the first 5 overs during the innings for Croatia, they got to 20 for 1, and you can see here that Cyprus got to that score in 3 overs, so they're already, without losing a wicket, they're well ahead here, 28 without loss.
They're indeed ahead. They just haven't had the breakthrough, Croatia. It's better delivery full. You said this at the start of this innings, Rico. You said, if anything, they've got to take 6 or 7 wickets. And currently 4 overs done, 28 on the board, wicket not yet taken. And that is going to be troubling for them. They'll start asking the question, where does the wicket come from? Who's the wicket taker? Who's the partnership breaker in our team? They need to find someone. They need to identify straight away a partnership is forming. We need to break it. We've got to do something different to maybe what the plan originally was.
Yeah, definitely. Hello to everybody that's, I know there's some of the Spanish squad are there in Wimbledon. Of course, disappointing news for them that first semi-final won't be happening. So they would have been getting ready for a bit of action there today. But hey, all I will say to you guys, I know there's a lot of nice bars and restaurants there in Wimbledon. And it is today, International Beer Day. So go on, have a cheeky one. Have a cheeky one for breakfast, why don't you? And yeah, of course, beer has a reputation as the drink of choice for the ordinary working man or women. So go on, have one, have a half. Have a half. I'm sure that the weather's pretty nice out there at the moment.
I'm sure it is.
One thing I love about when they talk about International Beer Day, more after this delivery, gets played away, no run there. And that is that beer somehow manages to do what politicians have tried to do for centuries, unite people in a common cause for good. And, it's very important. Our unsustainable thirst for the beer gives us a reason to pause, stop what we're doing, sit down, converse with one another over a pint or 2.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
It turns kings into paupers and paupers into kings. You know who said that? Shakespeare. Not trying to stir you up.
Tell me that again. I'll say that to Vinny. He'll be very impressed.
He'd love that one.
Oh, you write it down for me. Oh,
Oi.
My word. Hallelujah. Well, I think the Grizzlies had too many beers. Have a look at this one go. Oh, come on. Get out of here. Get out of here.
It's incredible.
This one for the over, and this is where the bowler's saying, but hey, umps, I didn't mean it. It wasn't meant to do that.
No intent whatsoever for that short ball. It just hit.
Oh, gee.
It hit a thing. That's quite incredible.
Oh, gee. That was just the OG Phil G. That was just incredible. And there's another one. And this time, it's one that is played and missed as Mazumda. This is better. Good areas. Gets these two continue to do what they did very well yesterday, that opening spell. The question this time is, can they maintain it when they do that bowling change? And will they do the bowling change a little bit quicker? That's the other thing, because we felt that they kind of exhausted themselves a fair bit. did Alfred and Zach. And then when the other bowlers came on, they weren't able to keep the same momentum going. But Alfred certainly going well. That's nicely played. Uses the pace of the ball, but well stopped there by the fielder. Nice, gets a hand on that, does John. Something else that I've got to mention today, and I probably should have mentioned this a little bit earlier. I don't know if you know what Raksha Bandhan is. It's a massive, massive, massive day in India today, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it. So did you know that the festival of Raksha Bandhan can be found and mentioned in texts that are 6,000 years old? I'll tell you what it is after this ball. It's played up in the air. It's in the gap where if they did have the fielder in close, could have been a catching opportunity, but he's sweeping, so they will take a single. Yeah, Raksha Bandhan is a Hindu festival that celebrates the bond between brother and sister. Traditionally, the sister ties a sacred thread on the wrist of the brother. The brother gives his sister a present that takes an oath to protect her and keep her out of harm's way at all times. The ritual is then followed by giving each other some homemade sweets, and it's a massive thing in India, and it's something that the Hindus do celebrate. So I would say from one brother, and speaking from all the brothers around the world, to all the sisters, all our sisters out there, happy Raksha Bandhan Day.
Raksha, yeah, absolutely. That's a nice one. That's 6,000 years.
Yeah.
Texts 6,000 years old have made reference to this. That's quite something.
I remember when we were little, living at home with mum and dad. Of course, I have a sister, so Manjit, hope you're well, and happy Raksha Bandhan to you. But yeah, it used to be a big thing at home. I remember from, one of my earliest memories are my sister tying the sacred thread, and there's so many different ones. They're beautifully decorated. They can be big, elaborate, simple, and she would tie the thing, and my mum or my dad would have already have given me like a few euro coins, so she'd tie it on. I'll give her the money. She'd be happy as Larry. And then we'll have something like jalebis or barfi, which is Indian sweet, laddus, and we'll give, she'll give me a bit, I'll give her a bit, and it was great. And you actually even still, as we have a look at our upcoming events there, we'll leave you to have a look at that while I talk about Raksha Bandhan. But even still to this day, you'll see sisters who will just literally get in a car and go from house to house to house to house with the let's call it a bracelet that you tie on. So it's a big day. So happy Raksha Bandhan to everybody.
Oh, very nice. Okay. We start the sixth now. I was thinking during the fifth over, if Alfred doesn't get a wicket, Zach should probably hold himself back and make a change in the bowling, because that will be 5 overs without a wicket.
Yeah.
And this is what I've been talking about yesterday and also this morning, about identifying a partnership early and trying to break it early. And not just doing the same thing and hoping for a change up again. You've only got a few overs to try to make a change.
Yeah.
Now, Zach's bowling is third. I would have liked to have seen him maybe turn to just to someone else and say, look, let's change things up. I'll save myself for a bit later. Because I'm a good bowler, I can come on later and I can bowl 2 overs in a row and maybe try someone else. So this to me is almost like a last roll of the dice. And you know what? Runs are still being scored freely here at the moment. It was a good previous over from Alfred, only 5 runs from it, but you see there, loose delivery from Zach. It's starting to get quite warm in the centre. It's feeling like it's getting close to 30 degrees already right now in the centre. So I kind of feel that this is the right time to maybe make a change in the bowling.
Both Zach and Alfred are young men, so I don't think fitness or stamina is an issue, but you mentioned the heat. That is an issue. But more importantly, you've got to think tactics. You've got to think about your skills. Batters haven't changed. They're used to you now, and that's why you'll see shots like that. They kind of are reading what's coming their way. It's a good delivery. It's going to be no run this time. As you can see that Alexander Sen is saying, no, stay there. I think that's one thing that Cyprus have done really well. They've never let bowlers, unless the bowler's doing so well and taking wickets and whatnot. They've Scott Burdekin, he's used a bowler 2 overs of 3, taken them off, 2 other bowlers, and then he's brought them back pretty quickly as well. I think that's worked well. Whereas I think Croatia, they've probably left bowlers on a little bit too long, and if they have got overs to come back, they've not come back and bowled, and we saw that yesterday. Zach amazingly never came back and bowled his last over. So yeah, they can certainly learn something from Cyprus there about the way you use your bowlers. So here, Alfred and Zach, I would have given them a couple of overs each, and after that 4th over, no wicket down, I would have changed it. and just hold yourself back. If the next bowlers come on, they don't quite click, all right, you give them, say, 2 and 2 again. And if you need be, you can bring yourself back. So just be prepared to make those changes a little bit more frequently here, because otherwise, especially if you haven't got a breakthrough, those batters are used to what's coming their way. So that's the end of the over, and that's now 6 overs complete with 39 on the board.
Yeah, and it's 6 runs off the over, which, okay, it's not a massive sort of moment here. But still, it's 6 runs off the over. There's no wicket. There was a few good deliveries, but a few good deliveries aren't enough to sort of change things up. I don't think Croatia bowlers can contain Cyprus. They need to take wickets, and they need to really force them on the back foot. So we're now, the power play's now done. It's 39 on the board without the loss of a wicket. And these batters are looking quite comfortable.
Yeah.
They are looking comfortable. So if you don't change the way the bowler is bowling and change the fielding setup, then you change the bowler. If you don't do that, then for me, I think you're just riding your luck, and you're hoping the bowler will suddenly hit a moment where they go, oh, you know, I've had a revelation. I now know how to bowl to this batter a little bit differently.
Yeah.
But unless the captain can work the field with that revelation, how does the change come? And I think that's what Croatia need. They need to find a way to change things up a little bit here.
Yeah, John Heasham, hello John, saying he sees that we have now passed 468,000 in terms of prescribers. That's absolutely fantastic. Thanks, John, for... well, that's Sam Houghton. He's doing a little prayer.
Well, that's one way of doing it, I guess.
He says a little prayer. You know why? He's standing up. Sam, I'm with you. We'll pray for you as well, Sam.
Oh, boy.
Sam Houghton. Just saw him down. He's he probably wasn't doing a prayer, but he looked like he was. Change of bowling. They're going to go for a bit of spin. It's going to be John who's bowling. Not kind of spin, but it's going to be wide down the leg side. I think they're just thinking, right, let's try and keep Rahman Mazumdar in his crease. He does like to bat outside it, but this is straight down the leg side. It's another one which, I don't know. I just think if you're using profile, it's a close one. That's what I bowled. Wicket to wicket bowling.
Yeah, we wish Sam good luck there up at the stumps. Apparently, the emergency services number is 112. So, Rico, you dial the 1 and the 1, and I'll tell you when to hit the 2. I need to be onto this one quick smart. It's the way this pitch is playing. Oh,
it's
boy.
brave, isn't it? It's brave.
yeah, big time. Shot down the ground. Hey, hello to Ian Smullen, who joins in the chat as well. Good to see you. And good to see everyone in the chat. Wayne's in there, I can see. Having a shout out to Steve Cook as well. Hello there, Steve. Thanks for the note before, Steve, about the volume. Hopefully that's fixed now. And hello to everybody. Thanks for joining us here this morning.
Yeah, hello, Ian. Hope you're well. And where are you now, Ian? Where have you driven to? Are you still hanging around there at Rains Park? I know that today Dave is making his way back. I know Dave wasn't going to be there.
That's right.
Able to be there for finals day. So safe travels and happy travels to you, Dave. Here we go. It's John again. Down that leg side a little bit. Oh, my goodness me. Have a look at this. This is a little bit of good fortune here for Rahman. This almost drops back onto his stumps. Watch this. Oh, no, it comes off the keeper.
Okay, yeah.
From the angle from where we are, it looked a bit different, that did. Gone.
Oh, yes.
Got the wicket. They get the breakthrough. Rahman Mazumdar will go, and John Vujnovic has taken a fantastic catch. Caught and bowled. Mazumdar didn't really want to hit it. He just tried to push this away. And that's a great bit of work. Well, maybe this is our HCL software play of the day. You beauty.
That's really good. Excellent stuff there. And not for the first time has John Vujnovic taken a great catch to mess things up for the top order for the Cypriot batters here. He did that yesterday. He went down hard on his shoulder yesterday, had to go off for a spell. This time he's taken another good catch. And hey, Rico, without trying to, shout out that I know everything, but a change of bowler has brought the wicket, and that is exactly the tonic that Croatia needed.
Yeah, and now they've got to use that to their advantage. I know it's only one wicket, but look, with that, bring drinks out. They'll have a quick drink. Captain has got everybody around him and say, hey boys, that's one. When you get one, there comes another. So they'll be upbeat about that one. Great bit of work there from John Vujnovic. What a good catch. Great caught and bowl. That one certainly will be on our social highlights.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. And, John Vujnovic, he's starting to turn into one of my favourite players in the Croatian team. He's gutsy. He's already a half centurion himself.
Yeah.
In terms of his age. So I've got a lot of time for that young man out there.
Experience.
Because he brings experience, and he's helping the youth as well. And I just love his enthusiasm. And now, you know, yesterday when he was batting, he looked a bit cautious. He was moving just slightly back and forth across the crease. He wasn't coming forward to the ball. He had a leg glance for 4, and confidence started building. And confidence does that to people. Now he's got a wicket. Now, let's see what happens for now. Because now Croatia might find a little bit of spring in their step as they finally got a breakthrough.
And that wicket was created also by the wicketkeeper standing up. Romana had to bat differently. Now it could be 2 and 2. It will be. 2 and 2 is going to be a first baller. Scott Burdekin, the captain of Cyprus, will go for a first ball. Peacock Friday, Golden Duck. And James Bond. That's the wicket they wanted. Croatia, they get another one, and it's a big one. Scott Burdekin, so not only had they removed Roman Mazumdar for the first time in this series, remember, he was not out in both the innings yesterday, but it's just a straight delivery, and it looked pretty out from here. And the umpire says, you're on your way, buddy. And, disappointment for Scott, but huge wicket. Croatia have got another 43 for 2, and Mangala Gunasakara, who was the solid, he was the rock yesterday when they were in a spot of bother, comes out at number 4.
2 in 2. Geez, you wouldn't read about it. Well, giving John a bit of a rev up and saying, well, a wicket can make the bowler do anything. And look at that, gets another wicket straight away. And we are on hat-trick watch. How about that? Can John Vucinovic get himself a T20I hat-trick here? How big would that be for Croatia? And not just for him personally, but for the team to feel a bit more pumped up now, as it's going to be Mangala, who's the new batter in. The left-hander's facing the big hitting Mangala. Let's see what happens. What are they going to do with the field? Are they going to bring the field in? They probably should, shouldn't they?
I think they should. Put the pressure on. I mean, they know Mangala's a big hitter, so they set the field back to him, but I reckon you bring the field up. There's going to be a bit of pressure here. Hat-trick ball. Can John Vucinovic, 50-plus years old, get a T20 international hat-trick here? The last ball of his first over. He gets ready, checks the field. Mangala kept waiting, feeling the nerves. In he comes. And it's fired down. It's a quicker one down leg side. Excellent bit of fielding there. Have to say, that's superbly done by the fielder, Scott Bevan. Scott, nicely done, buddy. Just sprays it down the leg side, and that's great work. And look at the way he throws it. Not even looking, just throws it underarm.
I love that. Flat on his back and just tosses it back, says, I don't want to hang on to this. I'm not a chicken. I'm not going to hatch this egg. Have the ball back, please. And away we go. What a great over that was, though. 2 wickets, 5 runs from John Vucinovic. He's turned this game just a little bit more around for Croatia there, just with that single over. So well done to him. That was excellent stuff. 44 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, and Paul Holm saying Croatia back in the match. You're not wrong there. That is exactly what they needed. Hello to Scotty as well, who joins us. Hello to everybody. They're all coming in from everywhere now. Hello to Steve Cook. Nice to have you all with us. Of course, most of you were expecting to see the semi-finals kicking off there in Wimbledon, but of course, a bit of an issue with Barnstad this morning. That means that first semi-final is a bit of a forfeit. So Spencer will be booking their place in the final.
I thought it was maybe a couple of wickets falling here in Zagreb, and everyone just suddenly started tuning in, saying, hang on, Phil and Rico are on top of something there. Let's get over and have a look at that. But welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Exciting times now. Exciting times
indeed. All right, here we go. And it's going to be Charles Bevan. He's going to start with one, which is a little bit too wide, but I like the plan. Look, Croatia, like Cyprus, must have done some homework. And one of the things that they would have said is, right, okay, this guy, if we are bowling to Mangala Gunasakara, let's keep the ball outside the off. He likes to hit down onto that leg side. And I'm going to have to get up and try and see past the, look at the igloo. And there's the fielders there. 3 on the leg side waiting, as you'd expect, to Mangala.
Yep, absolutely. There's a ring of 3 saving the boundary. We go straight down the ground this time. Oh, smacks into the leg.
Should be going 2 here. Got to go 2.
Oh, there's a bit of an injury here, possibly.
Yeah, well, that's Satadevi, who is running after this, and he kicks it. He wants to spray. Watch this. The problem was that he had a fielder backing him up, and that fielder then has to backtrack. There he is, and go after it the other way. So other one was probably would have got there, and they would have got a single, but the kick there from Saty Devi allows the batters to get two, and I think Saty Devi was the first to say, bring out the magic spray, because that's hit him right on the bone there, right on the shin.
Players seem to have like a little symbol for spray. They do this with their finger. That's what he did.
Oh, is that out? What's that come off? What he's given him? He's given him. It's an incredible catch from Sam Houghton. Absolutely incredible. One-handed grab. It's a bit of jalebi delight for Sam Houghton. And that little kick from Saty Devi that gets Mangala back on strike has worked out a treat. What a grab. What a bit of action. What a catch there from Sam Houghton. And Cyprus, they lose their third wicket. There's going to be no heroics for Mangala this time. The man who scored 64 yesterday to get his team to a victory. He's going to go for just 3 or 4.
Incredible. The big hit in Mangala, he goes. And this is a massive breakthrough because he was on fire yesterday. He settled into the role yesterday in match number 2, had to play it a bit cautiously for the first half of his innings, and then came out absolute going gangbusters in the second half. Look at this. Goes to the big swipe off the hip, gets a little feather edge. Umpire in no doubt there was a little something on that. And, well, Sam has held on to a one-handed screamer. He knew there was something on that. Bowler was absolutely adamant as well. Bevan with a big breakthrough. Oh, Croatia, they're starting to rock the boat here. And Cyprus are just starting to feel a little bit of heat now under this this lovely Zagreb baking sun. And the heat is coming.
The heat is coming. The heat is on. It's getting hot and spicy in the kitchen. And Phil, bowling changes, they've worked. The bowling changes have worked. And how about this, though, also? Let's just take a moment to talk about this. The two batters, two brothers out there in the middle. Alexander Sen has been joined by Adam Sen.
Okay, we've got the two Sen brothers out there, A Sen and A Sen. We're not repeating ourselves, but they are two of them, Alexander and Adam. Adam facing, Alexander at the non-striker's end.
Oh, they look very similar as well. This is going to be fun for us and the scorers, isn't it? We could have bought somebody a pair of red shoes or something, couldn't we? Oh, that's not a good delivery to the new batter.
Pressure relieving delivery, that one to the batter, just facing the first ball like that. Also, remember, there's two brothers playing in Croatia. That's Charles Bevan and, of course, Scott Bevan. So we're good to see if the two brothers could get involved on both sides and try to force the two brothers on the other side to make some errors. Keep your eye open for that.
Yeah, Bethany Evans, congratulations in winning the Under-19 semi-final, and good luck when you play in the final. And do let us know how that goes and when that is.
Yeah, good shout out to Bethany there. Yeah.
It's clipped away nicely. It'll just be a single. Croatia will know they've still got work to do. I mean, we're at a point now. You've got two batters that we do know of and we have seen. After this, there'll be batters coming in that we haven't had a look at yet, or Croatia. That's what Croatia are looking to do, get another wicket. But Adam Sen yesterday was in very good form when he scored that fine 55 or 34. He is somebody who does like, I would say he's a bit like the Saty Devi of Cyprus. He does like to play shots.
Yeah, he does indeed. That was a great innings yesterday. Good shout, Rico. Yeah.
A little waft here from Alexander, Alexander's the plotter. He's the dabber. He's just likes to try to carve away at the innings. We haven't really seen him play a shot in anger yet, but he's still there. And I think the two of them here will say, hey bro, I've talked about Rakshabanan today, which is all about brothers and sisters. Now here it's all about the two brothers at the moment. They'll be saying, look, what an opportunity for us to put a good knock on together here. On the pad, but going down the leg side, not out this time. So Sen was just trying to give that little nurdle around the corner, you see, but perhaps just a little bit slow on it, but you can see the ball clearly going down leg side. End of another over, end of another good over. So 4 coming off that, and of course the wicket, they're going to go straight back to John Vujnovic, who is in some tremendous form at the moment. He wants another couple of wickets, I'm sure. He picked up 2 for 5 in his first over. So score now 48 for 3. So now it's time for Cyprus to do what they did yesterday when they, in match number 2, were sort of a little bit under the cosh. they had to regroup and build, and they did that really well. And they got a good partnership going, and they'll be hoping that the two Sens, the two brothers out there, can get a good partnership for them.
Yeah, I think as Jules in the chat said, could be a sensational partnership coming. Well done, Jules. Don't forget to tip your waitress. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Nice one, Jules. Yeah, 48 for 3. And yeah, these two, they've, well, I don't think there's alarm bells ringing, but it's 8 overs gone, 48 for 3. The run rate is probably below where they want it to be, but it's not in dire straits.
Ooh, I wonder if we got a side look at this one, because I mean, it probably should be a wide. I don't know if that's a wide that's been given, but may have been an opportunity for a stumping here. We'll quick look at it here. Does he get drawn out of it? He does. He gets off balance.
Oh, he does.
And yeah, that's an opportunity. No run this time. So now it's Croatia who are applying the pressure. I'm pleased to see that they have got some bodies in close. I mean, I would even have that. The sweeper who's out on the offside in at the moment. Just be there for the catch before these two get going. You see there, if he's in there now, there's no single. So I would bring him in. I really would bring him in and say, look, all right, I'm here. If you're going to get it past me, you got to go over the top. But there's every chance I'm going to catch you.
Yeah, because you expect the two Sen brothers to just to buckle down for the next couple of overs and not maybe play too many streaky shots. You know, this sort of along the ground, look for the singles, just sort of prod the field, try to push it through the gaps. I don't think they're going to start to sort of try to launch because they don't want to lose another wicket.
No.
And they've got so much time. The run rate's still in hand. It's 7.58 required.
Yeah.
It's a good time to bring the field in.
Bring them in
I agree.
because they don't want to take the big shot. That's the wide. That's Sam Houghton, who was praying before he took the helmet and stood up. He gets that one right in the chest.
Oh, he does, yeah.
And there'll be a bruise there. And quick check from Scott Bevan to say, you all right, Sam? Sam said, yeah, I'm all right. I'm fine. But look, yeah, but they're not going to play big shots now for a number of reasons. They want a partnership going. They've just got in. And secondly, another over, then they've got drinks, and they won't want to lose a wicket before drink. So put everybody in. Put the pressure on them.
Yeah, I agree. This is the right time to do it. Yeah, that's a good shout, Rico. Yeah, they're gonna they'll retreat. They'll just introvert a bit here, I reckon, in the next over or so.
It's clipped away nicely, and will be 4 runs. It's beautifully played. It's a really nice shot. It's a no-risk shot because, once again, unfortunately, Vujnovic just strays onto the pads. And Alexander Sen, welcome boundary for him. It's an easy shot, no risk involved. They haven't got anybody on the 45 waiting to take the catch. So that's the end of the 9th over, 56 for 3. So wasn't able to repeat the antics of the previous over. This time, Vujnovic, he'll go for 8.
So 80 from 66, so one more over to come. Expect to see maybe Bevan come back, or they might try and change it up a little bit. I think Bevan should come back on.
Yeah, he took a wicket, didn't he, in that
Yeah, he
last
did.
over as well. Only went for 4. But yeah, I'd like to see Bevan just say to Zach, hey, Zach, 1 over, they got drinks. I don't think they're going to try and do anything big here unless I bowl a really bad ball. So let's put a bit of pressure. I mean, mid-wicket, it's all the way on the boundary. I don't like that. It's very defensive. It's very negative. You need wickets here. I think you need players in those catching positions. They're appealing here, and the umpire at the moment is unmoved, and I don't know why the ball's ended up there. Let's have a look at this again. It's I don't think there's anything on it. Houghton takes the catch. He likes it. He's appealing, and then
He has to go.
I don't know who he's passing it to.
He's passing it to no one. He goes. I think he goes to underarm back to the bowler.
I wonder.
And just gets nowhere near him.
I wonder if the appealers worked there because they haven't given it a wide. So the appealer might have worked.
Maybe it came off
The
our
sheriff.
thigh pad,
The
possibly.
sheriff gets done there. Yeah, it could have taken a bit of the thigh. But gone! Got him! Absolute beaut! Charles Bevan gets the breakthrough, and the dangerous Adam Sen is going to be going back. I think they might take drinks here now as well. So we'll have a bit of time to talk a bit here. But what a good delivery that is. Perfect. He pitches it up, and it's almost like Sen wasn't ready for it. So we're in new territory now, as Cyprus have, for the first time in this series, in match number 3, lost their 4th wicket.
Yeah, the cage has well and truly been rattled here, and this is a great delivery. That is what we call, well, in Romania, that's called a persica. Anywhere else in the world, you call it a peach. Pick your fruit, but that is an absolute beauty. That is a cracking delivery. Charles Bevan gets his second. 2 for 4 he's got from that 1.2 overs, and you're right, we're going to take the drinks break now. Would have been at the end of the over, but of course the wicket falls in the 10th. We will take a drinks break, and that's fair enough. So a moment here just to reflect on how this innings is going. And Croatia, after enduring a good, well, sort of 6.5 overs of no success with the ball, they've now found success. John Vujnovic has picked up a couple of wickets. Bevan's picked up a couple of wickets. Between the two of them, they've really dragged Croatia kicking and screaming back into this contest. And they turned to Cyprus and said, like I said at the start of the day, you're not going to have it your own way today, folks. You had your way yesterday. Now it's our turn to shine. And this is a really good performance from the bowlers.
It's wonderful. It's really good to see. They're fighting. They're up now. They've got their tails up here now because they've got Cyprus sort of on the back foot, I think, for the first time in this series. It's the first time that Cyprus have lost more than 3 wickets.
Yeah.
And a new batter has come out there. I haven't seen who that batter is just yet. We'll confirm that for you for a moment. So it could, I mean, I would imagine they'd go with someone like Roshan Suwardana, or they could go with even Scott Austin. I think it is Scott Austin. I've just seen the number of the bats. So they've gone for Scott Austin, who's probably once again a little bit more traditional, a bit safer, more correct, because I think after him, all the batters that will come in are going to be more, you know, more aggressive in the way that they play. So Scott Austin is probably the last of the stroke players and nudgers. After that, is all out attack. So this is going to be a good test for Croatia because they're in front here, I would say, because they've just taken that wicket, but also a good test for Cyprus, who I think they need this test as well, Cyprus. There's no point in them winning this series very comfortably. They'll need to also see how they perform when they've got a little pressure being applied on them, and the pressure is being applied.
A shout out to David Skinner, who's fast becoming one of my favourite chatters in this tour, who's just pointed out that a peach in Croatian is breskva. Thank you for that, David. Ooh, lovely. Getting spicy out there, Rico.
Getting spicy, and I like it. Charles Bevan, he's going to be boosted with the 2 wickets he's picked up, 2 for 4 so far. I like what Bevan's doing. He did the same thing, didn't he, to Adam? A couple of deliveries that are short into his body, and then he gets the one that right up there in the block hole. Let's see if he can go for that one again here to Scott Austin. Austin wants the run, taking on the fielder, but he's going to get 2 here.
He will get 2.
Well, he should have got 2, and well, I don't know why has Alexander Sen said no. That's an easy 2 after the error there from Sagar Manzoor.
That was always 2. Always 2. They had so much time when the ball went through the hands to just, they would have ambled that second run. Well, maybe Alexander knows something we don't.
It's nicely played, just takes a single now onto the leg side there. But that one almost, it's not quite how you expected that to go. I think that surprises him a little.
Yeah, okay. Last ball of the 10th coming up, 58 for 4, so we won't have an extended break at the end of this over because we had the drinks break after the fall of the wicket. But last ball of Bevan's second over has really bowled the team back into the contest, him and John Vujnovic.
Pitched up, that's nicely played. It's going to get past the kung fu bit of fielding from Sethi Devi, and it's a double foot fail. They'll get 4 runs. Now, Sethi Devi should have learned his lesson. He's already had to have the magic spray on one of his legs. But look, sometimes I don't like to see this at this level. You've got to get down. You should be sliding to try and stop it. Both fielders trying to do it with their feet and failing. There's going to be 4 runs to Austin. And he gets his first boundary. 74 required in 60. End of the over, 62 for 4.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame about that last boundary down the ground for Croatia. Obviously for Cyprus, they would have loved that. Just happy to finish the over with a boundary. It's the same way they finished the previous over as well, getting a boundary. And for them, a boundary, 1 boundary every over, with singles here or there throughout the over, that'll see them across the line. The required run rate is at 7.4. So you get 1 boundary. that's half the runs taken care of right there, and then they get pushed around for ones and twos. Not even every ball has been ones and twos. They should get the runs, not a problem. Keep your wickets. So that boundary would really make Cyprus quite buoyant. But for Croatia, that would be. I'd be a little bit upset about that if I was the bowler.
Yeah, I think you're upset about that if you're Team Croatia. It's not it wasn't a good bit of fielding. It's played quite nicely off the pads. Now, to give you my normal 5-over update.
Yep.
So in that 5, after going 33 of the first 5, no wickets lost. In that second 5, they lose 3 wickets and score just 29. So Croatia definitely win that quarter of the game.
There you go. That is interesting stat. So that's a good fight back from Croatia. Really, really good fight back. Well, actually, they lose 4 wickets, don't they?
Yeah, 4 wickets. Beg your pardon, 4 wickets. One thing I would have thought long and hard about this.
Yeah.
And even though John Vujnovic is bowling very well, I would have returned back to my openers. After taking 4 wickets, I would have said, right, openers, come back on, come back on, have an over each. So I'm talking here, of course, about Alfred, who would have bowled himself out, and Zach, have 1 each at this stage, because saving yourself maybe for nothing. Try and get those extra wickets now and get on top.
Yeah. We talked about yesterday about this, who bowls the 11th, who bowls after the drinks break.
Yeah.
And they've kept Vujnovic on.
Yeah.
So to your point, I completely agree with you. This would have been a great time to bring big pace back on.
He's bowled brilliantly well. I'm not saying he's bowling badly, and he could get another wicket. I just think, just go with your best bowlers to try and get a breakthrough, as you still got one relatively new batter out there. Alexander's been there right from the beginning, but he hasn't as yet kind of opened up. So it'd be a good time to attack them again straight after that little drinks break. Just change it up. Don't let the batters get used to the bowling that's coming. I mean, Alexander will be used to it. It's still new for Scott, who's on strike. And he goes for the big one, and I think not too many fielders. I would say not too many batters have managed to clear the fielders on that part of the groundary. But Scott Austin, he certainly has. That's gone a long way. In fact, that just bounces just before the perimeter fence. What a good hit that is.
That was a lovely clean strike. Straight through the line of the ball too. No cross bat, no inside out. Just absolutely hooked that one with a huge, huge drive. Lovely strike. Worth noting too that, Cyprus lost 4 for 13. 4 for 13 in less than 3 overs, which is why they ended up in a bit of a mess, and why it was the point that we're very focused on now, talking about what happens after that, because the job's not done. How do you get more pressure back on? What do you do with the bowling? How does the field react? And now the pressure's been released.
And they're still going with Bevan. So again, Bevan, he's bowled wonderfully well.
Yeah.
But you can save him. You can save him. Just try something new. I mean, I would have liked to have seen Zach bowling this over.
I would have brought pace back as well.
Then should just take a leisurely single.
Yeah, so it was 9 off the last over. That last big 6 towards deep mid-wicket was pretty telling. But again, I'll say it again, it's another boundary off the last ball of the over. That's about 3 or 4 in a row now, which means they keep up with the run rate required. If wickets aren't falling, that is where Croatia could lose the game. Croatia,
of course, folks, need to win this one. We've got to try and stay in the series. That's one down the leg side, and a good take there from Sam Houghton. Yeah, you've got to win this. Remember, if Cyprus win this match, then they take this T20 international series with 1 to play. And of course, going into that one, even though there's still ICC ranking points, etc., to play for, but you lose the series, and it's always difficult playing a match when you know that series has already been decided. So this is a huge match, really, for Croatia. Cyprus, if they win it, they win the series. Down the ground, beautiful shot. It's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Lovely strike again there from Scott Austin. And Scott Austin at the moment here is making the most of the opportunity he's getting. It's a delightful shot. No risk involved here. There's nobody there. And he knows even if he mistimes this field, he's still going to be safe and probably still get a boundary.
Yeah, 100%. That was a proper high percentage, high return shot, that stroke. It really, really was. And he's played it beautifully. His driving has been quite exceptional. And I know he's only been there for, what, 8 deliveries, but he's looking confident, but he's looking like he's got the intent to just wrestle the ascendancy of this game back away from Croatia, who looked good when they took those 4 wickets in 13 runs.
Just up in the air, see. I thought that we might, see, little things like that, they won't get punished for that. But you've got to get your hands down to it. I thought there might have been a slightly slower delivery there from Bevan into the body of Austin. Austin hasn't been tested on the short ball yet. He's played down the ground beautifully. Yeah. And I think that's what, that's another reason why maybe Zach or Alfred coming back on, because they've got that extra yard of pace, which could just tuck up somebody like Austin with a short ball. Something that he needs to be tested on. Alexandro just plays that nice full pitch delivery. That's the one that got his brother. And Alexandro says, you might have got Adam, but you're not getting me with it. So keeps that one out.
Okay, so the big question for us, Rico, then is who do you bowl next? Do you bowl out Bujnovic? Because you don't want to save him to the last, do you?
I think you do. I think you do. I think Alfred and also the captain, Zach, bowl them now, bowl those 2 overs now, try and get those wickets, because you can see that the way the rate is and the way things are going, Cyprus could win this like they did yesterday in the sort of 15th or 16th over, and then you're holding yourself back for nothing. Yeah. Now's the time that you need impact. Now's the time that you need a wicket. Austin, you don't want him to settle. He's going well. So get that breakthrough now. Get another batter out there and work on them. And if that means you have to go back to Alfred and to Zach in the next 2 overs, then I think you do it. And that's another one that could go all the way to the boundary. You know, I don't know if it comes on the bat. If the chase is on, I think... Oh, I don't know. For me, I feel that's 4. I feel he's touching the rope when he does the fielding here. We'll see it again here. Leg bye's been signalled, but I think when he's diving here, I think he's in contact with the rope. Well, you make your mind up about that, does he?
It's hard to tell. It's in the shadow there. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, I think they've just gone with, of course,
they have, yeah.
The umpire score, which is it's 2 runs, but just there. Well, maybe yes. I mean, yeah, I don't know if it catches his other arm on the way through there. It's a bit shaded there. Nice place to be, actually, at the moment. That's why all the spectators like that part of the ground. But they will get a couple 2 leg byes, and that takes the score to 81 for 4. 10 coming off that over.
10 off the over. So we're at this little bit of a crisis point here for Croatia. And I'll tell you why, because they've only used 4 bowlers. They have to introduce a 5th, and they probably have to introduce that 5th now. However, you kind of feel they now have put themselves in a position where they have to bowl out John Bujnovic. They've got to bowl him out. Yeah. So they kind of push themselves in a bit of a corner in terms of options here of bowling. Yes. And this is just something that I think that they may have missed. And I kind of feel that now with only 4 bowlers being used, do you have to turn and use a 5th? I think they probably do, unless they're going to bring back, is it Beresford-Pearce?
Yeah, they are making that. They're making that call that we probably. Well, so remember myself and Phil here was saying that Alfred should have bowled for us that over number 11, and Zach should have bowled the 13th. So they are going for Alfred here now. Let's see if he can get a breakthrough and inject some extra pace and bounce into this. He's bowling to Alexander Sen to start off with. Very early, as soon as that gets played away. Sen just seems to have set himself to be the man who's going to be there. He's like the anchor. He's saying, you know what, nothing's getting through my defences. I'll nerdle away at singles. He's seen that Scott Austin is hitting the ball quite nicely. But first time that Scott Austin, though, is going to be facing Alfred. Let's see what he makes of him.
Yeah, this will be a bit of a test for batter and for bowler as well.
Asking the question, I felt it was going down the leg side. Yeah. I think that's what the umpire, Vedran, is saying here. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's going down the leg side. And it's a long way out of his crease as well as Scott Austin. And that ball did look like it was going high as well. Yeah, here it is again. Ball is probably on the way up, you see, but it is clearly missing the leg.
Yep. Also, just slowed that delivery up a little bit. There's Guelva bowling now to Sen, who's looking pretty solid.
Oh, that one doesn't come up at all.
It doesn't, does it? That's the occasional daisy cutter, worm burner, grass cutter, whatever you want to call it. That is the occasional one that does not get up.
Yeah, just look at that. Interesting how all of a sudden Alexander Sen is starting to move around a fair bit, isn't he? From where his stance was to where he ended up when that ball came. I mean, he's gone forward and he's sort of gone from he takes like a leg guard. He ends up almost outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Gets that away. Double is the shout. Now, Scott Austin, he is quick, we know, but even he in the end says, nah, there's no need, we don't need to take it. And decides that the single will do.
Yeah, that's probably pretty clever to turn that one down. You did hear, yeah, as you say, Rico, double, but once the fielder picks it up quickly and got rid of it, it was never going to be two. And both batters for Cyprus both said nah. So 2 balls to come in the over.
Austin works his way. There's a fielder out there, has to deal with it and does well. Just a single. And, I think what Scott is probably keeping an eye on is the square leg boundary. So though they've got the mid-wicket and long on back, if he's able to get the swivel on it and get over the short square who's by the umpire, that part of the boundary is unprotected.
Yeah, it's a big doorway there, isn't it?
I kind of like the field that's been set because it's kind of encouraging the batters to try and go in that area. It's the only part of the boundary that's been left uncovered, because if you look on the offside here, they've got the short cover and then in between, he's in between 2 boundary riders. So they've got 2 either side of him, so they kind of got a backward point, a sweeper on the offside close to extra cover. They've got the long off who's back as well. So it's a nice field. It's just basically what they're saying to the batters, well, you can get singles, they're there if you want them, but if you do want the big boundary, you're going to have to try and go across the line and clear the square leg. So Alfred, he does finish his spell. He's bowled very well. 4 overs for 22, very similar to what he did yesterday, but he's not able to get that breakthrough. So just the 5 come off that over.
Yeah, and 30-run partnership now of 3.4 overs. So settled down after those 4 wickets fell in very quick succession. They've really settled in here, losing 4 wickets for 13 runs off about 3 overs. Things have settled down now, and Cyprus they've done what they did yesterday, and that is just bat smart, but also keep the scoreboard ticking. This is what happened in the match yesterday, wasn't it, Rico?
Yeah.
When we were doing that run chase.
You're right, but Croatia, though a little bit later than we were calling for it, have done what they didn't do yesterday. They're going back to the opener. So Alfred, tidy over, 5 runs, couldn't get the breakthrough. Can the captain, Zach Vuskovic, get that breakthrough? In he comes. It's nicely played. And it might go for 2 here if they come back. And yeah, they should. There's 2 runs there.
There's 2.
There's easy 2 runs there now. I wonder if this is all about Cyprus saying, look, we don't have to use up too much energy. It's very warm out there. Conserve your energy, take the singles because we're well ahead, needing around 7 and over. All right, Austin facing Zach for the first time. Gets beaten by Butte. Absolute seed. This must have done from the way Sam Houghton has taken this. Let's see this again. This must have done a lot. Let's have a look at this delivery. It's an absolute beaut.
That is the Croatian Breskva. That is an absolute Breskva.
I don't think we're going to see that delivery again.
Oh, that's a shame because it
was a great ball though.
That was perfect.
Firmly hit. Fielder there. Watch the bounce. Oh dear. Ah!
Oh,
that's about 3, isn't it? That's about 3 that we've seen. Then, well, he's obviously gone down and he's made a bridge with his 2 legs, because I think that's gone in between his legs.
It has, you know.
Let's have a look at this. And yeah, that's not the way to do it. Come on, you're taught how to do that at the age of 8. Well, I certainly was. Long barrier, side on, get something there. That's a real big mistake. It allows the batter, Austin, to get another boundary. Now he wants to get funky. Oh, Austin in the house. And it's showtime. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket here in Croatia. How about this for a classy shot? Oh, you beauty.
Well, sometimes it just goes your way. Gets in a position and have a look for a flick from side on. Just goes, yep. Pure intent, as you see, and he's connected that from the middle of the bat and elevated it nicely. Didn't have to try to put the big welly into it, but he connects it nicely for 4. And Zach made it look a little bit silly there. Oh, this one keeps low. This is going to go for a run all the way as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's all coming apart. It's all coming apart now. Oh, tell you what, sometimes things just don't go your way, and Zach's probably feeling the weight of the world on his shoulder right now. Firstly, he gets ramped rather nicely for 4, and this one gets past everybody. It just kept low, and keeper can't get anything on it, back can't get anything on it, fielder can't get anything on it, 4.
Yeah, I think on a normal situation, Houghton's on, face up to that, but he goes side on because he thinks it might get that Tortuga bounce. And on this occasion, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Slower delivery this time from Vuskovic. So him coming on hasn't quite worked. It's actually an expensive over. It's the most expensive that we've had in this inning so far, especially with those 4 buys. It means that 13 come from it. And Cyprus just 1 away from putting the 100 on the board.
Yeah, that's going to sting. 99 for 4 after 14. That's really going to sting. You can see there the carnage that happened at the top. Well, the middle top order there, Scott Burdekin going for a first baller, Mangala going for 3, Adam Sen going for 3, all these sorts of things happening out there. And I think it's a bit of an equipment change there for the keeper.
Well, Sam is getting the lid. I wonder if he's going to do a lid of prayer again. Sam has been given the lid. That means that he's going to be standing up again.
Probably wants like a chest guard as well, and maybe something to cover the throat.
Like the
baseball umpires. Yeah, that's exactly what I was channeling. Yep.
That's what you need out there.
You do need that, because this pitch, it's unpredictable and it is an absolute character.
They go back to John. And he's going to get played out there. They're wanting to this time. And once again, they sort of start and stop. But I think if they committed and went straight away, they probably would have got there.
So we just started the 15th over.
Yeah.
They've still only used 4 bowlers. So who do you think they're going to turn to? Because they're going to have to turn to 2 bowlers now.
Well, one big surprise for me, as that gets played away, is that they haven't gone to Sethi Devi.
Sethi Devi, yeah.
Now, Sethi Devi bowled well yesterday.
He did.
He did. He's a good all-rounder. And he took 1 for 22 yesterday. Haven't gone to him yet. Now, I don't know, maybe there's an injury, maybe there's something we don't know about. So Sethi Devi definitely is one of those bowlers. And he is a wicket taker, but they haven't gone to him.
They'll have to go to Sethi Devi and probably Razmilic.
Played firmly, but straight to the fielder. Yeah.
I feel that those 2 bowlers should have been shown the ball sometime
already.
In the last 4 overs. They should have come on already and bowled at least 2.
It's a massive risk, isn't it, to now just say, right, okay, we've bowled everybody out. There's the throw on the stump. Sethi Devi wants to ask the question, but I think the batter, Scott Austin, was in there comfortably.
Yeah.
But a good pick up and throw, nonetheless, there from Sethi Devi. Yeah, they're gonna do this the hard way, and I think, well, it's one of those also feel, isn't it, that whoever the other bowler is, if they just bowl 1 over where they get carted, that takes the game away from you.
Yeah, yeah. So Charles Bevan is he's got 1 ball. He's got 1 over left after this.
Yeah.
The other bowlers that have been used are used up.
Hit hard down the ground. Gear. Shaka Lagia. Well, what a lovely hit that is. That is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than the bowl of Rasmalai. So he's good hitter.
Scott Austin, what a shot that is. He has absolutely muscled that one. Hit straight through the line of the ball. That's a cracking good shot, Rico. I'm enjoying his innings. That's a great shot.
Wonderful hit. He's hitting beautifully down the ground, isn't he? And gets the legs out of the way and hits it out of the middle. Now, no. Good call. Austin wanted it. And I think that was the sounds of Alexandra said. We heard there saying, no, end of the over. John Vujvanic finishes his 4 overs, 2 for 30. Good figures there from him. That over goes for 9. And Cyprus are 108 for 4 after 15. And we were talking about how the last 5 overs, they only scored just the 29 runs. But this time, the acceleration has been proper. It's what you would expect it to be. And of that 5, they score 46.
Yeah, that's telling. That really is quite telling there. And unfortunately for John Vujnovic, he can't find the magic that he found early on. In fact, you know what? Even Zach couldn't find the magic with that 13 off his over, then 9 off that over that's just been completed. And this partnership, they've taken it from 56 for 4 to 108 for 4. So it's another 50-run partnership, and that's come along in very quick time as well.
Yeah, it can do. And happening very quickly. Hey, here's a little question for you.
Okay.
All right.
What you got first?
Now, you were saying WG Grace when we were talking about that 6 50s on the spin in test. It wasn't him, of course, gave you the answer to that. Right, at the age of 66, WG Grace played, almost played this back to the bowler.
Almost.
It is Satyadevi comes on now. WG Grace, at the age of 66, played his last match in club cricket. Can you or anyone tell me how many runs he scored and how many wickets he took?
My short answer is no. Just straight to the point. I'd be guessing, and of course I will have a guess. Swing and miss. Flirts with the wide line, but is successful. Gets past the swing blade of Alexander Sen. He's been in for 33 deliveries for his 25. He's been there for quite a while. In fact, he opened the batting, so me saying he's been there for quite a while is an understatement. He has been there since the very start. Carried his bat so far. He's on 33. He's only got 2 fours to his name. Has not hit A's Maximo yet. So let's see how he goes here. Just pushing it away for singles. Happy to turn over because Scott Austin is lighting things up. So why wouldn't you not do that? Scott Austin, he's going very well. He's on 33 from 20 deliveries faced. And he's taking this game to pieces now. If they can't get rid of him in the next, I don't know, say 4 or 5 deliveries, it could be all over Red Rover.
Yeah, and it's, you know, he's come out there. I've been very impressed with the way he's gone about things, Austin. He would have gone out there with a little bit of pressure on him. Oh, they're going to take a single here. Satyadevi just can't get down to feel that off his own bowling. Satyadevi's been in the wars a bit, hasn't he? He's been clonked a few times on his legs, so he's probably a bit achy. Oh, Croatia, can they do something here? Can they keep this series alive? There's a run of ball required for Cyprus, but they won't be looking to do it in the last over. They don't want to get there before. That one stays a little bit lower. Houghton. How many bruises? That should be our question at the end of this tournament. How many bruises will be the combined tally from the 2 wicket keepers? Because they're going to have some bruises at the end of this series.
Well, I think for Cyprus, I think we need to count the number of fingers he's going to have left because he's taken so many hits on the finger. Should be buy him a beer for every finger he's lost easily.
That's played away. Julian Dawson is having to think about it. So yeah. The great, the legend, WG Grace. At the age of 66, he played his last club match. And my question, just for fun, is how many runs did he score and how many wickets did he take?
Okay, I reckon I'm gonna throw something here. I reckon he got. Hang on, it's last international match or just last game?
Last game, last game. Club game, club match.
I reckon he got 100, and I reckon he took at least 4 for. This is my ballpark.
You're getting good at this.
That's my ballpark.
You're getting good at this. I'm not going to reveal but you're getting good at this.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The Nelson. All right, we've got to stand on one leg, have we? 111 for 4.
No, the myth about Nelson is he didn't lose the leg. He did. It's the 111. People think it's the eye, the arm, and the leg. It's not the leg. It's the eye and the arm he actually lost.
Yeah.
And they talk about the extra one being, you know, like it stands for his courage and his optimism and the way he went about himself. So that's where Lord Nelson comes from. So it's actually like an urban myth that it was the leg he lost. He did lose the arm. He did lose the eye.
Yeah. You see, I don't know anything about Shakespeare, but I know that because I've seen the statue and he's got all his legs.
All of them. You make him sound like a horse. Is he on a horse?
Both of them, but he's not legless, put it that way. I tell you, he's not legless, but on International Beer Day, I reckon there's a lot of people that are legless. Here we go, and it's going to be just whipped away. Hey, what do you think of the innings here from Alexander Sen?
Look, he's carried his bat, and he's done a cracking good job. He's barely given a chance. He hasn't hit too many. He's hit, I think I saw just hit 2 boundaries, 2 fours. Yeah. Hasn't hit a 6 yet. But he's been very, very patient, knowing what his job is and knowing that they've got time, they've got balls to play with, they've got so much spare to play with. Yeah. He doesn't need to accelerate, doesn't need to bat out of his skin. So it's a very good, well-tempered innings.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Oh, that one stays so low.
Wow.
This is so lucky. Well, I suppose lucky, unlucky, whichever one. It'll be unlucky for the bowler, but very also lucky for the batter because this one just doesn't get up. Have a look at the height on this. And it almost, well, you can see the stumps just wobbling a little. I think the air that was created and generated with the Grizzly getting past the stumps and made him rock a little. But Bevan almost picks up his 3rd. bowling his last over at 2 for 18 so far. And it's off the pad. They will take a leg by. So, yeah, going back to Alexandra, I think he's done what we haven't seen Croatia being able to do. Yep. I said at the time, Croatia have got batters like Sam Houghton. They've got batters like John Vujnovic that can bat all the way through the innings. They haven't been able to do it. But having somebody who can do that just means that you keep the innings intact. It means that you create some partnerships. Speaking of partnerships, these two put on 57 already. So well done to Sen. I mean, it's not been kind of breathtaking. That's a delightful shot. What a wonderful shot that is. That's right up there as the 1xBet shot of the day from Alexander Sen. And he just shows what he can do. So up until now, he's had to compose himself. He's had to think, no big shots, not getting out, no big shot. But look at this. Oh, that is beautiful. Beautiful. A delight. Top draw. Lovely to watch. And, well, it goes into where our scorers are. Nukesh, Vasu, Samir are in there, and Marzi as well. What a lovely shot that was. Delightfully executed.
Yeah, that was... Couldn't say it better, really. That was great.
This one will get away just for a single. So, yeah, having a batter, they're going to go for two. Actually, take it on the arm this time, Sen. Now they're asking the question, what's the umpire think about this? I thought he'd made it back, actually. I think they're just excited at the fact the throw does go on to the stumps. But, yeah, I think he's just held the innings together. He's been the glue. He's been the cement. And they've worked around him really well. When you have one batter that can do this, especially when you're chasing a score under that 150, that batter will keep everything together for you and will see you home at the end. And that's exactly what Alexander Sen's done here.
Yeah, he has 33 from 40. It just shows he's a batter who understands the situation, and he's reading the game really, really well. Scott Austin's come out and he's dominated since he's come out there. He looks so confident. So between the two of them, you'd expect them to sort of walk this from here.
A bit of aggression show there from Austin. It's nicely fielded. A difficult one there for Anthony Razmulic, but he does make the stop.
Now, Razmulic is a good one. Why isn't he out of ball?
Yeah, he will have to, you would feel, at some point.
Surely he'll be the fifth bowler, or the sixth bowler, because they need a sixth bowler. Because 4 bowlers, Rico, have now bowled out their 4.
Yeah.
So Harry Prasad, assuming Harry Prasad will bowl this next over, then I guess Razmulic will have to be the next bowler, but we'll see what happens. Croatia sort of maybe a bit of a muddle, I think, of the bowling here. They've tried to make some changes. I think they've again tried to do things, but when you look at it, a partnership of 64, this is what I talked about at the start of the day, about identifying a partnership that's getting away from you before it gets away from you. And this has gotten away from them completely. You know, at a point where they were 4 down for 50 odd and in a bit of trouble, having lost those 4 wickets for 13 runs, this has gotten away from them now.
This is the over for me. Wicket required in this over. Partnership needs to be broken here, otherwise you feel that Cyprus will go on and get the win they want. That just gets punched away onto the leg side. I think the other thing that Croatia are doing with the way that they've used their bowlers, I think they acknowledge the fact that they're going to have to go to a new bowler towards the end of the innings here, but I think they've just tried to take this match as deep as they can and just hope that something happens. And the captain's in front of us here, Zach, and he's hoping that maybe Satadevi can just get that breakthrough. A little bit of magic from someone is what they're after. Austin on strike. Now, Austin, I don't think he's going to shy away from playing a big shot here if it's on. They've got the 2 men back, but square leg, they will push him back now. I was going to say he was inside the circle. Square leg goes back. So Scott, but this time though, we've got to say these boundaries, the straight ones, seem to be shorter than the ones from the other side. Gets a full toss, hits it firmly down the ground, and Zach, brilliant fielding. That's the way to do it as he fires it back into Tevi. Sensational bit of fielding from the captain there, Zach Vuskovic.
That was really great. The way you launched away from just in front of us here to stop the ball. I was looking at the straight drive and I thought that's where he'll go. Yeah. That was good anticipation and the good release of throw as well. Good work, skipper. Well done.
Yeah, good work indeed. Alexander Sen gives himself a bit of room. That will be a wide. They wanted to go aggressive. He's eyeing up that area which is vacant. They've only got the short fine in place, so he was trying to hit that behind square. over kind of the umpire towards where our scorers are, but he does enough to throw the bowler. Wide ball, 14 required of 16. That could be another wide. Let's see what the umpire feels. Yeah, it looked it. It's one that pops up as well, so it's not what's required at the moment here from Satya Devi. Needs a wicket, but he's giving freebies away.
That's tough. That's really tough. Partnership now worth 68 as well. So this has been really damaging for Croatia's chances.
Just gets played away. That'll be just an easy single taken here now. So Cyprus, we were at one point saying when they lost that fourth wicket right at the end of that, towards the end of the that 10th over, we thought that maybe there was an opportunity there for Croatia, but fair play to these two. They've buckled down and played some 9 shots. Austin being super aggressive. It's another wide, you know, so that's hurting. Yeah. Takes it down now to just 10 required of 15 deliveries. Satya Devi is kind of letting his captain down a little bit here. I'm seeing some tired bodies as well there from Croatia, and bear in mind they've got one match to play here, and then of course tomorrow the T10 start. Right, where's this one to go? They're going to get lucky here. Yeah, they are. Drops right in between the two fielders. Scott now wants to come back, and he'll take the second. They're probably fair to say also that Croatia on home soil haven't had the rub of the green.
Yeah, that it's a bit of salt into the wound, isn't it? Just that they get the edge, go straight up in the air, but unfortunately it eludes the two fielders who are muscling their way to try to catch that one, but they can't. So Austin lives to fight another day. He's up to 38 now from 25.
Oh, what a catch! What a catch! What a moment that is! Absolutely brilliant. Austin, I mean, in fair play to him, he doesn't get this big time out the middle, but Sagar Manzoor has just pulled off an absolute humdinger. It ain't over yet, you know. It ain't over yet. 8 required of 13. Scott Austin will go for 38. What a catch. Oh, you beauty.
Let's see this one more time, because he's plucked that out of the air as easy as you pluck an apple from a tree. This is really quite something else. Oh, can we get a replay of this, please? One more time. Oh. They're giving a bit of a get around. They're having a drink of water, and they're having a discussion now about it ain't over until it's over, folks. They're saying it's not over until it's over.
We've got to see this again. We've got to see it again. Tell me we've got it. That was an incredible grab.
Come on, 2 circles. One more time. Let's see it one more time, please. We need to have a look at that, because that's going to go in the good book. That is a terrific, terrific catch. Oh, don't tell me we can't see the replay. Oh, come on, people. 128 for 5. The 5th wicket is fallen. The partnership is broken. That's a big one. That partnership is broken. Oh, massive. And that was Charles Bevan who took that screamer as well. How good was that? It's what are we down to now? The equation tells me that it's 8 from 13 required. 8 from 13. The door is still open for Croatia, well and truly. New batter comes out. It's going to be Taranga, the wicket-keeper. He has to start again, but he's got just this last ball of the over to face up. And then, oh, who's going to bowl the next over?
Take it deep. That's all you can do. Satya Devi, thanks to a great catch. A catch that we haven't and won't see again. And maybe in the highlights, I really want to see that catch again. But anyway, down the leg side again. It's another wide. Well, Satya Devi, that's the 4th wide in the over. That's so disappointing.
Oh, that hurts.
Ay. Come on, Sethi. Get it outside the off.
That really hurts. Taranga, who is under a bit of pressure there to face that last ball of the over, just losing that wicket at a time when he probably thought, you know what, I might even take the leg pads off now. I don't think I'll be needed. Suddenly, he's there to help the guide the team, and it's a leg side wide, pressure relieving.
Gone! It's another! Sneaks it! Satya Devi gets another breakthrough. There's a wicket right at the end of the over. Sachita Taranga will go for a golden duck. Is going to be a for him. So 7 required. Still 2 overs, but there's just a little bit of panic maybe, or maybe not. They still got the solid Alexander Sen at the other end, and he'll be on strike for the start of the next over.
And that probably will be the one thing that Cyprus is breathing a sigh of relief about. The fact that they know that they've got that safety net. That safety net presented to them by Alexander Sen, who's carried his bat. He's 36 and 43. He's going to be joined by Roshan, who's going to come out now. The conversation, no doubt, will be, we've got 2 whole overs to reel in 7 runs. Why don't you take the non-striker's end? I'll be at the striker's end. We're not going to be taking quick singles early on in the over, so let's just pace this out. There has to be that kind of instruction. For Croatia, it's going to be, right, how do we get Alexander off strike, or how do we get rid of him?
Look, still, you know, you got batters like Roshan Siriwardana, who has come out here now. These guys can bat. I've seen them bat. But the pressure is on. That's the thing. He's going to be at the non-striker's end. It'd be interesting to see how they go about taking singles here. Do they still say, yeah, we're going to take a single. We want to take whatever runs that we got. Or, well, are we going to have a super over?
Could we go there?
Super over.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Super over. Well, yeah, great stuff. All right, Croatia, they're not giving up. They just keep on fighting.
Unfortunately, in that last over, the 2 wickets fell, but 4 wides in that over as well, Rico. If those 4 wides hadn't happened, ifs and buts, I know, but Sathi Devi, 4 wides. The skipper was fielding right in front of us, and every wide you could see the skipper was wearing that on his body. He was wearing his heart on his sleeve, and he was grimacing with every wide ball. He knew that that was the game slipping away.
All right, here we go. Big moment then here. So Anthony Razmolic. Played away, gets through one. It should be just a single, it will be. So, Roshan Siriwardana on strike.
Now.
It's that thing, isn't it? 6 required in the head. Roshan thinking, I could do this in 1 hit. Will he go for it in 1 hit?
Down the ground. I'm going to go down the ground. Deep mid-wicket, down the ground. That's probably exactly what he's thinking. I'm sure Alexander's saying, singles. We can do this in singles. Not even this ball has to be a single.
Fighting for their lives here, Croatia. Need to win this match to keep this series alive. 6 runs required from Cyprus to win it. They've got 11 balls to do it in. In comes Razmolic. Full toss. Goes for it. Umpire thinks about it. Thinks long and hard. Finger stays down. They'll get the leg by.
Oh, boy.
Ooh.
Oh, a bit of tension here at the ground. There's still another over to come after this, but how about that? Big shout. Unfortunately, we're kind of slightly blindsided here.
I think impact outside the line, if I'm having a look at that.
Yep.
Well, he did go for the 6, didn't he?
He did indeed.
Alexander Sen, will he fall at the last hurdle, or will he see them home? Razmolic, he's feeding the pressure, Anthony, as well. So, yeah, Alexander Sen. 5 needed in 10.
It's tough on the bowler, isn't it? He hasn't had the grizzle in his hand all day, and now he's got to bowl this very vital 19th over. Tough.
And don't forget, Sathi Devi will definitely bowl the last.
Yep.
And he's taken 2 for 12. All right, here we go. A little bit down the leg side. Oh, hesitation! Should be out here, I think. Oh, he don't have the ball. I don't think he has the ball.
No, he doesn't have the ball.
He doesn't have the ball.
He doesn't have it.
They'll get the run here. Hesitation. Siriwardana. I did say wanted to go. I think that's what Roshani's saying. You didn't have the ball. I mean, umpires don't really use the technology, but he doesn't have the ball in hand. And I think
Sam knows it.
I think Sam knows it.
Yep. Even Sam put his hand up, and I think he made a signal like no. He disturbed the stump, didn't have the ball. It may have tipped his gloves, but he did not have it. Oh,
so that's a big opportunity. Doesn't have the ball here. Umpires are talking about this. Remember, the umpires don't tend to use technology here, but I think those stumps are broken, and I think Sam Houghton knew it as well. Roshan Siriwardana, he survives. Probably should have been back, So he does survive. By the way, they gave that as a run. That's why it was an LBW. They said that it hit. They hit the bat, so Roshan has got a run to his name. So 4 now required here of 9. There's the leg by signal. 4 of 9. Roshan still will be looking to do it with the boundary. He's having a look. Look at him. He's looking all over the place. So we're going to hit this boundary. And, he's not thinking of singles here, is he?
No. He wants to go. He wants to go all the way to the boundary. Definitely. And he's looking deep mid wicket or straight down the ground, I reckon. I think that's the mindset. Watch for the swipe across the line.
And he swings and misses. And Houghton just knocks the stumps over for good measure. Yeah, look, one thing you don't want to do here, and this is where this is a little bit, I would say inexperienced, but he's an experienced player. It's just not smart cricket. You just need to get bat and ball. You just take a single. I mean, he's trying to smash this ball so hard. It's not what you need to do here. I'm not saying that they're under a lot of pressure here. They've still got 8 balls to get 4 runs, but you shouldn't be dotting up.
Yeah, I think to Roshan, I'd bring a few more people in. I'd want someone close, both sides of the stumps.
And that's probably out. Yeah, it is out. It's not good batting at all.
No.
So Roshan Sriwadana, I have no idea. I mean, he's complaining big time about the bounce. Buddy, you've been here a day and a half on watching how the pitch plays. You've gone out there needing 8 of, I think at the time was 8 of 10, and he's swinging trying to smash a boundary when all you've got to do is get bat and ball. So Croatia, they're not going away, you know. They're still in this. There's still 4 required. Now it becomes 4 of 7.
Oh boy, is it possible there could see a bit of a boil over here? You're right though about Roshan. That's just poor.
Very poor.
That's really, really poor. Just a lack of awareness of the situation of the game, which is get the win. Don't have to be the man. We're not going to make a statue out of you if you hit the boundary. We're simply not. So if you can get a single and turn the strike over, and you do that 2 or 3 more times, we win it in singles because we've got, what, how many deliveries? We've got 7 deliveries to go. We've got so much time in the world.
This is where I think here to Hardeep Singh, this is the one point where you would say to Hardeep Singh, also a lefty, so it could be a few wides here as well if Resmalit gets this wrong. Hardeep Singh, you got 1 ball, smash a boundary, win the match.
Yep.
Because you probably don't want to take a single here. I think Alexander Sen probably would like to stay on strike. So I think Hardeep is probably being given the instructions to go mental. Cyprus, they're nervy there. They're all standing up. They're all watching.
Yeah.
There's a lot to play for here. Cyprus get the win here, then they win this series. 3-0 up they go. If Croatia get the win, they stay alive. And I know all the neutrals around the world, I know who they're calling for. Come on, Croatia, they're saying. And to Steve Cook, he's saying this is edge of your seat stuff. Well, guys and girls, sorry about Wimbledon, but we bought you, maybe we bought you better. Here we go. Coming down to the wire. Last ball in this, the over number 19th. Goes for it, is in the air, and that could go all the way. Going, gone. There's the victory. And Hardeep Singh does exactly what I thought he was going to do and what I think he was told to do. Cyprus will win it, and they'll win it off the last ball in the 19th. And with that, Phil, we have to give our congratulations to them because they do win this T20 International Series, going 3-0 up with just 1 to play.
Yeah, big shout out to Cyprus. Well played for them. You can see the over the dugout, there's a bit of a get around down there for the batters who have either been used up or still to come with the coaching staff. There have a few hugs, big pats on the back, and big congratulations from us to Cyprus, who are indeed the winners, as you say, Rico. They're unbeatable at 3-0. Croatia, gallant in defeat in this game. They almost took it to the 20th over. They so needed to take it into the last. And just with those wickets falling in those last 2 overs, 3 wickets falling in the last couple of overs, but unfortunately there were extras. There were those wides in Satadevai's over. There was Razumlic came on, hadn't held the ball in his hand all game, and he gets told to bowl the 19th. He was on a hiding to nothing. And you can see here coming up, match number 4 is going to be coming your way in approximately an hour and 9 minutes time from now. So a bit of a break there in the afternoon heat for the teams just to sort themselves out and get themselves a bit of a breather as we roll the highlights as how it all unfolded. But in the end, it was actually a pretty good run chase. The wobbles came at the end. There was 2 sections of wobbles. There was Cyprus losing 4 for 13 in the sort of 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th over, and then there was a wobble towards the end of them losing 3 wickets in what looks like about 3 for 4, just towards the end. But in the end, it wasn't good enough because that boundary, that's all I needed. The boundary off the last ball of the 19th, and they get the win with a whole over to spare. So well done to Cyprus.
Yeah, well done to them. But Croatia as well, we keep saying that they are improving slowly, little by little. We saw better from them with the bat. Boy, was that a good catch there from Sam Houghton. And that was an absolute pitch. That is the ball of the day, by the way, from Charles Bevan. That's an absolute peach. Don't forget that. But then I have to say, the man for me who made the difference, I'd be interested to see if he gets the player of the match before Spurs, because I think he should do, was Scott Austin. He came out there, and when his team were in that spot of bother, he came out and he played shots like this. Well, that could be our one expected shot of the day. That's absolutely fantastic. A little bit of sexy cricket there from Scott. But it needed something special to get him out as well. That was the one over when Zach came back, which went horribly wrong. It went for 13, the most expensive in the match. And at that point, it was looking pretty comfortable, but there was, well, let's just say, unnecessarily so, it has to be said, as that was a beautiful one there from Alexandra. But there was this. There's a great catch taken. That was Satyadevi coming on and getting the breakthrough. He bowled really well. But again, you got to say that I think they just left him a little bit too late. And I see we're not seeing that wicket that was taken there off for Scott Austin. Unfortunately, we didn't get the highlights of that one as well. But there's the ending there. They've got it down as the catch was taken by Charles Bevan. I thought it was Manzoor who took the catch.
It was Bevan.
Was it Bevan?
Yeah, Bevan.
It was Bevan.
I double-checked. He had the 06 on his back, so it definitely was.
Yeah, it wasn't Manzoor, but it was a great catch there taken to get the wicket there off Austin. But then they made it hard work. They got, as a lot of the chat was saying, they had a lot of people sitting on the edges of their seat. But Hardeep Singh came out, the left-hander, and played a nice shot, got it over the infield, got the boundary, and gets the win for Cyprus. And we always say that all good teams like to finish it before it gets into the last over, and Cyprus were able to do it. So once again, congratulations to Cyprus. A good knot there from Alexander Sen. Not out bats all the way through, 37 for 45. We can't underestimate how important his innings was. Roman Mazumdar was caught and bowled. A soft dismissal for him, 26 of 26. But Scott Austin, that 38 of 26, was absolutely fantastic. On the bowling front there, you can see hard work from the bowlers. I think John Vujnovic, when he came on to bowl, we thought that was when Croatia lost the match yesterday when the openers came off, but he did a great job, 2 for 30. Charles Bevan, 2 for 26. There are two bowlers, bowler number 3 and 4, did an excellent job. But before that, of course, there was some excellent bowling there from Alfred Bereford-Peris. Wasn't able to take any wickets, but only conceded 22. And Zach, one expensive over right at the end, his last one, but he also bowled very well. But no luck for him. Nothing for 30.
Yeah, unfortunately for Zach, he does go wicketless, which he'll be disappointed about that. And you know what? He stood up a bit better today. I was more impressed with him today than I was yesterday. I felt that today he had a bit of a different view. Unfortunately, with the bat, he didn't do too well, but the way he carried himself in the field and the bowling changes he made, you could tell he'd learnt lessons from the day before. And these little things are what's really important for him as the captain of this side, to make sure he's leading from the front and doing that. John Vujnovic, shout out to him for the first 2 overs he bowled. I thought he looked really dangerous, really, really good. Charles Bevan, the first 2 overs he bowled, I think it was like 2 for 6 or 2 for 7.
Great.
I really enjoyed those first 2 overs, and that was right at the point when Cyprus were, I wouldn't say they were teetering, but there was a genuine wobble there, losing those 4 wickets in overs 6, 7, 8, and 9. I thought, oh, hang on a minute, we could see something really big here. And you said at the top, Rick, you said Croatia will have to take 6 or 7 wickets to be a part of this competition to make sure they can try to force it along. Well, they took 7 wickets, and you know what? They drove Cyprus pretty hard. Even though the win is still with 6 balls in hand, 1 whole over, that's still pretty close. In a T20, that's still pretty close.
That's still pretty close. Credit to Croatia for that. I think they're learning all the time. We saw them change what they were doing with the bat, even though, unfortunately, we said at the time, if they could have got to that 150, that 150, which was on the cards for a moment, if they could have got to that 150, what a difference it could have been. But also that the way they used the bowlers and the way they set the field there. And remember, Zach, he's a young man, he is the captain. He'll be learning all the time. And let's just hope that everything can come together for them in the last one. I will also say that I do believe that the rub of the green, especially today, worse with Cyprus as well. Those little moments, when Cyprus were batting, the number of times the ball went in the air and just dropped short of the fielders, and when Croatia were in the field, the number of times, again, they could have had those wickets. It never happened. So maybe it will all come good for them in the next match. I'd like to see them get a victory here in the final T20 International before tomorrow. Of course, we go back to what we're more used to, the T10 format. So one more to come. You saw there from the timer, we've got a bit of a break to come, about an hour. So take time to chill out. I know that they're in Wimbledon. They'll be starting pretty soon as well. So I think Wimbledon will start, and then feel free to join us back for the very exciting match number 4 between these two teams.
And just before we go to our lunch break, just want to confirm, player of the match was indeed Scott Austin. As Rico, you said that was be deserved, and I agree wholeheartedly, and he does get the player of the match nod. So for now, this is Phil G alongside Rico Full. We're going to take a lunch break here. There's a break of an hour and a minute until we get the match number 4 underway which, well, looking forward to seeing Croatia bounce back again in that one, see if they can try and pick up a win and stop Cyprus from potentially getting whitewashed there of a 4-0. It's currently 3-0 with one more game to play. So we're going to tune out now for about an hour. We'll be listening in to the start of the match in Wimbledon. Don't you worry about that. But we hope to see you back here again shortly. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network alongside Rico Full here in beautiful Zagreb under sunny blue skies. We'll see you back in an hour for match 4. Until then, cheerio.
and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back for the fourth match in this T20 International here in Croatia. Speaking of Croatia, things haven't gone to plan for them. They will know that with Cyprus taking a 3-0 lead that there's no chance of them winning this series, but they would like a highlight and they would like to win this last match. Cyprus, congratulations to them. They have won this series, but I know from them they're very keen to make it 4 wins in a row. It is a big day here today. First of all, I want to say happy Raksha Bandhan, and from all the brothers around the world, we want to give our love to our sisters. It is also International Beer Day, so maybe we will have some beers to celebrate. And of course, here on the European Cricket Network, it is also Peacock Friday.
Let's go to the coin toss.
Good luck, mate. Good luck. Thank you.
So today, this is the fourth game of the series between Croatia and Cyprus. Croatia is a home team. You will do the toss, please, and Cyprus, you will call it.
Tails.
Okay. It's tails.
We'll have a bat.
Cyprus will have a bat.
Thank you to Ivana doing the coin toss duty superbly there. Also thank you to Phil G and Samir, and of course to James Pond that made a sneaky appearance there on Peacock Friday. Right, let's talk about this match. Croatia getting better all the time, certainly liking what they're doing with the ball. I think Captain Zach has been fantastic. Alfred right there at the beginning, his opening partner with the ball has been good. I think Charles was superb as well, and so was John. So with the ball, they're getting better all the time. Sethi Devi, he'll be key with a good all-round performance. I like to see him elevated further up the order. Maybe he can give some support to the other batters. But as I said, Cyprus, they are in no mood to give up what they're trying to go for. They want 4-0 here, so they're going for the win. I wonder if they will make a change at the top of the order. Maybe Alexandra might be given a bit of a break. He batted brilliantly well in the last match, timed it to perfection, batting all the way through and giving his team the win with an over to go. I think somebody like Scott Austin was absolutely sensational. He was the player of the match. He bowled very well, batted really well, and he showed that when they need to get the acceleration in, that they can bring it. And Roman Muzamda will be hoping to be in the runs again. But there's other batters that we haven't seen. Roshan Sriwardana made a brief appearance there, as did Tharanga. I wonder if this is going to be an opportunity for some of those batters also to get a bit of a hit. So last match, the last one of these T20 internationals. So good time to go back to Phil G for the start of this one. Phil, over to you. Tell us if there's any changes in the two teams.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Rico, for indeed, yes, big game coming your way now. And some people may call this the dead rubber. Well, not for us, and I'll tell you why, because as Rico's talking about there, what it means for these two teams in this fourth match here under beautiful blue skies. Phil G here to take you through the first part of this game, this match 4 of this T20I encounter. Have a look here at the side. So Harry Beresford-Pearce comes into the Croatian team, and he joins his brother Alfred there. And in the Cyprus lineup, it's going to be Aminur Islam. Finally gets a chance to step up from wearing the sub t-shirt. He gets to get the Guernsey on and goes out to the centre as well. So a couple of changes both sides, ringing a few changes. The temperatures out in the middle there, it's probably about 31, 32 out in the centre. Around town, just into the shade, it's sort of about 26, 25 degrees, but take nothing away from that. The breeze has actually dropped a little bit as well, so everyone's just waiting for that moment of just coolness to come across the ground. Just enjoy it and then get on with the job straight away. But it's going to be a tough old afternoon, a warm afternoon. Have a look, Croatia there, zip and 3 for them, unfortunately, in Cyprus, 3 and zip. So they have done very well. They've clinched the series with 3 wins on the spin, and they'll be looking to make it 4 in a row if they could. Supercomputer likes the chances of Cyprus picking up another win here. I'm really keen to see how the Croatian team respond to this. The series is gone, but you know, maybe they can pick up some consolation win here. Remember, this is T20I. This is ranking points on the ICC rankings. They would love to come away from here with a sneaky win or a good win, something that they can say, look what we did at the series. Yeah, we lost the series, but we still stood tall and we fought it to the very, very end. There's a look there at the wide shot. There's beautiful ground here. The ground is a little bit bumpy. Rico described it as just a couple of bubbles here and there, but it's a lovely bit of greenery here. The university there in the background, a couple of buildings you can just spy through the trees there. Good facilities here, and we've been well looked after by the local Fed, so we tip our lids to them. Also tip our lids to everyone in the chat for joining us. Obviously the play has resumed and kicked off today up there in Wimbledon with Vinny and Tina looking after the duties there, doing a cracking job as always. Myself down here in Zagreb with, of course, Rico Phil, who'll be joining me very shortly, looking after you for these T20Is and through the rest of our Croatian tour. This is only day 2 of 11 days we've got here in Croatia, so it's very early on. It's going to get warmer in temperature, it's going to get warmer out in the centre as well, and we start match number 4. Flooded away nicely, just guided down through backward point for a single off the blade there. Nice steady start there for Mazumda. In case you missed it, Cyprus, they elected to bat first after winning the toss. I hope you really enjoyed the display of the Peacock Friday shirts with myself and of course Samir, one of our scorers here, one of the blue crew, jumped into shot there with myself. It's just had a bit of a strange, almost like trying to look around the corner there for the big appeal, but no go. We continue. So yeah, nice little throw to the coin toss there from the 3 of us. Hope you enjoyed that. John Gray still with us, saying still here, Phil G. You certainly are, John. I think you've probably got a split screen as well. David Skinner as well in the chat. Hello to you all, everyone who's joining us, and maybe doing the split screen with Wimbledon as well. Oh, straight to him. That is beautifully done. Right, finally, they've put a slip in place as Rico demanded it in the previous match. This time they have, and look at that, the edge straight to slip. He takes it at eye level, and that is exactly the dismissal that could have happened about a match ago, but this time, lessons learned, a slip in place, and immediate success on the 3rd ball of the over. That is a great result. Watch this, just plays away from the body and guides it right into the hands of a slip fielder who's right there, and that's a bit of an ecstatic moment right there. There's some very happy people now in that Croatian little gathering. I'll tell you who's not happy, and that is Roman. Roman Mazumda has to go, and he goes cheap this time. So, breakthrough. Zach gets the breakthrough. Skipper bowling the first over, gets the breakthrough, and there's a good, strong get around. The Croatian boys are all really tight in there together, giving each other rev up and saying, this is the one, boys, this is it. And well held. Well, can you believe it's John Vucinovic again who takes the first catch of the innings. Now, I know he's done it 3 times. I need to double check if he's done that every single time that Cyprus have had a bat so far in this series, because he's done it again. He takes a really well-judged catch, eye level, sensational start. What a good first over this is. Only 3 balls old. That kept a bit low. Ooh, I'll tell you what, lock that one in the back of your mind. Kept low. Scott Austin has been boosted up the order with his player of the match performance from match number 3. He's now come in at first drop, and he's facing a very fired up captain. Comes in, tries to pull this one around, just gets a little bit of the bottom edge into the ground. Just a single. So already this is shaping up nicely, this contest. So Cyprus winning the toss, we think for the first time actually in this series, out of 4. And they say, we want to have a bat first. So they're dictating terms here. Under the lunchtime sun, looking to get a score on the board and defend it later on. Nicely played again. In tight at the body. Just guides us towards a backward point area. Nice work in the field there. Keeps it to 1. So he just gives a bit of applause to the fielders. And a thumbs up also to the keeper to say, guys, well done, well done. And the ball is going to be handed off to, it looks like it's going to be, Hari Prasad, who's going to come on to bowl. So this is good. They saved him till very late in the previous game, which I felt was maybe a slight misjudgment. what do I know? I'm no coach, I'm no captain or anything like that, but I just felt that maybe he came on a bit too late. Looked a little bit tired towards the end of that innings as well, bowling, a little bit slightly lethargic. But it's a good time to bring in Rico Full, who's back joining me here in the Igloo. And Rico, a wicket the first over, and guess what? The slip who you demanded took the catch.
Yeah, I like that. And that's one thing I've been saying today, which is good, is that Croatia, they seem to be learning, they seem to be improving, and that's a wonderful moment because when things work out like that, you do feel good. They set the trap, they had the slip in, good catch there taken by John. Zach gets the breakthrough. Sathy Devi will be bowling the other end. Now, one thing he did that wasn't good in the last match, I know he did pick up a couple of wickets, but he did bowl a fair number of wides, so he's got to tidy the wides up, because apart from the wides, they didn't actually score too many off him, so he goes down the leg side and the batters turn the, well, it's actually called a no ball here now.
Okay.
I reckon, yeah, I think this is where the batter has picked too many out, and so the no ball then proceeds. They've got 3 out, I think, here.
Yep, that was the problem, because there's 2 out over there on the offside, and I think it was the play here just now. He's running back. He was out and he ran back in, and now he himself has also noticed, well, hang on, now there's complete changes. So the 2 players who were out are now coming in, and the 2 players are in are now going out. So it's we've got a long off, a very straightish long off just in front of us, and a long on pushing towards a deep mid wicket.
Yeah, and of course it's a different batter on strike. You can see the field there set now, so you can change the field for this free hit.
This is going straight up in the air. Who wants this one? I'm not sure if anyone's going to want this one as it comes down through the fingertips. But that's okay, and hand it back because it was a free hit. So if the catch had been taken, and maybe the fielder thought that at the last minute, thought fingertips for a catch off a free hit, might let it go through.
I also love the running there from the 2 Scots out there. They literally ran the 2 before the ball even came down. They decided we want 2. So now that field will go back to, I think, the way they'd like it. No, it's not a free hit.
Just carved nicely there towards the vacant point area. Point, I say vacant because he's on the boundary line. He's sweeping out there, and so he has to hand off to cover. So just a single there, 9 for loss of 1. Just getting into the second over now.
Yeah, they 2 Scott, this Scott Burdekin that is, they got a very wide, I would say call him more backward point than third, and they've also got a sweeper on the offside.
Oh, got him. Absolutely been castled. Top of off stump, he's knocked back. Bales go flying in separate directions. Burdekin, unfortunately for today, it's not his day with the bat. He had a first ball duck in match number 3 earlier, and he's gone neck and crop bowled. The stumps akimbo, and that's the end of that. And oh dear, he's not going to be happy about that, but he's done.
Yeah, I mean, that ball, it seems to have gone away from him a long way. Scott looked like he had it covered, but if you have a look at this again, it looks like it's coming into, look at the movement on that. That is a sensational delivery. I wonder if we can see that. Maybe if we can slow it down. I want you to watch the movement. I mean, this is a great delivery. Watch this go away. Look at that. That's an absolute dream ball from Sathy Devi. That is a dream ball.
That slight bit of a wave movement as it pitched, that's what's done him, because he was following the line of the ball. If the ball had kept its line cutting in like that, he would have been fine. He would have had it covered off. But you're right, Rico, that's almost unplayable. I've seen international players get out to those sort of deliveries, shake their heads and just raise their eyebrows and say, well, I got done with a good ball then. Yeah. That's all I can say for that. Scott's over there in the dugout. He actually is a little bit filthy with himself, but I've got to say, Scott, watch the replay. You got done with an absolute peach.
I mean, all right, you could say he could have gone a little bit, further forward, could have been a bit more assertive, but he's only just gone in there, just started innings. That is a peach. I tell you what, if you go and bowl a few more of those, Sathy Devi, Cyprus better watch out.
Indeed. Goes to swing hard at this one, gets it over the infield. Wasn't really convincing. Does get over the infield though, and it runs away. That pull shot for 4 runs. And that's a 4 straight off the blade from Alexander Sen.
Well, that's a surprise. Alexander Sen normally takes about 10 balls to get to 4 runs, and he's started with 4 straight away. He thinks, all right, I'm coming in a bit lower down the order. Maybe they think I'm back too slow. I'm going to get this one away for a boundary. 4 runs. Good hit. Good pull shot.
It was, wasn't it? Nicely struck. Still 2 to come. Slower and fuller. And missed by all and sundry. Luckily for Sam, he's got a slip fielder who can help him out there with the tidying up. Just tries for that. He tried for the full slow Yorker there and just got it outside. Probably a little bit too full as well, but it's still a good dot ball.
Did you know, I'm having a look at the graphics at the bottom, Cyprus are one of only 2 countries that have the flag, that on their flag have the map of their country. Do you know any other countries? I know you normally do the quizzes.
It is quite a rare thing actually for that too. Yeah, you're actually right. No, I don't.
Okay, well, let's put it to the chat as well. So, which other nation, country, whatever you want to call it, has a image of their own country on their flag? There's only 2. Cyprus is one of them. Who's the other?
I'm thinking it would be like an island nation for some reason. I don't know why that's popped in my head, but I'm thinking something like that. Not Australia, obviously.
We got some brain boxes in the chat. They'll come up with this pretty quickly, won't they?
Someone figure that one out for sure. Well, while you're thinking about that little brain teaser, 14 for 2 after 2. So a couple of wickets falling there. One in the first over, one in the second over. So Cyprus not having it all their way so far, but we've seen them get knocked down on the mat and steady themselves. Nicely played, straight back past the bowler for a single. So it's Sen and Austin here, just looking to put, slow things down a bit possibly, and just again do what Cyprus have done well so far in the last 3 matches. And that is just change to the pace of the game, adapt, settle in, and defend, and then accelerate when they have to. A bit uppishly that one, wasn't it? Just came off the blade a bit uppishly.
Yeah, it's nicely played though, liking this from Scott. It's good that he's being given, I think he's earned the shot top of the order. He played a masterful innings in that last match. I think it was quite deservedly he got the player of the match.
I agree with that. Just watchful there. Not interested in chasing after this one. Just says, okay, that's fine. It's Alexander Sen who watches it go past the blade. Not tempted. So just repeating in case you missed it, that Croatia have already tied up the series 3-0. And the series still has 1 game to go, but they are the winners of the series. Looking to make it a 4-0 clean sweep if they can. Uses the feet to get to the pitch of the ball, drives it down the ground. Slight little bubble there. But no danger going to the boundary line because the fielder is quite a long way from that boundary line. So yeah, so Cyprus have played very well. They've had 2 great games yesterday. 2 very strong victories, one by 58 runs, one by 7 wickets. And they had a good win this morning. I say it was a good win, but it was a pretty close game. Took it to the end of the 19th over in the second innings, and unfortunately Croatia couldn't take it into the 20th over. Just felt there was a couple of little moments when those last few overs, Rico wasn't there, we thought, oh, can they take it to the 20th? And they just missed out.
They just missed out, you're right. Oh, and that's one that's taken off again. Sen was going for that pull shot, misses out on it. A tidy over from Zach again. Just the 4 runs from it. He's bowling well, he's bowled well this whole series. Just the 8 runs off his 2 overs so far, and he did pick up, of course, that vital wicket of Rahman Mazumdar, who was, well, they couldn't get him out yesterday, but today they've removed him early twice. 18 for 2 after 3.
It's true, they needed a crowbar to get rid of him yesterday, and even that didn't work, but today they've managed to do it. So, a bit of a win there. Have a look at the skyscraper situation. Well, it doesn't tell us too much. In actual fact, that could be determined as a bit of a rude sign. It's a 4, a 10, and a 4, so that makes it 18 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, that's right. And, well, to put you out of your misery, it's Kosovo. Kosovo is the only other country that has a, if you like, a picture of their country on their flag, as well as Cyprus.
I did not know that, actually. I did not know that. I think all the quizzes I go to, I should know something like that.
Yeah, it's just not going to carry to the fielder. It was up there, but there's no chance, I think, of taking the catch there. So just a bit of fielding done by that Harry, who's out there.
Yeah, Harry, who's into the side. He's the inclusion into the Croatian side.
Yeah, Harry comes in, and no Charles Bevan.
Charles Bevan sitting this one out. Okay, that's interesting, because I thought Charles had a pretty good game in the previous match, especially with the ball. Uses the feet, comes forward. Now that's going to be a bit of a chase for Harry. Terrific work. Goes to ground, shows the others that's how it's done. Don't worry about the fancy footwork. How about going to ground and flicking it back and saving 3 runs? How about that?
Nice.
Well done, Harry.
Nice. Well, that's when Harry met the Grizzly. Gets down, and look at that. It's just good, clever fielding. Not even thinking about trying to get his foot on that. Goes down, uses his hands. That's what we want to see. And now, for some reason, they change over.
Interesting. Maybe just want a different view. It's curious, that little move, isn't it? Curious. Okay, see if it pans out. Well, this one's knocked out towards the boundary rider on the offside. Just the one.
Yeah, nice looking shot.
Yeah, we've seen that. Can I just harp on this for a second, Rico? This moving of field or swapping positions almost seems random.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking is they feel that Harry, because maybe he's a bit more sharper and quicker on his feet than Sagam Manzoor, will be better inside the circle than outside.
Interesting. Leg side for a while there. Yeah, because we saw that, I think, yesterday, and you and I both scratched our heads and said, now, why would you do that? It didn't make a lot of sense, and I'm sure in the final next few deliveries that happened, I'm sure there was no moment where you just went, oh, that's why it's done.
No.
Because surely you wouldn't know why you'd move something. Oh, I think the catch is going to go there, so why don't you go over there? Yeah, it just seems strange.
Oh!
Hits it around the corner, bobbles out of the hand. Oh, Rico, so close to a third. Ooh. So close. He's there for one job and he's almost done it. Oh, boy. One more time, please.
Scott Bevan, you know.
Scott Bevan, is it? Oh, dear.
Scott Bevan. It's a
Scotty.
brilliant effort.
Great effort.
Brilliant effort. Scott Austin almost gives his wicket away there. Scott, he was filthy with himself. Never got it right. He's there. You're right. He's there for one job. Oh, that's a big moment.
Oh, that's cut lovely. It sounded good. It looked good. And the play does manage to get around to the boundary right. It keeps it to one. So good play all round there. Very good. It went very fast. And that was middle. Right out of the meat of the bat. 25 for the loss of 2 coming towards the end of the 4th. Oh, how they love to get a wicket here, wouldn't they? It's been really nice and tight on the boundary as well. Just one boundary so far in the first 3.5 overs. Let's see if they can finish with something less than that. Oh, speaking of less than, that ball was less than 6 inches off the deck when it pitched and bounced. That was another little grubber.
It's an interesting shot that's being played, though, isn't it? I mean, I know before even this ball bounces, you don't go back to those, do you?
No.
I'm surprised why he's gone back. I wonder if he was just trying to think, right, I'm just going to play this really late. You see, that's what he's trying to do. The way he gets that bat to twist around in his hands. He's trying to open up the blade and guide it into that third. But it's a risky shot to play. And Scott Austin, who only just got dropped on 7 by Scott Bevan, now almost loses his off stump. But it's another good over from Satyadevi. 8 come from it. And Cyprus, 26 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, interesting that, wasn't it? The grubber, the old... Yeah, when I used to play, it was always like if you're on a pitch that is prone to that sort of thing, you'd always be told, get on the front foot, get forward, get defensive, don't go back. As soon as you start rocking back, you're using up all that time to shift your weight, and by then the ball's gone under the bat and your stumps are rearranged.
It's an interesting one though, isn't it? Because I'm with you. We used to go to a lot of tracks. One ground was Kenton, that was there in Middlesex, and their track you had to play front foot. If you went back, you were in trouble.
Yeah.
And also, in the earlier days, when I first started out, I was in Division 3, and it was a time when the locals provided their own umpires. So if you got caught on the back foot, they'd give you out.
Yeah.
So you always went front foot. But here, you're almost tempted to want to go more back foot because of the bounce. That's a great shot. Beautiful shot. Nobody out there goes in to the European cricket banners. Bang, boom. Lovely shot. Gets a swivel on this proper. That's Scott Austin.
Watch the roll of the wrists. That is class. That is absolute class. A great shot. Middled it. There was a lovely crack around the ground as he middled that one. But just also the way he rolled the wrist, he didn't want to elevate too high. There was still elevation there, but just it was quite flat. He didn't want to try and get it too high, just in case it was slightly mishit. So that little roll just made sure that it went to the boundary very, very quick.
I like what Croatia are doing, though. I'll talk more about it after this delivery. That's played away for a single. They've changed the bowling. You know, we were talking about how we feel they were leaving the openers like Zach and Alfred on too long. But what they've done here is exactly what I thought they should be doing and what Cyprus we've seen do. And that Zach's bowled 2, Satyadevi's bowled 2, now Zach's having a break. Alfred's coming on. They're trying things different. They're keeping themselves fresh as well. I like this. And also, it should avoid them getting into a situation like they were in the last match when they kind of bowled out all the key bowlers and thought, right, who's going to bowl the last 4?
Yeah. Because that had me scratching my head. And I kept talking about in the last half of that match saying, well, when are you going to introduce your 5th bowler? And now you have to introduce a 6th bowler because you've backed yourself into a corner. And that was something I'm sure that was not by design. That's a good ball. I'm not sure about the LBW appeal. Oh, no, I am sure. That's been given. There's been a bit of a soul-searching there by the umpire, and he has to have a think about it. Oh, I need to see the replay on this because I thought this was going down.
I thought this was going down.
Let's have a look at this one more time. Has the umpire got this right? But anyway, in the book, it is wicket down. Leg before. Oh, Beresford Pearce gets a breakthrough. One more time. Let's have a look.
It's...
Well, actually, he's a long way in
Look
front.
where he is. He's also, I think, saying his catch is a bat. But look, he's a long... You can't give... I don't think you can give it.
He's a long way down. He's 2.5 metres.
And I think impact... Look at the impact. It's got to be outside the line here, hasn't he? That's an interesting decision. It's being given. You got to take them on the chin. It happens sometimes. So, well, they've managed to, probably with a little bit of luck, I think it has to be said, they've managed to get rid of Alexander Sen, and we know all about him. He can bat all the way through the inning. So he goes for a run of ball 11. It's the third wicket that goes down.
Yeah, that's a big turning point here, and this is huge for both teams. Obviously, for very diametrically opposite reasons, that's a big moment for both teams. So it brings the big hitting Mangala Gunasakata to the crease, and it gives Alfred Beresford Pearce his a wicket in halfway through his over. 31 for 3 now, halfway through the fifth. And Croatia biting down hard on Cyprus and saying, you're not going to get away from us now. And we know, after speaking to some of the crew this morning about Mangala, that he is carrying a slightly niggling injury, which is preventing him from the quick singles. So he's looking to power or to take comfortable ones and twos. So that's something I'm sure Croatia keep in the back of their head as well. As now they're trying to, so captain's working with this bowl here to try to manufacture another wicket if they can, try to capitalise here and try to get one more.
Yeah, I like the way that they straight away acknowledge that it's Mangala, so he's not likely to go too big outside the off. He does like to go on the leg side, so they're making the change in that field and putting one of the two men that they're going to have back on the mid-wicket boundary. The other is at long on.
Mangala facing his first ball. He just plays it softly off the meat of the bat. It gets through the mid-wicket. They're going to come back for a second here. I've got to say the boundary rider he was a long way off. I wouldn't say it was his fault. He was already quite a long way off. But I think he was a little bit slow thinking that was going to be fielded by the infielder here. Look at this. Through there, probably could have done a bit better there. And it does take a little while. It does slow quite appreciably. So in the end, it was actually quite an easy two.
Yeah, that was Alan McDonlich who wasn't able to stop that one. He's also come into the side this time round.
I haven't seen too much of Alan. I think
no, we haven't.
He didn't play yesterday, I don't think. I think he just played the 2 games today. And that is blocked out. So one more to come after this. A great over this one from Beresford Pearce. That's Alfred Beresford Pearce, not confused with his brother Harry, of course. He's out there in the field.
Yeah, changes for this one. As we know, Harry has come in. And, well, I'm saying Harry. I've got Henry written down on my sheet here. I think it is definitely Harry.
We're calling it Harry, so I hope
we're going to say Harry. It says Henry here, but Harry there. I'm going with Harry. He's coming for Charles Bevan. Played away with just being slow to go there. Gunasakura, in comes the throw, and he will get there. It's been well backed up as well. And then for Croatia, it's Roshan Sriwadana. I wonder if Roshan, because of the way he went out here, batting towards the end, throwing his bat when he just needed to get singles. I wonder if they've given him a bit of a ticking off and said, right, you're going to be missing out on this one. And Aminul Islam has come into the side.
That's interesting that, Roshan's missing out. Yeah, you might be onto something there, Rico. Yeah, a little bit of a, well, young man. What do you think you were doing?
What were you doing now?
Who's a naughty boy? You're going to sit this one out. Okay, so, Roshan's sitting it out for Cyprus. Yeah, and, Aminul, it's good to see Aminul coming in because he was part of that relay catch we saw yesterday, which was quite a great bit of work on the boundary line, not too far from us. That's the calendar for 2025. Having a look at that right now, England-Wimbledon. It's the final day of England-Wimbledon and, of course, Croatia. We've just started our Croatian tour here. This is day 2 of 11. Remember also then we've got Germany-Kiel coming up after that. We've got the Romanian Encore coming up as well. We're going to be in Austria for some T20I and some ECI action too over a weekend. There's some Norway competition as well. And so there's a fair bit going on. But that calendar you saw there, that was the ECS action. As I'm looking at, it's at Hari Prasad seems to be going off for some treatment. Am I seeing that right?
He is going off the field there, so I would imagine that Charles Bevan is coming on. I wonder, we know that he took a few to a few balls to his shin and whatever earlier. He's bowled a couple of overs. He's gone off. And I think that means Bevan is on. Looks like the captain, Zach, is going to come back on. So he's not keeping off, not staying off so long. He just looks like he's just going to come on from this end instead. So it's not quite what I thought they were going to do. They're going back to Zach straight away. Mind you, if he picks up a wicket, it'll go well. By the way, they're in Wimbledon. Wimbledon have had a bat in that semi-final number 2. But 160 for 5 they finished with their captain going big. And that was James Crosswaite, 88 of 25. He's a good batter. And East Mosley have just started. It looks like they're going to, at the end of the first over, they've got 18 without loss.
It's a good game bubbling along there, isn't it? That looks pretty good. If East Mosley can keep that momentum up. But yeah, James is going Crosswaite's had a good tournament.
Yeah, he's been batting really well. He can really hit the ball. Spending a lot of time getting the field right here, Zach. So Zach, I wonder if he's made this change because he thinks I'll bowl 2 from one end and then I'll bowl 1 from the other, see how it goes. I don't mind that. Don't mind that thinking, especially with the Seta Devi that's gone off here now. So he hasn't got Charles Bevan, who I think bowled extremely well in the last match. Charles is the 12th man. That's a glorious shot. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. For somebody who, they're sending a field here to Mangala Gunasakara because they don't believe he's going to play in the offside. Well, take a look at this shot. That is gorgeous. Exceptional stroke from Gunasakara. It's right up there. It's one of the best of the day.
That's something else, isn't it? That is just beautiful.
We see that again? Maybe we can see it again. That's a great shot. Let's see it from behind the bowlers. Maybe not got time for it, but that was a great shot.
I enjoyed that one. Okay. We're not going to get a chance to see it one more time. If you do, maybe click back for a few seconds on the feed. Have a look at that one. I wouldn't mind doing that myself. Well, he goes inside out this time. That's also good. That's 1 bounce. That's 4 runs. That's a good shot. I think they're just making sure. Was it a flat 6 or a flat 4? It was 4. I thought to the naked eye, I thought that bounced in front of the rope. But he has really laced this one as well, just in front of the boundary line rope there.
Well, yeah, has the 2 men sat underneath the umbrella in the spotted plother, and Braithwaite was the first to applaud that. Well, no change in the field yet. They're allowing him to try and go again. This time he tries to play the cut shot in the gap between backward point and the 3rd man.
Just saw a question from John Gray asking about is there an ECS in Cyprus this year? I believe the answer to that is no. However, we are in Cyprus, I think, for T20Is and maybe some ECI action later in the year.
Yeah, I was hearing some rumours.
Yeah? Is it something we're trying to get together, I think?
Yeah, I mean, we've got, actually, what we can do, John Gray, we have got Mohammed who's here, and Mohammed Hussain is one of the key men there in Cyprus. He might know. But I was hearing rumours that we may extend that, and there may be a European cricket series now, but can't confirm it as yet, but it could be. We'll try and find out and see if Mohammed Hussain knows any more on that.
Because it's on a calendar. It's in that big graphic, the calendar for, I think, October.
Yeah.
I think after Rome, I think it is. So, yeah, we'll get clarification on that one, John. But I think there's also a bit of work in progress.
Oh nasty. Boy. Nasty. Yeah. Nasty. That is right on the lid.
Umpires get across.
Austin. Yeah, they're going to take a bit of time to check these. I mean, you may even find that Scott just goes off for a bit. That is nasty. That is taking him full impact right on the side of the lid. Now, he's put the lid down there for the moment. He's going to compose himself. I think you've got to get somebody out there, a bit of water, check he's okay. But this was a nasty delivery. Oh, look at that. Full on the side of that lid. That, folks, is why I am so glad and also so proud that we at ECN make it mandatory to wear lids.
Totally agree with that one, Rico.
Oh,
wow, that's not for the squeamish to see that. I know he's wearing a helmet and that's counted into there, but that's still that's a hard replay to watch.
Yeah.
And you know, umpires get over there, give him a little concussion test the equipment as well, and make sure he's okay. No blurred vision, no delayed blurred vision, and he just needs a spell. That's all. Just needs a spell, just to collect himself here.
Yeah,
what a delivery that was.
Yeah, once again, it was a great delivery, but again, it's that pitch. This is just taken off.
Yeah.
And Scott Austin, he doesn't shy away from any battle, does he? He wants to go after it, but he's just taken off and crunched him right on the lid, full on. So he's putting that lid back on. Obviously, the lid is okay. Fist pumps all around. Nice to see that Vedran was there with DJ checking he's okay. You saw that the 12th man and, of course, Rube Braithwaite, the coach, went out there to check he's okay. And good news, Scott's still there, but that would have, see, something like that always knocks your confidence. So let's see how he recovers from this.
Yeah, maybe like a good old Bond martini, just shaken but not stirred. Let's see who comes back from that one. 43 for 3, last ball of the 6th coming up. As Zach just shakes and rattles the cage here a bit.
Oh, he's running into trouble. Now Mangala will go. Oh dear, I could see that being a disaster. Scott Austin has hit it and screamed yes, but Mangala, it was almost like he's the one who was hit on the head, because he just stood there motionless, and only because this ball got away from the fielder did he eventually get going and they get the single. That could have ended up bad.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Well, luckily for Cyprus, Croatia made a little bit of a hash of that and let them off the hook, but that would have been curtains for one of them for sure. Scott Austin there, he's got 14 from 13. Mangala, who's joined him just recently, he's got 12 from 7. His score is 44 for 3 after 6. And, well, after losing a few cheap wickets there at the top there, Ramo Mazumdar goes quick, and Scott Burdekin, the captain, goes for only a couple of runs as well. And, yeah, Croatia just trying to rebuild here, but just that little wobble, or that could have undone a little bit of good work there.
Could have done. Look, we are in Croatia, and I think a lot of the Croatians won't want me to remind them of this, but on this day, on 1992, the US men's Olympic basketball team, which had been dubbed the Dream Team because of an all-star roster of NBA players that included Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird, easily defeated Croatia to win the gold medal at the Barcelona Games. And right on cue, it's a medal for the bowler, because a wicket goes down, and it's our man Alfred again.
And he's got the very dangerous, informed Scott Austin. Stone Cold Steve Austin. No, that's not him. It's Stone Cold Scott Austin. He has to go. Stumps rearranged. And yeah, it's our man Alfred Beresford Pierce with a breakthrough. Another breakthrough. First ball of the 7th goes bang into the stumps. Bows everywhere. And Austin was all over that. Maybe still slightly shaken from that hit on the lid. Only a few minutes ago, Rico. Only a few minutes ago.
I think it takes a little bit of time to settle after that. You saw the ball before, the one that he got after that. He just pushed at it and said, yes, let's go straight away. Maybe it was just reactive. But yeah, gets done by another good and great delivery there from Alfred. He draws Austin out. Austin finds himself in a sort of no man's land, and stumps shattered, so another one bites the dust. 44 for 4 at the start of this, the 7th over.
Yeah, it's quite amazing that. So 44 for 4. It's all the 4s. Pity it's not the 4th over. That would have been a Dave B's absolute fantastic dream. He's a bit of a numberholic, is Dave B in the chat. So he would be missing out there for the 44 for 4. If it had been the 4th over, he would have been absolutely beside himself. So it's going to bring out Adam Sen to the crease. Probably comes out a bit earlier than he would have expected. Alfred bounding in again. Just plays that short ball. Just didn't have to move too much. Just had to just bring it down ever so slightly from the high. He had a very high backlift, didn't he? And just brought it down maybe a quarter of the way and just tapped it.
Just a little dab there.
Just dabbed it, yeah.
Just a little dab.
Nicely done.
Today also, on this day in 1981, was, well, somebody you have a lot of time for. Roger Federer, who became regarded as one of tennis' great players, was born in Switzerland. Speaking of Switzerland, hello to everybody. That's probably tuning in from our headquarters, to Judith, Jenny, maybe Alexis. And I want to say also, this one is going to watch the spin on this. Does well, does the fielder, no problems there from Harry. I want to say also hi to Jay. Jay Sin, it was his birthday yesterday, so belated happy birthday to Jay Sin there in HQ. But yeah, Roger Federer born on this day, 1981. What an athlete, what a sportsman he was.
Incredible, wasn't he? Really incredible. And funny enough, the second Roger F I know from Switzerland. Same as you, Rico. And hello to Roger if you're listening in.
Yes, hello Roger.
We haven't got Comcam, can't send him a wave. But, you know, always good to have your company. I know he does listen in too, which is always good. So things need to settle down here for Gunasakara and Sen. They're just losing that surprise wicket in the start of this over, and now they just need to just knuckle down here. After they're seeing Austin getting bowled with an absolute beauty from Alfred. completely just misread though. So looking to capitalise here. Get towards the end of the 7th, still 47 on the board. Haven't got the 50 just yet. Cyprus just under a bit of pressure here.
Sakara seems to be in the same sort of mode as he was when he scored that very fine 64 in match number 2. And batted really well, got a good partnership there going with him and Roman Mazumda, looking to do the same here now with Adam Sen. I don't think we've seen the best of Adam. We saw a little flurry from him in the first match when he scored 55, and then after that hasn't had too many opportunities. So he'll be looking to once again try and get a good score on the board. So nicely played, he's worked that away nicely. Just for a single though, they have got, well, he wants to try and get a second run, but Gunasakara is just, he's already in his batting stance, taking guard and ready to face the next ball. He's not wanting to move. He said, no, I'm not moving.
That's astonishing.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that Gunasakara is not going to be looking for these singles. Why doesn't his teammates know that? You know, the opposition even know that as well.
That's right.
So it's clearly someone didn't get the memo. Watch him here. Watch him mangle it. He touches down, just goes, no. He's touched down, and no was his. He didn't do a delayed no. It was touchdown no, immediate.
Yeah.
And yeah, Sen was just a little bit keen as mustard there to get to the other end. 7 overs gone, 49 on the board. The run rate, of course, is at 7 runs per over. If my maths is correct, it usually is. Have a look at the bowlers there. 3 bowlers used so far, and they've all picked up a wicket each. And that would give Croatia a little bit of buoyancy in their step in the field. We'll see who's going to come on to bowl now, whether they're going to change it up a little bit. I think they will. They're going to return to, is it to Harry? They're going to get Harry Beresford-Pearce on?
Yeah.
Oh, so they're going to start to slow things down a bit now, because Harry is the slower of the 2 Beresford-Pearce when it comes to bowling. And I mean that only in regards to their bowling. I'm sure they're both sharp as knives in the old kitchen drawer.
Yeah, and I want to say hello to their father. I had a little chat with him in between matches. He was under the tree where the shade is watching, and he said, here to support the boys, hope they go well.
Good on him. Cautious start, has to sort of make the play on that one. Is he down under the tree with the hat on? I can see someone down there
in
with
the red
hat on. No, there was someone with a white shirt down there.
Okay. I think he was wearing a red outfit before, unless he's changed. Oh, there's somebody under that tree as well, look.
Oh, yeah, okay, yep, in the shorts.
That's
with the
right,
red
yeah, there he is.
That's Mr. Beresford-Pearce Senior.
Yeah, and watching how Harry does here. Good start from Harry, he gets it nice and straight, but it's got to be a little bit careful here to Mangala, who will be given the opportunity to go big on the leg side, but they have set the field there for him. 3 men back on the boundary.
Keep it out of his hitting arc. Goes along the ground, doesn't try to go aerial. Almost thought that was in a slot to maybe go aerial, maybe down the ground. Instead, he tries to tuck it around the corner, gets a single. So again, Mangala, we saw him do this yesterday where he just buckles down and says, all right, we're in a bit of strife, don't want to lose a wicket. I'm going to play smart, I'm going to play straight. And we heard this morning from the dugout, which was, we didn't give them instructions yesterday to do that, they just did it. They knew what they had to do to survive. And this is good batting. This is just good, picking off the singles. Now, Sen touches down, and he doesn't back up halfway down the pitch this time for a second run. So lessons learned.
It's good batting, but they can't do too much more with it because it's good bowling as well from Harry. He's getting the ball right up there.
It is, yeah.
You can't really go too crazy and attack it without threatening giving your wicket away. So I like this from Harry. It's a good start. He's very different to the bowling that the batters have faced so far, so they're having to make a big adjustment.
There's discussion going on between some players, and I think maybe the umpire as well. I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe just some adjustments. We're good to go. just had a little bit of a static situation there. So hopefully you can still hear me okay in the comms. Let us know in the chat if the sound's gone a bit haywire. We've lost our communication with the production and getting a lot of interference coming through the ground mic, so I've had to turn them all the way down. Hope you can hear us. Rico, can you hear me?
I'm going deaf.
That was sudden,
whatever
wasn't
that was, it just was so loud. I think my head just blew off.
Yeah.
Yeah, folks. Like Phil says, if you can't hear us, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of interference coming through. But we'll plough away until somebody tells us that we're talking away for nothing. End of a pretty decent over there from Harry. Just the 4 runs that come from it.
Yeah, 53 for 4 after 8. Harry's put together pretty good over there indeed. So he's got none for 4. Alfred, his brother's got 2 for 13. I'm going to see who's going to resume. It looks like it will be Alfred to resume bowling. And this trying to rattle these two. They haven't been together for too long, but they'd love to get rid of Mangala. He looks like he could be the danger man now. Good delivery first up. Slows the pace on that one and gets him fishing ever so slow, almost in slow motion outside the off stump. That's a very unusual sort of stroke there from Mangala. And when you can make him play a stroke that's unnatural like that, you know you've done half the job. The next half is to find that wicket. That's not bad. They should be very keen to make sure that this play does not get off to a flyer. And again, goes down on one knee, strikes this one through the boundary line. Oh, good work there. Picks it up inside the rope. Nice work on the boundary line. It went pretty fast. Hello to Bethany Evans saying, I can hear you, but not very loud. Bethany, yeah, thank you for that, Bethany. As long as you can still hear us, we'll try and see what the problem is. I can see one of the production guys walking the boundary line now, trying to figure out what's happened there. I'm hoping that's why he's walking the boundary line.
Yeah, I think something's gone astray at one of the cables. So if you can hear us a little bit, that's fine. We'll talk a little bit louder, maybe. We can do that. Getting a little bit bogged down here is Gunasakara. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to play shots, but I'm loving the line that's been bowled to him by Alfred. Alfred is not letting him drive, and he's not giving him the room to play the cut shots that he's been playing quite well at the moment. It's good tidy bowling. I will also, I haven't forgotten, I will give you the answer to the question I posted earlier about the great W.G. Grace. And this time he leaves it. He says, all right, I'll leave those alone. Yeah, my question was, for those of you that joining in, if you can hear me, that is, that at the age of 66, he played his last club match. And the question was, how many runs did he score and how many wickets did he take? I'll give you the answer to that maybe when the players have a drinks break.
That's a good shout. All right, so that's the end of the next over, unless a wicket falls in the next over. So, okay, look forward to that as well. 2 to come in this over. Watchful there. I think he's had a few little frustrating moments here. I think Rico, what he's doing is he's doing this just to temper himself down again, just to bring it back into, like, you know what I mean. Don't let the beast out. He's saying to himself, don't let the beast out. You know, it's like trying to the David Banner trying to restrict the Hulk. Yeah. You're like, no, stay in there.
I think he's had that. You're right. He's had that little moment when he's had a few shots, and then somebody's come up and said to him, hey, you know what? Go back to what you're doing before. And now he goes back to that moment when they will get a single. Gunasakara running as hard as he can to the other end, putting a bit more strain on that dodgy knee of his. They will get something. Not a lot of that over. Just the 3 runs come from it. So Alfred is continuing to cause all sorts of problems with his bowling. And end of 3, 2 for 15. And Cyprus, well, they've come slowed down big time. In the last 3 overs. The last 3 overs have just gone for 12 runs, and it's 56 for 4.
That's quite something. That's very, very good from the Croatian bowlers there. We saw him do this yesterday, and I was very happy to lavish the praise on him and say, look, well done. You know, you put the brakes on, and now you just need to try to change it up and force that scoreboard pressure into a wicket. If they could do that, well, that'd be absolutely amazing. Hey, big thank you to Bethany Evans. She's just told us that it's all fine now with regards to our voices. So whatever got redone, thank you for that. Whoever's taking care of that, our production guys, 2 circles. And Bethany, thank you for just letting us know that that little problem is okay now that Rico and I can now put our eardrums back inside our head after that amazing bit of static has absolutely blown my brain out of the back wall of the tent here. But I'm okay now. So's Rico. And we're set to go with over number 10. 56 for 4. Harry's got the ball. plays it ever so gently. Really, really gently. Now they want 2. Yep, Mangala says there's 2 there. And I guess if he says there's 2, then Adam Sender will agree there is definitely 2 there. In the end, it was almost like such a delicate dab. It was just so well placed. It was almost like it was 2 that should never even been 2. Plays this late. Good delivery. Well bowled. 58 for 4. Just remember, Cyprus won the toss and wanted to have a bat first, and things didn't look good for them at the very start. They lost wickets early on. Things steadied, then they lost another couple of wickets. Now these 2 have steadied things down. So it's sort of been fits and starts. Oh, he winds up. He eyed off deep mid-wicket. He eyed that area off. See the little flick of the eyes again towards deep mid-wicket saying, I got you, that's where I'm hitting you. And he's almost put that one into outer space. Proper wind up there. Harry, a little bit too good there. Halfway through the 10th. Well, that one is, that's what he wanted earlier. Probably had more aggression in the shot previously to this one, but this one's been elevated nicely. It was right off the meat of the bat. The one before was a bit more of a rash shot, a rash swipe. This one, a little bit more elegance, but still aggression.
Yeah, बहुत बढ़िया shot मारिया. Timing अच्छी थी. पूरा shot मारिया. शक्का लग गया. Yeah, I think that was in the hitting arc. He didn't really have to do too much. If you have a look at this, I mean, keep a look at the footwork here from. So just one little step.
Yeah. That
brings him into the area he needs to be, and he crunches that big time down the ground.
Ooh, winds up again. Now they've hit the stumps there. Sam's asking for a stumping.
I think he's going to the bowling and umpire. So he wants the court behind here. I think he thinks there might have been something on it. There's nothing. I didn't hear or see a thing there, nor did the umpire DJ.
Yeah, no. We're going to get a look here at the bat and that. No, well, the foot's definitely down, so definitely no shadow stumper. You're right. He went to the standing umpire. I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, and from that angle, couldn't change my mind. So we continue. Jonas Sakara trying to light up the night skies or the day skies.
Yeah, he's going for it, isn't he? It's almost like he's saying, you know what, I'm not getting bogged down. I'm going to play aggressively. It's a good cricket delivery. Well, taking on the bowler, and well, for somebody who we believe is having a few issues with his knees, he's keen to take the single, go back on strike. It will be the end of the 10th over. Time for some drinks, and yes, please. Also time for me to give you the. Now, I said you were pretty close when you said 100. How many wickets did you say?
I said 4 for.
Okay, well.
What do you do?
Okay, 1914 at the age of 66. W.G. Grace played his last match in club cricket for Eltham at home to Northbrook in an anticlimactic end to such a colossus player. He didn't bat or bowl in the match. It ended in a draw.
Oh, Rico with the trick question there. Nice one. Nicely done. Tell me, was anybody else bamboozled with that one?
Yeah,
oh, that's a good one, Rico.
I
like it.
There must have been a few. And I'm going to leave you with another one, folks. And it's as simple as that. Who took the first T20 7-4? So who took the first T20 7-4? And Rico Full here along with Phil G. We're loving our time here in Croatia. It is a beautiful country, and certainly so much to see here. We both went for a bit of a walk yesterday, and we certainly think it's a wonderful place. 10 UNESCO World Heritage Sites here, including the Palace at Split and the old city of Dubrovnik. We've also got, this is an interesting one, they have a museum, and this is true, of broken relationships in Zagreb. There's a quirky and an emotional museum dedicated to failed love stories, completed with donated mementos and personal notes. What would you donate to a museum like that?
It's I actually have read up on it. I wanted to go to it, but unfortunately myself and Mrs. G didn't get a chance to go to it. There was, I don't know what I'd donate to it, but let me give you an example. Someone had donated a toaster. And now, if you donate something to this museum, you have to give a short paragraph spiel. You can't give a story, just a short spiel.
Yeah.
What this paragraph says is basically this: "Ha, I've got your toaster. How are you going to make your toast now? That'll show you'll never make toast again and not think of me." That's it. That's all it says.
That's all it says.
So someone has obviously, and there's no talk about, there's no mention of gender. So you don't know if it's a guy or a girl or whatever the relationship is. Doesn't matter. It's someone in a relationship has said, I'm taking the toaster.
You know what I would give?
What's that?
The remote control.
Remote
The
control, yeah.
remote control. Saying, ha, there you go. You kept on complaining about me having the remote. You'll never change the channel again.
I'll go you one better.
Go on.
I'd give the batteries for the remote
The
control.
batteries
Because
as
I
well.
know that my missus would never find the battery drawer and never know how to... What's wrong with this remote? She'd have to call the service guys and they'd say, yeah, there's no batteries.
Or you could just take the TV.
You could do that, yep, something like that.
If you're going to do that, I'd take the rolling pin as well. Just in case,
Rolling
because they'd
pin.
come after you with the rolling pin, wouldn't they?
Imagine that you go to the museum, there's like a rolling pin with a dent. A really nasty dent that's like the size of like a skull in it or something like that. Apparently it's a very popular museum. And there's another, I'll give you one more museum they've got here in Zagreb, which is brilliant. It's a museum of hangovers.
Really?
Yeah, same kind of concept where people send in things and it's a symbol or it's a story about an episode that involved maybe a few too many beverages. An example there is that someone sent in like the pedal of a bike, and there's a long-winded story about how the person never owned a bike at no time, didn't like to ride bikes, didn't like bikes, and somehow ended up on their living room floor entwined in a bike with the pedal broken off in the side of their head. Apparently, then they still don't know why that happened. They hypothesized that maybe I stole the bike. All I know is the pedal came off and I was lying on top of it, and when I stood up, it was stuck to the side of my face. And again, it's that kind of thing of the museum has these wonderful stories.
Yeah, and for all of those of you that are going to celebrate International Beer Day today later, just remember those stories. It's a great
elevated
shot.
nicely, wasn't it? Just beautiful.
That's a delightful hit. I think that's got, is it 6? No, 4 being signalled. Well, I tell you what, it's a great shot. He plays, you know, for somebody who sometimes seems to be really focused on playing just on the leg side, he can play some great shots. He's played 2 outstanding shots on the offside already, Mangala, and that is as good as the one before. Beautiful.
It's middled. It sounded very solid a shot as well, and his very correct style, the way he's played that, was a real picture to watch. The lofted cover drive is a wonderful shot to see played live. It really is, and that was a wonderful example. Whoa! Yeah. Now that's hit one of those little spots on the pitch that we've talked about at length, Rico, that are going to feature very heavily over the next 9 days of action here as well, as that has lifted quite appreciably there. Going for a wide as Alfred bowling his final over here is looking for a little bit of extra something, looking for an X factor in this final over of his spell.
Yeah, well, I didn't think he was going to pitch up again, but I didn't think he was going to be that short. Let's see how he goes here, Alfred again. And it's going to be taken big downtown this time. Lovely jubbly. Que genial, que grande. Eso es una máximo. Good hit. So good luck finding that.
That's been smoked. Yeah, this is where we talk about putting chips inside the Grizzlies. Oh no, it's been found. Well done. Very well done. Make sure that's the right one. You know, make sure that's the hot dot, not the Spalding 9. You know, that like in golf when you find a golf ball and you go, no, I'm just going to play this one anyway. Look at that. That was a cracking good shot though.
Good shot.
He's winding up, isn't he? Mangalay's winding up now.
Yeah, I think he's decided that's what he's doing here. That's a good comeback ball. That's where Alfred has to be, Timangala. That's where he's won most of the battles, by teasing him and keeping him outside the off. So good. It's just a good comeback here from Alfred, but he has been hit for 2 boundaries in the over. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Mangala here has probably now decided it's the time for him to try and really open up and go big.
Yeah, that's he's looking good, isn't he? Looking really, really sharp here. Yeah, Alfie needs to be careful here. And he goes again. He's mishit this one though, and just over the fingertips. And I mean only just. That might have been even like a fingernail tipping moment, that, as it just goes over the head of a desperate attempt. I think that's one of the Bevans. That might be Scott Bevan down there in the shadows of that very large tree down there. That's close. So it's been boundary, wide, boundary, dot, boundary. Who knows what's coming next as that shot goes for 4. As I said, this man, he's taken his time. He's been so patient at the start of his innings, just pushing it around and a few dot balls, but now he's looking ominous. And again, just happy to push that one back, dot ball. Interesting. He's playing a good innings though, 41 from 30. it's been a very well-tempered innings, this one. As I said, he had to really knuckle down when it was 4 wickets on the board, and he had to knuckle down with Adam Senna. Just take their time, just to see off a little bit of enthusiasm from the bowlers. And now the enthusiasm's definitely gone. It's like it's launch time. Oh wow, that oh Sam, ouch.
Oh dear.
I'm losing count of how many bruises he's got. That's got to be number 23, I reckon.
Count the toes, Sammy. Count the toes. You can't put a helmet on the foot. That ain't going to help.
Oh, mate, Sam. We feel for you, Sam. We really do, mate.
Gee.
Oh,
I tell you, that one just didn't come up at all. And you can see the batter misses it, and it rolled right onto the big toe there of Sam Houghton. But at least he's managed to stop it. It's a good stop from him. And, yeah, this is where, remember the old steel toe cap boots?
Yeah.
That's when you need those out here.
You really do. These ones I'm wearing, these aren't quite steel coat, but yeah, the ones that had the big bit of metal right there, that's what you want, and that's what he needs, because that's just a soft shoe he's wearing, and oh boy, count your toes. Actually, he's going to take a long time to take that sock off later on today for sure. 80 for the loss of 4 after 11, and there's a few walking wounded out there from this T20I contest. And yeah, Sam Houghton, he's going to have a couple of bruises to show the friends and family.
Used to be the worst, didn't it, when you get one in your toe? Because you're right. Yeah, you just didn't want to take the sock off because you didn't want to have a look at the damage.
Exactly.
You knew it was going to be bad.
Yeah.
And you thought, I don't want to look. And then eventually, sort of when you get time to have a shower, you take the sock off and think, oh no, oh my God.
Yeah.
And then you thought, why did I do that? Because now you can't get a sock on or get your shoe on.
Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't good. That's where the flip-flops were fantastic.
It was there and you couldn't avoid it. There we go. So we start the 12th now. It's going to be the other Beresford-Pearce who continues. So, well, Alfred Beresford-Pearce, he's bowled his 4 now. So he's went for 2 for 30 from his 4. Harry's going to continue. He's only gone for 13 from his 2 overs. And just a single off the first ball of his 3rd.
I think it's a bit of a risk here, actually, because I think Mangala, I mean, it could get a wicket. It could also go pretty heavy, because Mangala, I think, is going to go after him.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Everybody went silent as they all just waited for that to land with a thud. A long way over the boundary right there. And that is really good striking there. He marches to 47 from 32. And you can see now that I agree with you, Rico. I think this is a dangerous over.
It's because Mangala's already shown his intent. As soon as, well, just before the drinks break, actually, the 9th over, continuing after drinks, he's shown his intent. He wants to take on the bowling. So, yeah, Harry could be in for a bit of a hiding here. Mangala gets going, and he is getting going. That is another biggie. Bowler. Ginna Zona Shakalagya. And Mangala Gunasakara brings up his 2nd T20 International 50 in this series. We said before that in match number 2 he scored 64 of 40 deliveries. Well, he's got to 53 here in just 33. He's hitting it big. He's doing the damage. And that's 4 6s and 4 4s on his way to that 50.
Yeah, congratulations on his 2nd T20I half century here. And he's got plenty of time to kick on if he wants to. It's there for the taking if he wants it. Oh, that one hit something, and well, there you go.
Good comeback, and it's 1 for the over from Harry, but he had to do something different.
He did.
And goes for the quicker ball. Bowls that really well, actually.
Fair credit where it's due. You're right. He did have to do something different. And you know what? Even if he called for wider and no ball, I would still say, hey, it's something different. Make sure the bowler doesn't get too settled into this routine. And just tucks around the point for one more quick single. Sen running to the danger. And almost forgot that Sen's still out there. He's had so little to do with what's been happening lately. Poor old Adam Sen, 6 from 6, and he finally gets to face the last ball of the 12th over.
I was expecting Adam Sen actually to be the one to get the acceleration game, but Mangala said, look, I'm here, I'm set, I'm going to go. You bide your time. If I go, you take over, and he's done a good job so far.
Last ball of the 12th coming up, and that's just been punched towards the boundary right out there on the offside. They're going to just take the 1, I think. They're happy with just the 1. So 12 overs gone, and it's 95 for 4 on the board. I'll just wait for the umpire to say over, unless I've miscounted. I don't think I've miscounted. I'm pretty sure I can count to 6. I can indeed. And just very quickly, David Skinner in the chat saying, how many T10s do they have after this? David, let me answer that for you. Tomorrow we start the T10s. It's the ECI, that's the European Cricket International. So Croatia and Cyprus will go head-to-head in a best of 7, I believe it is. Best of 7. We've got 4 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. Yeah. And then on Monday we start the European Cricket Series for men, and that is 5 games per day, running through for 4 days before we have a 4-match finals day on Friday. And then we have the ECSW, which is the women's ECS, starting on Saturday next weekend. And that is 2 teams, best of 7 now. It's a best of 7 ECSW. I think I've got that right.
Yeah, there was a change to that later on, wasn't it, women? But yeah, so a lot of cricket from this ground, a lot of cricket in Croatia. And yeah, we will see the international action first up tomorrow on the ECIs in that T10 format. And then we'll go to the European Cricket Series, and I think we're going to have a blinder, I really do. And I'm so excited to be able to be around to see the women in action as well, because I know that they're not just here. I mean, it's probably wrong for me to say that. I know that here the women are so keen and so excited to be playing. I think that's the same everywhere. Yeah. But, you know, I have a bit of a soft spot for the women here in Croatia. I'll tell you why, because it was about 2 years ago when they were just getting started. And a few times at the end of a European Cricket Series day, I spent a bit of time here with Vedran, and we did a bit of coaching and stuff with the women. And so I've seen them grow, and I've seen them come along, and it's a wonderful, wonderful experience. Right, high in the air, fielder trying to get there, and it's taken.
Oh, it almost stuck.
It stuck and came out. Oh my, I wonder if we got a good shot of this. He's taken it side of the face, you know. I mean, that's the problem here. He gets hands to it, but I think he's got it on the side of the face. He's got hands, and it's good. You can see what happens there. It pops out of the hands, catches the side of the face, and drops away. It's another opportunity. Mangala gets a bit of a break. He comes back for 2.
Yeah, that's disappointing there for the bowler, for the fielder, and for Croatia. They thought they had him. Jet goes to ground, unfortunately. It goes down as a drop catch.
Yeah, it's a good effort, but just wasn't able to take it. And this is the next one here. So well, this is John Vujnovic, who's bowling. He bowled very well in the last match.
Just scoops it up. That could have easily gone back to the bowl there. Instead, it's got enough power and momentum and the timing to go for 4. Splits long off and long on perfectly. That's a really good shot. I thought for a minute that if that had gone straighter, you know, maybe just favouring slightly towards the bowler, John would have absolutely snaffled that, because he's seen him take some good catches, but the timing and the placement, too good.
He's made such a difference here, hasn't he? Mangala, there he goes again. Kinna Sona, dekh lo batting. अपनी मंगाला गुणसकारा दी बहुत अच्छी बहुत जबरदस्त बैटिंग अजतानो देख के स्वाद आ गया. Another lovely shot, but the difference that he has made, they were under a lot of pressure and put under a lot of pressure from Croatia with this Cyprus team. But Mangala Gunasekara came out there and he's just taken all the pressure off. We've gone past 100 now. He's just dictating the strike. He's feeling that he's in the zone. He's feeling he's in the zone, and maybe he's feeling that, look, now he's come this far, he's got plenty of time to maybe convert the 60, as he moved to 67 that he's moved on to here, and maybe we're looking for the magical 3 figures.
It's entirely possible. I'm going to hold my tongue on that one, mainly because we know what happens to me when I say things like that. These two came together with scores on 44, if you can believe that, when the score was 44 for 4. This partnership has climbed so well. So it's a 65-run partnership, and it's unfinished. It's still got 7 overs left in the innings as well. There's every chance this is going to pile on to be yet another 100-plus run partnership, unless Croatia can find a way to break it, and they really have to find a way to get through this one. Ring the changes as you see them, skipper. Find something, find a bit of magic, turn to someone who hasn't bowled yet, do something, but you've got to try to find a little bit of magic, something from someone who maybe the batters haven't seen before. Maybe that could work. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. I'm just having a quick look here. Yeah, Zach does have one more. Alfred is bowled out. There's no Charles Bevan in the side this time, bowled really well. This is really risky. I thought it was dangerous to bowl Harry in the 12th. They're going back to him again here now. I don't like this move. Harry's got big shoulders. He's going to say, it's all right, I'll bowl it. It's a risky one. It really is a risky one here. Mangala knows what he's going to bowl. Harry might try the quicker ball first up here. I would. I'd try and surprise him with the quick one first up, but Mangala's going to go after him.
Tosses it up. Mangala just watches that and says, I won't have a piece of that one. I bet he changed his mind about 3 times in that time the ball was in the air,
I'm surprised. I think Harry was trying to draw him out the crease there with Houghton standing up, but Mangala just leaves it. It's a dot ball.
Yeah. It wasn't the right length for him. Okay, so he plays it on nicely. It's a late cut, and there's a bit of work to be done on the boundary line.
Excellent.
Every run saved is important here for Croatia. Every bit of effort is massive, and he should be getting a bit of a round of applause from his teammates there as this partnership continues to keep building as well.
Really well done. Excellent work there.
He's done that. He's done that well.
Yeah, I think that's Scott, isn't it? Scott Bevan. Excellent work from Scott. Well done.
So again, just playing soft hands here. This time it goes directly to the fielder. Who again, it's Mr. Bevan just does an easier one there.
Yeah, the last 3 overs, by the way, it's 44 runs have come from it. I think that's probably shows you just what Mangala has managed to achieve in the last few overs. So Harry here, he's done well, and Adam Sen will have a chance to face a ball or two here, maybe.
Sure, Adam's probably thinking I'm being a bit left out in the cold here, so give me a chance. Ooh, tell you what, that's not bad. That's the sign of a batter who hasn't seen too many deliveries in the last 3 or 4 overs right there. Just a little bit of a, oops, yep, just bobbed that one up in the air. I'm sure if you looked at this partnership close up, you say, who's made all the runs? I think we know the answer to that. Yeah. But I love to see the percentage, because I'm sure Gunnar has probably made about 90% of these runs. Adam just goes bang, just smacks that one, and it's 1 bounce, 4 runs. In complete control of that flat shot as well.
Yeah, and so was Scott Austin off that. We know he's a good fielder. Scott Austin without a cap on and a helmet when he was batting. We can see his lovely head of hair. Reminds you of some of those old adverts in the 1970s, you know, when they're talking about the hairspray. Yeah. Is he or isn't he? Just delicately played. Lots of applause from Cyprus. They're liking this partnership. This time he takes a single and decides that he wants to hold on to the strike. So Harry, that's him completed. It'll go for 36 in his 4 overs. It's not the worst. And bearing in mind that he knew they'd be going after him, all he can see is just the 8 in that one.
Rico, there's some news coming in from Wimbledon. Wimbledon 160 for 5 after 10. East Mosley 166 for 3 with 1 ball to spare.
Wow, what a win so that is.
Scores must have been level on the second last ball. And on the last ball, maybe there was it looks like a 6 was hitting. And so they get the win with 1 ball to spare. In Wimbledon, are bailed out.
Well, would you believe it? Because I was back in Wimbledon. Then you were back in Banston.
I was back before you were.
Yeah, you went. Hey, somebody must have scored some runs there. Somebody must have scored, because they were 18 without loss, weren't they, after the first? Somebody scored some runs there for sure.
Yeah, it looks like it was Michael Sheen with 75 off 26. Well done to you.
Good player.
Very good player.
He's a very good player. He's been in good form in that tournament. Well, whatever surprise that is, so Wimbledon won't get there. So it'll be Spencer in the final because of that default, and they will be taking on East Mosley. I don't think a lot of people expected to see those two in the final.
Yeah, they needed 15 in the last, and the first 2 balls of the 10th went for 6 and 6. So when that happens, it was then a single, a leg by, then a 6 to seal the deal. So well done to East Mosley. Commiserations to Wimbledon, but thank you for the competition, and thank you for hosting. The action here now live.
Played away, so yeah, Wimbledon to go out in. I want to say big thanks to Wimbledon as well, because you know, they're a lovely bunch of lads, and I actually spent the one of our days off, the Saturday. I went over to where the Wimbledon Championships are. I had a little Moseley around there, and then right across the road is where the Wimbledon cricket ground is. I went across there. They were playing Sutton in a really tough and important game. They did win, and I had a chance to walk around the clubhouse and see the ground, and the hospitality there was fantastic. Everybody was there. It was great to be there and see their main ground. Of course, though we say European Cricket Series Wimbledon, it's not actually at the Wimbledon ground. It's played at Rains Park. It's probably about, I suppose by car it's about 10 minutes, but you can walk to the Wimbledon ground in about 40 minutes.
Chopped on. Well, there we go. So Sakara has to go. And Razmilic, who I've been saying, get him onto bowl, get him onto bowl. And they get him onto bowl and he gets a wicket. Gets a big wicket as well. Gets the big wicket. Well, this is massive. We thought Mangala was on a century watch. I didn't utter the words, but I had the thought in my head quite heavily. You said it, Rico, and I was nodding furiously when you said it, because he looked absolutely on here. And he's chopped on, he's picked a wrong delivery, he cannot believe it, he's absolutely gutted. He's looking around and he's saying, well, hang on, did the wicketkeeper disturb the stumps or did I knock on? And he had to be told, no, it cannoned off the bat, mate. Gets a really good get around from his players from the dugout. They've all come out of their seats to give him a well-deserved hug, a round of applause and a good pat on the back. Well batted, sir. You've brought your team from the brink of what could have been a disastrous start and you've seen it through from 44 for 4 to now 118 for 5. That's a sensational, 74-run partnership with Adam Sen. Well batted.
Yeah, well batted indeed. He deserves all the applause. But well bowled also here from Anthony Razmilic. Now, Anthony Razmilic is more than just a player, isn't he?
He is certainly. He's the, let me get this right, he's the president of Croatian Cricket Fed. Came over and introduced himself to us, Rico, said hello, lovely to meet you. He mistakenly thought I was the president of Czech Cricket. Of course, I said I was. Apologies to Prakash and Michael Lonsborough. Well, come on. If people,
you're going to the VIP dinner later?
Well, I had to get the gig, you know. If people say, hey, you're the king of Norway, who am I to say no? You know, yeah, mate, I'm the king of Norway, yeah, roll out the red carpet. So, no, he came over and he said hello, introduced himself, and we just briefly talked about how great it would be if we could get the Czech national men's and women's team to play the Croatian men's and women's team, you know, next year a few times.
Bring it on, yeah.
So I'm saying exactly that. Bring it on. Let's organise that. No ball signalled. That's for height, definitely above the waist. That one there.
Why is it when always we big somebody up, something like that happens? We're talking about Razmilic here. He just took a wicket, and what happens? He bowled. It's almost like they can hear us.
Yeah, they know.
And we're putting it off.
Oh, they're playing games with us. That's what it is.
Free hit, and it's Adam Sen who's going to try and blast this away. It's now his turn to be the lead provider.
Oh, he goes downtown. There is a player down there in the shadows. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter if he's caught or not because it was a free hit.
One or two people forget. There was some celebration from half the players, but
look at the player himself. He's got his arms extended saying, you can thank me later. Tell him it's a free hit.
It always gets somebody, the spectators around the ground, us sometimes, the fielders, even the batters. That's not out.
Now, hang on. That wasn't Scott Bevan down there, is it? Because you can understand why he'd be excited for taking the catch if it was him. I don't think it was. Oh, it was close again. Because Scott was fielding, I think, on the offside. So, yeah, I'd like to know if that's him down there.
Yeah, we've got to find that out. Also, that's been given a wide. I don't think it is. T20, it's not wide. That ball was going onto the pads. Taranga's moved inside it, and it's been called a wide, but I think that's a bad call.
This is straight back down the pitch.
Let's have a look. Who is that? No. Is it? Turn around. We want to see a number.
78. Who is that?
It is. It's Scott Bevan.
It is Scott Bevan. I thought it was. The way after he took that and then put his arms up, I thought he's saying, finally.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
He's having a shocker.
He takes a catch, and it's a free hit. You couldn't write this sometimes,
Scott.
could you?
Oh, no. There we go. There's another one for you, Scott. Ground fielding, he's fine. He's taken that good catch off a free hit. Then haven't thrown the ball to him again since what happened at the start of the match one yesterday.
What do you think about that? Do you think would you have given him an over in one of the matches here today?
No.
No, you wouldn't have. No.
I think, and you know what? I think because they've got bowlers who are doing the job, and I think that's enough. I don't know if he would have brought any more extra variety just based on what we saw. Speaking of what we saw, how about what we see? This is tomorrow action. We revert to the ECIs. This is back to T10 cricket now, and it's the European Cricket Internationals. Croatia having 4 games against Cyprus here at this ground tomorrow, and that's going to be myself and Rico taking you through the entertainment there, starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that's the essential European summertime. That's the standard time we're on right now. And check your local guides to see when that's going to be on. But please join us tomorrow for ECI action here. Obviously, it's the last day in Wimbledon, so you're going to be wanting to get some T10 action. Well, we are the people to give that to you. 4 games tomorrow, 3 games on Sunday, and then the ECS starts in earnest on Monday. We'll talk more about that over the weekend. But tomorrow, ECI, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten, I'd asked you a question, who took the first T20 7-4? And I'll give you the answer to that maybe after this over. So if Two Circles can hear me, maybe we can put the answer up for that one, who took the first T20 7-4. And all I'll tell you, if you haven't worked it out yet, that it happened in 2019. So we'll give you the answer a bit later as that gets played away. Well, while this one is being fielded, let me give you the sort of the quarterly scores. 34 of the first 5, 31 of the second 5,
Yep.
and the next 5, as you would expect, thanks to Mangala, 59.
Yeah, I would expect something in the 50s. I actually was thinking 60s, but call it that, the same sort of thing. Now, what's happened here? We've got a bat situation.
Yeah, Taranga looks like he managed to damage a bat, so he'll pick one from there. So we could go to that now, actually start talking about it now, that the 7-4. The first T20 7-4 was taken by a part-time, actually. It was the Leicestershire captain, Colin Ackerman. So if you got Colin Ackerman down, you would have done very well, because he's not the first name that would have come to mind to many people. And he picked up unbelievable figures of 7 for 18 with his off breaks against the young and inexperienced Birmingham lineup at Leicester. So the first T20 7-4 was from the Leicestershire captain, Colin Ackerman. That's played away, but once again to the same fielder will just be another single.
So just chipping the runs around. They just need to rebuild these two after the big surprise wicket there of Mangala. But Adam Sen's still out there, so he's still trying to put something together for his team. It's a good score on the board though, 126 of 5, and we've still got 4.5 overs after this ball. And that's been played very nicely. That's going to be hard to stop. And almost success there. Gets a little something on it, and he's absolutely filthy because he got a little touch on it, but the momentum that he had, it actually spun the ball like a top. Watch that. And it spins towards the boundary line. You couldn't read about it. Sometimes things just don't go your way. And the little 1% things, Rico, in this tournament, these 2 days, they've gone the way of Cyprus more often than not.
Well, I know where that's going. That's going in the way of 6 runs because the umpire puts them up like he just don't care. Manos arriba from the arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. He's blasted that pretty well as Adam Sen. He knows that this is the right time for him to really break loose now. They've got some wickets in hand, and they're expecting to push on to a score around about that 160s.
Indeed. Okay, tucked around the corner. Well, there's a player there for that. This score is starting to get a little scary. This is starting to push outside of Cyprus's range, I guess is the correct way to put it.
Yeah.
Kind of feel that 140 is probably their range. And that's probably on a good day at the moment for Croatia if they can do that. But Cyprus are muscling this along very nice, and they've still got 4 overs to come at the conclusion of this over, which it is now. That's 137 for 5 after 16. And Sen, he's on 28 from 19. He's going quite nicely.
Yeah, I've noticed that Lovedeep Singh doesn't feature in the side again. He didn't play in the first one this morning. He's not listed here, not even listed as the 12. I think maybe Cyprus here have also got one eye on the T10 internationals coming up. I think they thought we've got bowlers. We'll use other bowlers like come on, raise again and just keep Lovedeep fit for maybe those T10s, because Lovedeep is an all-round A. We haven't seen him with the bat, but he's very handy, very useful, and probably T10 format with the bat suits him pretty well. He's a powerful hitter of the ball.
Yeah, that's a really good shout at that one. You're good to see him back in. I reckon that's what's happening. They are saving him for tomorrow's T10s, and with 4 T10s tomorrow and then 3 on Sunday as well. And so I think the players will be happy with 4 and 3 because they're going to be very, very warm temperatures over the weekend. Expected to go 35, 36, even push towards 38 on Sunday. It's going to be very, very warm. So I'm sure the players appreciate only 3 games on Sunday. Here we go. We continue. Check down nicely. Just going to be 1.
Nicely played. Ooh, what's happened here? Well, Sam Houghton's ended up on the deck. I think the throw wasn't the best, and he's diving right across, almost diving into the batter there.
And Sam's just adding to his tally of injuries with every ball. Good on you, Sam. Love his work, by the way. I love his enthusiasm.
Ooh. To club this one outside the off, does Taranga.
Houghton takes down the stumps. square leg, a bit reluctant to come in and fix up the stumps. He's saying, look, it's a long way to go in on such a warm afternoon. He's slowly pacing in. That's the slowest I've seen a square leg umpire go to fix the stumps. He's still walking as slow as a wet week. Oh,
come on, DJ, you can get there, DJ. DJ, you're going to have to go
halfway.
back.
Rico, he got halfway, then he stopped and said, oh, all right, I'm going back again.
DJ was scratching himself, making him way to the stumps, but then has to go back. But this might be it, DJ. And put him up in the air, DJ. Yep, that's 6 runs. It goes all the way. It's short. And Sachitra Tharanga gets his first one away. It's a hit-me ball, really, to be honest. It was a gundy ball from the bowler, Anthony Razmalic, and he gets the treatment.
Yeah, it's just too straight, and it sits up, and it does. It literally has time to hand the invitation over in person. And the RSVP was there. Bang, crunch, 6. Thank you very much. 144 for 5, halfway through the 17th. And then Tharanga now not missing out on that shot.
Yeah, I haven't spotted if Setha Devi has come back onto the field. The reason I'm asking, they've got to make a change to the bowling here pretty quickly because, I mean, look, they're still at a point, if they can keep it to 170, 180, say the 170, 180s, they're still, I think, if somebody gets going with the bat from them, get a chance to win. If it gets any more than that, it's going to get crazy. So he's got 2 overs still to bowl.
That's Setha Devi there, isn't it?
Is that him there? So he is on the field.
Yeah, I didn't see him come back on.
Yeah, I didn't see when he came back. Maybe he's not been on long enough to come back on the ball, perhaps.
Yep.
But you've also got Zach who's got an over. That's 3 overs. So, you know, I think as soon as this over is done, that's what they've got to do. You've got to have Setha Devi to bowl the next, then Zach, then Setha Devi. You've got to go that route.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, you could be talking about over 200.
Straight between the... that was just power, absolute power. It's clubbed between the non-striker and the umpire. Both barely moved a muscle. By the time they did, it was already halfway to the boundary. That is absolute power.
Yeah, he waits for that nicely, doesn't he? You can see he gets himself into position early, then he has to wait there, has to be patient, and then he hits through it nicely. And there's nothing really that, once again, that Anthony Razmalic can do about that. That's going to be 4 more runs. So Tharanga starting to show what he can do. We know what he can do. I've seen him do this at the Ipsonas cricket ground, and they're at Happy Valley in Cyprus. He's a very good cricketer. Now starting to open up. But misses out on that one, but it is too wide. It will be called a while by the umpire Vedran.
Just chases that one. Still gets chasing. I'm not surprised. Of course he's going to chase it. You're in the last handful of overs of the innings. He's going to chase everything. And at 149 for 5, why not? Now, I heard something, umpire heard something, and that is going to be the end of Tharanga. He has to go, caught behind, nicely taken there from Sam Halton there behind the stumps. Holds his nerve and holds a good catch. It didn't deviate too much, so the catch was pretty straightforward, but he's still got to hold him. It's still be a bit tricky. So they do get a breakthrough at 149 on the board. It's now 149 for 6.
Yeah, and well done to Anthony Razmalic. He takes his second, and well done also there to Sam Houghton. Holds on to the Cats. Another one goes. It's the unlucky 13 for Tharanga, as he has to make his way back, but it'll give somebody else the opportunity to go out there and have a bit of a slog, and it's Aminul Islam who is into the side this time round, and he's going to be out there to see if he can maybe get a few boundaries of his own.
Yeah, good to see. He's into the side. I mentioned before that he was part of that fantastic spectacle relay catch we saw yesterday, and he's got his chance now. He came on as a sub yesterday when he was involved in that catch, so he gets a chance now with the bat and see what he can do here, do something for his team. Only got a few overs left to go. 1 more in this over, and after that there's 17 overs gone, so only 3 more to come after this. So that's 19 regular legal deliveries to be bowled. Tossed up. Gets on the full, just punches it down the ground though.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
Yeah.
Probably, I think he's being sent instructions there. Well, you get the strike to Adam. So he gets a full toss, says, all right then, here Adam, over to you. 150 comes up. 150 is up on the board. And that is the end of the over. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't lash out that. It's the last ball of the over.
Yeah.
It's a full toss, swing at it hard, because he's now kind of taken the strike off. Said maybe didn't realise it was the last ball of the over. This is the way, look, you can see where a lot of those runs where the power started after Croatia definitely won the battle in the first 10 overs, I feel, but then it went brutally the other way, didn't it? Thanks to Mangala.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, this is the 7th over was 5 runs were scored where they were 44 for 4, and then the partnership, that massive little flurry of tower blocks there of like 15, 14s and 13s all bunched together when Mangala we just thought, okay, he's going after everybody now. He switched onto beast mode. He went from sort of like introvert defensive mode to straight on beast mode. That's a good way to start the over for the batters, to just get that very first single and say to Adam Sen, over to you. I probably shouldn't have been on strike to start with in the first place. Now you have a go at that one.
Yeah, and they've gone to... I'm very surprised with the bowling here.
I'm surprised too.
And nothing against John, but Seta Devi's got 2, Zach's got 1. 3 overs to go. Right, it could be a wicket, so maybe the captain knew what he was trying to do. Fielder doesn't get there. I'm not sure why he doesn't get there, actually.
How did he not get there?
I don't know. That's Harry, I think. Harry just doesn't pick this right now. Whether he loses it's in the sun or not, I don't know. Is it Harry out there? It is, yeah.
Yeah. It was like he was walking in like ankle deep in molasses or something. He's so slow to get out of the blocks. Then he's just taken these steps where he's almost ready to go to ground. Quite astonishing, that. I thought maybe he had it. I couldn't see the ball, but he slams the ground knowing that was almost one of the best catches in that area.
I think it's our
It's
man.
Bevan?
I think it's our man.
Oh, he's trying to redeem himself.
It's got Bevan.
It is.
Scott Bevan.
Oh, Scotty. Oh, dear. If he'd taken that one, he would have erupted.
I would have run out there and given him a kiss. I really would have. It would have changed everything for him. It's a great effort.
It was a great effort.
I don't know. I think he times the dive almost to perfection. Just pops out. So 2 chances to get wickets in the over. And now this one is going to be flicked away. And Scott Bevan chasing it, but he's not going to get there. I think that's going to be 4 runs. It is 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. A lovely little clip around the corner there. It's nicely played, and it's a boundary there for Islam. That'd be nice. That's nice for him.
Yeah, for Scott Bevan, not so nice. He's missed the catch, unfortunately, the desperate effort, and then he's got to go chase the ball after that one. All the way down there, doesn't manage to reel it in. 158 for 6, and that is the last of the 18th. 18 overs gone then, and that is indeed the score, with Sen on 32 from 22, and Islam, he's only just joined him. He's on 6 from 5. That over goes for 8 runs in the end from John Vucinovic. That's his 3rd. He's gone none for 35, so he hasn't found the magic he's had in the previous bowling efforts, unfortunately. And yeah, I'm still scratching my head as to how he got thrown the ball. I'm starting to think that Hari Prasad must have an injury that's stopping him from bowling.
I think so.
Because that is him out there at square leg. That is definitely our man, but he hasn't been thrown the ball, unless, as you said, Rico, he's come back too late and he's missed that. Because when you come back in T20Is, bring off the field, there is it 5 overs or 3 overs? There's a period of time where you can't bowl.
Yeah, well, I think after you've been off the field for a certain amount of time, I don't know what it is. I could be guessing when I say 8 minutes, but after that, every 3 minutes you're off, it's like an over or so.
Yeah.
That could be it, or it could be that he's injured. They also may be thinking that we need him as a batter.
That's true.
So again, he needs to be on the field for a certain amount of time so he can bat in the top 5. So a lot of things being thought about. Well, that's a lovely shot. He gets a swivel on this. That's Adam Sen. It's a little bit of the as that one will go all the way to the boundary. Lovely shot.
Watch Adam. He walked ever so gently out of his crease to meet the ball there. He didn't deviate left or right. He just walked straight towards the bowler as the bowler was in his final delivery mode. And it wasn't a shuffle. It was a dead set walk, and he worked it around the corner. He had placed it perfectly. Just a bit of class there. And I got to say, Cyprus, they're showing their quality here against a side that's scrambling for every little win against a team that seem to be just doing almost everything right.
Yeah, almost. Just
almost.
Goes for the big shot here. I think the ball was there for it, but he doesn't. What he needed to do was just hop across the off stump a little bit, just swinging a little wild. But Zach gets a dot ball in here.
Sitch would love to pick up a wicket here in this over. He's almost got a little something there. A little bit of extra bounce. Bat goes flailing underneath the ball. Good lift off the deck there. 162 for 6. 1.5 overs to come. This score is getting scary. It's going to push in towards the high 170s, I feel, just with a couple of big hits, especially when Sen's on strike.
Yeah, let's see if he gets himself in the right position here. But you can see that Zach is he's bringing up the long on, probably because does he want to push? Who's he pushing back here?
He didn't push anyone back, I think.
Shot.
Well, that's out of the ground.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, Phil. Sorry.
Yep.
I was saying that he was playing that shot without moving. But if you watch what he does here this time, watch how he gets across the off stump a little bit earlier. Watch, gets across. This time, he's in the right position to play the perfect hit.
He gets into perfect position. You're absolutely right, Rico. That was absolutely well called. He knew what he was doing on that shot. He saw the length immediately, and he knew where he had to be for that one as well. So, yeah, well done to him. For Zach, you need to come back here. Well, he doesn't. He gets put back where that ball just came from for another one. And this is getting very ugly now for Croatia. For a team that, when they had him at 44 for 4 on the rope, referee getting between him with a standing 8 count to Cyprus, and Croatia now, well, it's now 174 for 6. This has been a huge, huge turnaround. And Sent, blink, you miss it, he's up to 48.
Yeah, he just wants to guide this away and take himself to 49 at the end of the over and over, which doesn't go so well for Zach. In fact, it's pretty expensive. 17 come off the over, and that's the highest that we've had so far. We've had a couple of 15s, a 14, and now 17, and that has taken that score now to 175 with an over to go. And it's been a good innings from Adam Sen. He's done exactly what we thought he would. He kind of played the sort of backseat role, didn't he? Because when Mangala was going, I think at one point we said that he was at runnable 6, wasn't he? He just basically thought, okay, Mangala, you keep on going. But as soon as Mangala went, he knew that's his time to step up. And he's played his role brilliantly well. And now, with an over to go, they'll be looking to see if they can get into the 180s here. Maybe even a touch on the 190.
Yeah, all 17 runs off that last over off the bat of Adam Sen as well. And he farms a strike with the last ball to get a single. So he gets himself back on strike to start this final over. Let's even get himself a T20I half century here. He can indeed. Well done. Very well done indeed. Gets a generous round of applause in the dugout. And Rico and myself will also give him a round of applause. That is very, very well batted. It doesn't matter that he takes a single off the first ball of the last over. It's 176 on the board. He won't mind that. His batting partner won't mind that. But that is a very good 50 from just 29 deliveries. Well done. This little cameo at the end, this half century, T20I cameo of a half century, well batted.
Yeah, well batted indeed. Ball badaya Adam Sen अपनी half century पूरी कर ली, and he's batted really well. It's been a very mature and sensible knock from Adam as well. He's certainly very different to his brother. Alexander is a little bit more laid back. He's a bit more cautious. He's a bit more solid and defensive, whereas Adam is completely different. And playing the first time T20 Internationals, that's his first T20 International 50. And the way he's batting here, you just get the feeling it's only a start.
Yeah, it is. We're going to see a lot more of him. Remember the name, folks. Remember the name. I'm looking forward to seeing him in T10 action tomorrow as well. I'm sure he'll feature there as well. But yeah, you're right. This is just the start of his career, this burgeoning career you're seeing before your eyes here. And you're watching now. You'll be able to say, I remember that guy, Adam Sen. I remember seeing him in Zagreb.
Actually, I stand corrected. I'm saying he's first. He's not his first. It's his second. Because he scored 55, didn't he, in match number 1? So he's got 2. I've just for some reason, the stats haven't updated. So come on, stats people, and get the stats updated. Adam Sen has already got a 50 to his name. That's his second.
So I think our stats people are enjoying, was it IPA Friday or Beer Friday? What is it? No, IPA Day was yesterday, wasn't it? It's beer. It's International Beer Day today.
But he got that on day 1. So yeah, they should have had it yesterday. Now this one is going to be a bit of a teaser, and it's going to get past. It's a brave effort from the captain, Zach. He's thrown himself at this. And there was just a cloud of dust where the action happened there. But unfortunately, Zach gets up, the balls get past him, and it's gone to the boundary.
Vujovic bowling it again. Goes to the same place. This is also not going to be stopped. Well, I tell you what, if you're the captain out there and there's only one person who is, and that's Zach there in the middle of your screen, you're going to feel a little bit sore and sorry for diving around in front of the enemy dugout as well. He's just looking at his wrist there. I hope he hasn't done himself a bit of a mischief there. Maybe just scratched along the ground with that last one. The desperate effort there, and it's desperate the whole way through. Just any run saved is a bonus. Unfortunately, they don't. And Rico, can you believe it? They've powered up to 193 for 6 after the 20. And I mean, they've powered along. Adam Sen, that rush of blood for him, 66 and 33 at the end. Those last 4 deliveries, 4 fours in a row. Didn't try to go sort of too risky, not trying to do anything silly, but he has made an absolute gun score here. Walks off to another mammoth score, staring the Croatian batters down the, well, actually staring him in the face.
Yeah, look, the finish there, a bit weird. I suppose if one of your bowlers, Santa Davy, gets injured, I suppose you can't do anything about it. He doesn't come back onto bowl. He was by far the pick of the bowlers, wasn't he, with the way he bowled at the beginning.
Yep.
Only bowls 2 overs, gets injured, can't come back, so you have to go to John to bowl. And just look at the way that the last 2 overs finished. Zach went for 17, John went for 18, 69 come off the last 5 overs. So basically it went 34, 31, then Mangala got going, 59 and 69. It's a fantastic finish. Cyprus, once again, Cyprus, they just show good discipline, good maturity, and a good sort of alertness and vision of the game. And like you touched on, it's not the coaching staff that are shouting instruction to them when they're in game mode. Of course, they do their homework, they talk about things, but then afterwards they say, you know what you got to do, get on with it. That was a nasty one to Scott Austin.
Yeah.
And I honestly do believe that this resulted from it. I think having been hit on the lid, I don't think he was 100%, and then he goes for this shot, stumps get knocked over, and at that point, they just got Austin out. He'd made 14. They were in a good place. And Croatia, we thought there was almost a chance of a run out there. So Croatia were in a good place. But then Mangala stepped up. He was the first of the 2 batters that really performed well, 70 or 45. And then when he left, there was maybe a chance that Croatia could have kept it to a score around the 155 mark. But yeah, Adam Sen had other ideas. He batted beautifully well. And this was when Mangala, right after the drinks break, in fact, just before he showed the intent, he said, you know what, it's time for me to get going. And he never held back. He just kept going and kept banging the ball out of the ground. And he was just lethal and devastating after drinks.
Yeah, the moment he got on his bike, it just, everything just, the world stopped still. And he just kept going. It was so impressive. Rico, he put the foot down and no one could keep up with him here. You see that spilled catch there, which could have been an opportunity, but it was probably already, pretty much gone. I mean, Mangala was already on his way by then as well. So it was trouble plenty. That was a great save on the boundary line. But you know what, the highlights for Croatia, sadly, they're going to be few and far between because they just really had trouble. Luck didn't go their way the whole time. Had a couple of things going okay, but unfortunately, you come up against someone like Mangala, then you come across Adam Sen, and you come across 2 players who can put together runs very quickly, but at the same time be protective of the wickets and guide their teammates to a really good total, and that's what they've done. This is a great performance. When they were 44 for 4 to get to 193 for 6, that's very, very good.
It's very good. It's very. One thing I will say though is that, you know, we're talking like the match is over. We don't think it's over. I still believe and maintain that if Croatia can get one batter that scores, if one batter can do what Mangala did, scores a 70, 80, whoever that could be, then they're still very much in this contest. So let's wait and see how it goes. We're going to take a bit of a break here. Coming up, we will, of course, first have a look at the scorecards, and that, of course, the batting will be 2 men to look out for. Mangala Gunasekara, 70 or 45, 5 sixes and 5 fours. And Adam Sen almost ends up with the top score, 66 of just 33. That's a good strike rate, 3 sixes and 7 fours for him. And on the bowling front, well, I think, unfortunately, Satyadevi definitely picks up an injury. He was 1 for 16 off his 2. Zach bowled his heart out and threw himself around in the field, 1 for 35. 2 wickets there from Alfred. I think he bowled really well, 2 for 30. And the other bowlers put a good shift in. Harry, though they did go after him a little, and wicketless. So was John, who ends up going for 53. And Razmalic, 2 nice overs from him as well. So we'll leave you to go through those. We'll take a short break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Recap full here with Phil G and the rest of the European cricket gang. We'll be back on this wonderful Peacock Friday in about 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's a good afternoon, good warm welcome to everybody in the chat and around the world watching this T20I action unfold before your very eyes here at the Mladost Cricket Centre here in Zagreb. It's the final innings of the last of the fourth match of this T20I series between Cyprus and Croatia. It's unfolding before your very eyes here, and Cyprus, in case you missed it, put on 193 for 6 on the board from their 20. Sensational recovery from being 44 for 4 around about the 7th over to bounce back like that and really motor up. The second half of that innings was at blistering pace. They did so very well indeed, and the run chase is about to start. Looks like it's Horton with the bat and Adam Sen with the ball. Here we go. Oh dear me. Well, Sam, you can't do much about that apart from leave the scene of the crime as quickly as you can, as you've been cleaned up. As easy as that. I didn't even get a chance to say it's good to see Adam Sen getting to bowl the first ball of the innings. A change of pace there from Cyprus. And how about that for a change? Stumps rearranged. Here we go. One more time. Just straight through the gate. Completely wrong shot selection there. A little bit of a shuffle forward. Might have been stumped if you missed it anyway. And that is a horror start. That to me kind of shows just how things have been going the way of Cyprus and not going the way of Croatia these last 3.5 matches. Oh boy, Sam has to take the long walk back, take off the pads. Took him longer to put the pads on than he did to stay out there in the centre. And Alfred Beresford-Pearce, who's at the non-strikers end, could do nothing apart from greet Zach, the captain, who's walking out probably a little bit earlier than he would have expected. That's probably the understatement of the day, really. And he has to now face the music from Adam Sen, who gets a ball with the first ball of the innings. In response, Croatia are none for one, chasing 194 for the win. Rico Fall has rejoined me here in the igloo, a little bit ahead of schedule as well. Rico, you just got here in time to see the replay of that first up delivery.
Disaster when it, well done to Adam Sen. He gets one through. Sam goes for a royal duck. Well, we did see James Pond at the intro to this match, but James Pond is well, probably liking that one. The batters aren't liking it. Bat on ball this time is Zach Vuskovic, coming in a lot earlier than he would have liked to. He's going to have to really buckle down and get a big partnership on together here with Alfred. Well, these two have done brilliantly well when they've been opening bowling partners. They might as well call them the opening batters here. Can they get and recover and get Croatia off to a good start?
Cautious nervy moments there for the batters. Cyprus are up and about here. They've already got this series wound up, wrapped up nice and tight, 3-0. And right now, you have to say they're looking good for a whitewash here. Looking very much on with 194 is the target for Croatia. They've already lost the wicket with the first ball of the very first over. It's a golden duck, it's a royal duck, it's a first ball. Any way you cut it, it's disastrous for Croatia. They literally just have to start again. And you know, it's the skipper as well who once again, Zach, you've got the world weighted on your shoulders again. Drives nicely, finds the play and recovers. They turn down the single from the midfield as well. And a little bit of a sort of like the hand motion of, oh, we almost got away, we almost got that one past the player. And this is something we've talked about all for the last like 2 days in a row, Rico, which is Cyprus find the gaps. They make the field a stretch, and Croatia, they just struggle. They struggle on that basic alone. That's just a good ball. That's nice and tight. Yeah. It's darted in as well. It's a bit quicker than the previous ball as well. And it's a defensive shot where there's little foot movement and there's little chance to get out of the traps and try to run. It's just clever bowling. Another quick one, last ball of the over is a dot ball. Dot ball is a good ball. So we started with a wicket, there was a single after that, and since then it was 4 dots on the trot, and Croatia have burned up the first over. They've got 1 run from it, they've lost 1 big wicket as well, and they're in all sorts of strife at the moment. Croatia look like in complete control.
Yeah, and Wayne kind of sums it up there saying, oh my God, Sam Golden Dunk. Are you kidding me? Well, no, it was a royal duck to start off with. And yeah, Sam, it's He's had opportunities. You can't say that he hasn't at the top of the order.
Yep.
We still believe that he should be at the top of the order. I think, that's what I was saying. I think I would have him at the top of the order. It just hasn't worked, and now these two are really going to have to buckle down and get something going here. A few people already riding off Croatia here pretty early, but look, you can't write them off too quickly. Remember how well Cyprus themselves recovered when it looked like they were in a bit of a hole, so there's still plenty of time out there.
Yeah, I've got to say, when Cyprus were 44 for 4, I was very sceptical of them getting back into the competition. Oh, just over the head of the bowler on his follow through there. That was so very, very close. Very, very close indeed. And it's Scott Austin who has to tidy things up down the ground there. This is Kamal Riaz. Had some good success in the earlier game. It's chipped straight to the player, so another dot. And as we say in cricket, a dot ball is a good ball. And so already immense pressure on the Croatian batters here. And we barely started this game. We barely started this innings. Well, in again. It's a play from Alfred, but there is a player there on the 45. He's right there to save those runs or maybe take a catch if it's elevated, so he does a really good job indeed. Shout out to Wayne in the chat. Good to see you as well. I know you've been sort of here and abouts there, Wayne, so good to see you once again. I watched your mackerel catching video again last night. Had me in absolute stitches. So I'm looking forward to you posting the next one on your Facebook page. Club down the ground. Nice straight one. Gets through one player. Good backup though. This is one thing I say about the Croatian fielding is that they back up each other really well. And you know that if the infielder misses it, there's going to be an outfielder somewhere behind. And on this occasion, it was Scott Austin who was making the effort, the extra yards to run across to make sure that was going to be cleanly fielded. So well done to him. Just the anticipation, just in case Roman Mazumba was going to have a bit of a problem there. They'll get a run for it, or will they? Nicely done. Very nicely done. So, getting singles, but they have to work for them.
Yeah, they do. Good areas here from Kamal Riaz. We were impressed with him, weren't we, with his bowling the first match. Only got the 2 overs. They elected not to go back to him, so he's still pretty fresh. And he just seems to be trying to dart those ball, the Yorkers in. He's not getting the movement that he would normally like. No swing in there for him. And this time around, he just holds it back slightly, so just when the batters feel that it's going to be another Yorker, he holds it back, and only just the 3 runs off the over. So Croatia really struggling, as we are now with the fly. So the fly squatter is back out.
I just saw a fly walk across my keyboard, and I hope I haven't typed something wrong in the chat when I've hit that fly, because he went across just part of the keyboard. I got the A and the Z, and I'm thinking, okay, there's nothing bad I can type with an A and a Z, so that's okay. Yeah, so good. Okay, fine. 4 without loss after 2. It's tough going out there. Look, the run rate required is still 10.5. It's 10.5 and over, so it's not insurmountable, but it's head down time. And, oh, that's gotten past everyone. It's gone leg side. Okay, where's that one? I think that one bounced up just a little bit towards the mush then.
It looked like, okay. Yeah, it looked like he flicked it back up his body and it caught him just under his chin.
Yeah, he's moving all right. He's not showing any kind of discomfort there. But just for a second, I thought that might have reared up and just given him a little bit of a smack on the chin, but he's all right. Continue. That was a nice, well-needed little extra there. That's a catch it, but it's 1-2 that bounces to the field.
They don't run.
They don't. And they're scared of running. They don't want to run out. This is the thing. They don't want to take the quick singles because they feel they can't make it. They're too scared that the Cyprus fielders are on and they're quicker in the field than they are between the wickets. That's the problem. That's what's happened in the last couple of matches. It's been like that since yesterday morning too, so this is a bit of a problem for Croatia. Oh, it gets through. Thought he had that completely covered off. Is that Mangala out there? Thought he had it completely covered. But no, gets through.
Yeah, he just doesn't get low enough. Maybe again it's that the knee that's hampering him getting down. The other problem here for Croatia is the the win predictor's not giving him much of a chance. 98% to 2%. That is going to be a real turnaround if they end up victorious in this match.
Brings that one a little bit quicker. You can see the arm rolls rolls over a lot faster on that delivery, just trying to get a little bit of extra pepper on that delivery. And forces Beresford Pierce just to clamp down on that one and stop it getting through for just a dot. So it's good bowling, clever bowling here from Sen. In the air, this should be caught. This should be taken. Oh, it's staring into the sun. That'll be what he would blame. He'll blame the big shining orb in the sky for that one. It bobbled, and there was like a second and a third bite of the cherry, and it goes down. And just out of the reach of the fielder, that square leg. He can't believe it. Yep, staring directly into the sun. It's a tough chance, isn't it? It really was quite a tough chance. Take nothing away from the effort, because it was a lot harder than it looked. But yeah, just on the replay, you can see he's clearly staring straight up at the sun. Well, that might shake a little bit of the cobwebs out of Zach now, as he clubs that one very hard, directed to the player, and they do take a single, despite the fact that it went straight to the player.
Yeah, I was looking at that one again. It was unfortunately Amin Al-Islam. He's back padding, but yeah, I think you're right. I think it's one of those, you know, when you're seeing it at a certain height, as the ball's going higher, he's following it. Then he got to a point where it went right in the sun, and you could see he really struggled. He gets hands to it. He almost does take it second time round as he's falling behind it, but it is an opportunity. So Alfred does get a chance. He gets dropped on 3. Let's see if he is able to make an amends. But you can see here that they are already falling well behind. And it's something that we've seen too often from Croatia when they're batting. I mean, in their little 5-over splits, they're scoring sort of between 25 and 35, which, well, because they can't also get the acceleration in when they need, it's not helping them win too many matches.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem, isn't it? It's just finding that acceleration. And I just feel the top order are just lacking a bit of confidence. They don't have an opener who is standing tall and dictating terms the same way that Cyprus have several players at the top order who can do that. So that's a bit of a problem. Even then, just slow out of the blocks there. Yeah, just seem to be really struggling there. Interesting to note also that Oliver Tilley hasn't been asked to open, so maybe some of our sort of conversation we've been having has worn off a little bit on the brains trust, and maybe they said to Oliver, look, let's try a bit down the order, because you look a little bit, sometimes a little bit deer in headlights when you're opening. So maybe he'll come in maybe next, maybe afterwards. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we did talk about this, didn't we? I mean, Sam hasn't worked out for him, got these two together. We did say that depending who gets out, could depend who comes in at number 3. So with Sam going, they go with Zach, who's a little bit more aggressive. You've still got, of course, John Vujnovic, who'd probably maybe the next one out.
Yeah.
Oliver, whether they just decide to just go with him slightly lower, so maybe he can go after maybe the slower bowlers. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But certainly he didn't look comfortable with the bounce on this pitch. He didn't look comfortable when that ball was rising outside the off. The only time we did see him excel was when the bowlers bowled a little bit too much leg sidage to him and he got it away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's a good move though. He's low in confidence. You've got to try something else. As Kamal Reis comes once again into Zach. Gets a good delivery, Yorker length. Jagade Patek, Kidney Sonny bowling. This is from Kamal Reis. He's got that Yorker. Now he's been just a little bit leg-sided sometimes with that Yorker length. This time it is right on the money. He's got the radar right on middle stump. And look, that's the big read of Zach. Zach just looked, I think you're right there, when I looked at that shot being played, he was just a little bit lethargic. He didn't have any spring in his feet. You can look at his feet there. He's kind of, the feet haven't moved. He's stuck to the ground. He's rooted to the ground. And Kamal Reis knocks the stump over with a delightful delivery.
Yeah, that's going to be massively disappointing for the team and for the skipper himself personally. You know, this game, you could almost, I don't like to use the phrase dead rubber. Nothing should be equal to dead rubber. But this is a game where, look, you know what, they had everything to play for. They had nothing to lose. The series is already gone. And this was ready-made for a captain to stand up and say, let me show you why I'm captain. Let me show you my batting quality. Let me get out there and make some runs. He hasn't done so now, and he's come undone, stuck on the crease with a great delivery too.
Yeah.
But should have kept that out, and should have been watchful for that as well, knowing that Kamal has done this already. That's just a really, really good straight delivery.
It's a great straight delivery, but I think the issue there was no foot movement at all from Zach.
Yeah.
He just didn't move. The feet stayed perfectly still. He just swung the bat at it, and he did it in hope. And you can't play the game at this top level on hope. You've got to show your skill. Well, Kamal Rise has certainly showed his skill. His new bat is going to be John Vucinovic. And now they've got to try and come back from this. And we saw that at one point it was 98% to 2%. It'd be interesting to know what that win predictor is thinking here now.
I think percentage has probably been scrubbed, I would say, after that. I think he's got a bit of pad on that. I'm not sure he's got all bat on that at all. Let's have a look at the umpire. He does say it's all pad, and it goes to 4 leg buys. So he doesn't get off the mark, but he does get 4 runs through leg buys. Yet it just gets to the bottom of the pad, close to the top of the shoe, and it runs away. So a little bit wayward, going for the Yorker again.
Yeah.
But, good runs needed.
Yeah, that's why I think that delivery that got Zach was also so good. It was that element of surprise, because when he has gone for the Yorker length ball, Kamal Rays, it's always sort of drifted a little bit towards that leg stick. So element of surprise there to get the wicket there of Zach as well. This is the way it's looking at the moment, and they are way behind where they need to be with that score on 15 off the 4th over.
It's time to say buenos dias, Monica Ramos Acosta, who joins us in the chat. Buenos dias, Monica. Hope you're well. Jake Stewart also jumps in as well. Hello there to you, Jacob. Gregor Galway also jumps back in. So a few people coming back into the chat for this run chase. Lovely to have all your company. Hope you're doing well on this fantastic Peacock Friday. Of course, it is International Beer Day, as Rico described earlier today. And a few of us here at the ground, we're looking forward to participating in festivities involving International Beer Day in Hit Friday. As that is hit nicely across the line. Do a bit of work on the bench line to save that one. Doesn't use the feet. Note. Yeah. Note to everybody, especially to the Croatian camp, they didn't use the feet, got down, did the roll, came up with the ball and threw it back. Nicely fielded.
Really nice bit of fielding that is as well. Look at the head, eyes on ball, gets the hand to it, then goes down, picks himself up and gets it in. Well done, well fielded.
That was very good fielding. Stopped the ball with the hands, and that way he's watching it all the way onto the hand, so it's nice and close. Doesn't make that mistake.
Well done there from Alexander said. Once again here, I think Patch has got to be taking singles here. The ball's not being hit with pace. The fielder's waiting for it to come to him. You got to go there. You got to take the singles. Communication is key here between the batters. You got to show just a little bit of intent, and because you're not taking singles, you go for big shots, and then you get the risk of getting out Alfred. He's already been lucky. Remember, he was put down on 3. And he's been joined out there by John. Yeah, you mentioned some of the international days. Also today is Raksha Bandhan, which of course is a massive day in the Hindu calendar.
Yep.
So when the bond between a brother and a sister is celebrated with the traditional rakhi being tied on to the brother by the sister. And we've mentioned Beer Day, as this one is going to be another chase for Mangala. We'll get there. And it's also a day for you cat lovers, because it is International Cat Day as well, to celebrate one of man's most common ancient pets. And there in Germany, it's the Peace Festival of Augsburg being celebrated today as well. So plenty of things being celebrated.
20 for 2, 4.4 overs gone, still 2 to come. Sen bowling terrifically here, picked up a wicket with the first ball of the innings. Trying to tidy things up now with a couple more deliveries to come in his 3rd over.
This has worked well, hasn't it, for Cyprus with Adam Sen opening?
Yeah.
In fact, it's very smart captaincy. What I think Scott Burdekin saw when Adam Sen bowled is that Croatia, they haven't found a way to get after him. He's been so tidy. So Scott Burdekin has basically said, well, why don't I open with him?
Yeah.
Open with him.
Great idea.
Because he bowls a slightly quicker ball, with a new ball he will get a little bit of extra bounce. the batters aren't taking him on. So until the batters start taking him on, I'll just open with it and save the likes of Wakarali and maybe some of the other bowlers to bowl a bit later. Maybe Wakarali actually prefers to bowl with the ball slightly older. So it's worth a treat. And hasn't he stepped up well to it as well, Adam Sen? That's the end of his third over. Only gone for 9 runs, picked up a wicket. This, by the way, is what's happening in the upcoming events. Norway, Germany, Romania, Austria, all to come. And a variety of cricket in terms of format, T20 internationals, ECIs, European Cricket Series, and also we will have some T20 internationals as well. So do join in the fun. Tell your friends, tell your family, and talking about family, let's keep growing our family as well. That's a delightful pickup. The timing of this is sensational from Alfred. That is just pinged off the bat. So once again, Kamal Reyes does stray a little bit onto the pads. And this time Alfred says, I'll be waiting and I'll clip this away nicely. Good, solid strike. And in fact, that goes all the way for 6 runs.
Yeah, this is a really good shot from Alfred here. Gets it on the full and just goes crunch. You're right. I think he's probably watching Kamal and going, right, you're loving the Yorkers. You're getting wickets with Yorkers as well, which is fair enough. But if you go too full on my pads, I'm playing that shot. This time he swings hard and he pulls it on across the line. That's going to go for 4. That's going to run away from fielders, and it does indeed. Waka Ali, he has almost like a frustrating moment of saying, why couldn't I chase that one down? Well, I can tell you why, because he middled that one, and you were never going to chase that one down. The answer's pretty easy. Look at this one here. The chase is on. It's a tease. It is a dead set tease, Rico. And there. He's why? Why does this happen to me? He literally talking to the sky.
It's because, you know why? It's hot out there. If you're going to chase and then you don't get there, then you're getting nothing. And he's thinking, I just chased that. I gave it my everything. And I can't get there.
Yeah, exactly.
Bit of a field change I've noticed here. Considering that the ball's being hit on the leg side, they actually put somebody out, an extra one out on the offside. So maybe they're really pressurising Kamal to go offside here now. And yeah, he does. That's still in the gap though. Long chase. And flick back this time. That's well done. Rubs himself down. That's Hardeep Singh. Good work from Hardy.
Indeed, yeah, I was a bit mystified too. There's a huge gap square on the leg side, but on the offside they stacked it a bit more. But the gap was actually placed really, really perfectly there. So yeah, Alfred Beresford-Pearce just picking things up a little bit here.
Doesn't that, when you have a look at the back of the shirt here of Kamal Reyes, we just had the shot of it there close up. Doesn't it look like a face? It's like 2 eyes with the eyebrows and the sort of olive branches give it like a smiley face look. You have a look at the back.
Just right in front of us, just charging in now. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
If we can go to the back of the shirt of the bowler again, that close up you had. And that's definitely a Peacock Friday vibe if you ever saw one.
Just getting steady here. I think the field was still changing. Burdekin was still changing his field around, but now they're good to go. So I'm charging in again. Clips this one again towards leg side. Now this time it looks like it's Scott Austin's a bit squarer there. He managed to protect the boundary. Just the one. Yeah, I noticed that as well. Yeah, it looks like eyes with like the white eyebrows and the smile on the bottom of his face.
Yeah.
Which is the
just have a look when he turns around. He just turned around now, but if you look at the back of him, he's definitely got the little smiley face, the 2 eyes and the little smile behind him. Well, he'd like to have another smile, and the way he'll be smiling again, Kamal Reyes, if he can pick up another wicket. So bowling here now to John, who is yet to register his first boundary.
He's being cautious there, isn't he? Just coming forward, looking for the defensive shot there. Not looking to play a stroke, just looking to defend. Maybe just trying to see off Kamal here. Kamal can be a bit of a dangerous customer. I think he's looking for the Yorker, is John. Maybe he feels he's a bit slow getting the bat down to keep the Yorker out. So he was just automatically looking for a defensive shot there. Last ball, the 6th coming up. Swings, gets nothing but air, and that's how we're going to finish. 33 for 2 after 6. That's the power play done. Croatia still need 161 from 84 to try to notch a win here. On the other, just say hello to Ederico Jr., who's joined us as well. Good to see you, Ederico. Our often seen chatters there in the chat, joining Monaco Ramos Acosta and Wayne, as well as Johnny. He's in the chat as well. Hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us. And obviously with this match continuing on with this run chase here, you've got a little bit of a spectacle before the final there in Wimbledon, which will be kicking off sometime. Well, I'm just checking the clock. Actually, it's probably a fair way away, isn't it? Because we've obviously we've lost a match there this afternoon. So sometime later this afternoon, probably a lengthier break.
Yeah, they'll have another break there, of course.
Yeah.
So go well there. Have a good finish there.
Yeah.
Of course, Vinny Sandu there with Tina Goff, and some guests have been involved there as well. I know that Vinny has managed to find some cricketing celebs to join him in the commentary tent that they have over there. So, yeah, well done, of course, to Hughes Mosley for getting that victory against Wimbledon. What a good match that was, though. 161 chase.
And needed 15 off the last over. They hit 2 sixes on the first 2 balls of the 10th over, just to sort of put it to paid. And they finished with, it was a single, a leg by, scores were level, and then a 6 off the last. Pro, I can imagine Vinny was already saying, load up the golden ball graphic, get the golden ball graphic ready, 2 dot balls. And East Mosley just went crack 6. There we go, we're done. Win the game. Well done, East Mosley.
Well done indeed. Hey, I don't know about you. I'm getting bit here. Something is biting me. Oh well.
Wow, that's for everybody. Good delivery, that one.
Might have been a bit of a nutmeg. Yeah, getting a few bites here. So that's one reason not to wear short sleeves, I suppose.
Well, I've just rolled my sleeves up because I'm getting quite warm here in my long sleeves.
Yeah, a little bite there, one on the elbow here. So we're being bit. So that's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, shouts to catch it, but well, nobody was near that one. Waka Ali was never in there because he was inside the circle at fine leg, and it was elevated over the top, so 4 runs. So the scoreboard keeps ticking over. And Alfred Beresford-Pearce, he's raced up now to 25 off 23, so he's trying his hardest for the team, but he's still got a lot of work to do. John Vujnovic has only faced 7 deliveries for his 3. I'm sure he'll get his chance. Croatia still need 155 from 81 deliveries. That run rate is 11, call it 11.5 at the moment.
Yeah. But, quite liking this effort here from Alfred. The batter just asking if it's a wide. The umpire has a think about it. The veteran now does give the wide. He's basically just thinking, well, look, I've got nothing to lose here. If I can get going, if I have a little bit of luck, maybe I can get us to a good score and get some good support. That's another area. He holds his head here, thinking, oh, yaar, Amit ki kar ditta. Hardeep Singh there. I'm loving this. Hardeep Singh gets his all wrong. So, I mean, it probably would have been a big wide.
Yeah.
But Hardeep, he gets through him. And look at this bit here. Look at the way he holds his head.
Oh, no. What have I done? What have I done? But my friends and family are watching. That's no good. Genuine moment there for Hardeep there as he's undone. Oh dear. There's a question in the chat. I just saw that was Gamer OP saying, when's their next match? Well, I can tell you, Gamer OP, it's tomorrow, but it's T10 action tomorrow. Right hand, quick. Tried the quicker one there. So, yeah, just anyone asking the question about what's happening after this, because this is the last match of the T20Is, match number 4, and this is the run chase here. After this, well, we're going to take a break because it's the end of the day. Yep. And then we're back tomorrow, Rico and myself, with all the crew back tomorrow for ECI action. 4 T10 matches tomorrow. Cyprus and Croatia go head-to-head again, this time under T10 rules.
It's nicely played away. Got to up the tempo here. I usually give you sort of like for likes when it comes to 5 overs. The first 5 overs, only 20 were scored. And at that point, it was when probably Cyprus were at their slowest as well. It's going to be another wide, I think. So Austin, who's normally pretty tidy, Scott is just losing his radar a little bit. This is a good over so far, this, for Croatia. So Croatia, after getting 20 in the first 5 compared to the 34 of Cyprus, they've started much better in the second 5. Not taking the run this time, and probably a good call because there he is, the man with a smiley face on his back. And Kamal, that comes to him at a nice pace. He takes it cleanly. That's the end of Scott Austin's first over. And by his standards, that's quite an expensive one. It goes for, in the end, 14. And a couple of boundaries in there and 3 wides.
Yeah, 47 for 2 after 7. Beresford-Pearce on 30 from 25, looking right, and John Vujnovic the half-centurion himself. I like reminding people that he is over 50 years old, and I really appreciate the work he's doing out there in the centre, and I hope you guys do as well. He's also unbeaten out there, currently on 3. Haven't had too many opportunities to face too many deliveries there with the bowlers. So a wicket apiece to Sen, who got a ball with the first delivery of this innings, and Kamal Reyes, who's also got a wicket. Scott Austin, as Rico says, goes for 14, which is uncharacteristic from him because he's been quite impressive in this tournament so far. Been very economical in picking up wickets. But I'm sure he'll get a chance very shortly to have another over.
Now Wakar Ali now. Watch out for Wakar. He can certainly bowl with a fair bit of pace and spite. Just floated up in the air, gone. Gets a wicket from his very first ball. And kind of pushes at it, doesn't he? He doesn't really swing at this, Alfred. So that's going to be the end of Alfred Brereford Pierce. He'll go for 30 off ball number 26, and it's Hardip. It's a catch taken there. We'll confirm the catch for you in a moment, but Wakar Ali gets a break for you. You see what I mean here? He's just trying to stroke it, and it just gets plucked out of the sky. He doesn't really try and belt it, and it ends up being a nice catch there taken. Good, nice little moment there. I think that's Adam, isn't it, that takes the catch?
Yeah. Sorry, my eyes were distracted. The umpire was asking some spectators to get back behind the line, just off in the distance. Sorry, I was a bit distracted by that because I think it was actually the Beresford Pierce senior who was, he'd wandered right the way around. And I was just watching the umpire sort of, why was he motioning? Who's he motioning to? Oh, that's who he's motioning to. Just getting a couple of spectators back into the spectator area as they should be. But that's a lovely catch, nicely taken. A breakthrough here against a little bit of the run of play just for then. But unfortunately, it is Alfred Beresford Pierce who has to go. And he's played a good knock, but it's just a shame he couldn't kick on there. I thought he was looking pretty sharp, looking pretty good. Now, Satha Devi comes out. We heard from the coaching staff that maybe he went off because he was suffering a little bit in the heat. So he'd gone off for a spell in the previous innings. He came back, he didn't bowl, and we also figured that possibly there could be part of reserving him maybe. Well, they need him here. Yeah. But they're also going to need him over the weekend. So looking after players is important, making sure they're properly hydrated as well.
Yeah, big time. Let's see how he deals with Wakar Ali. Will have his tail up after getting a wicket straight away. That's a one hand on the back. And he starts going. I mean, it's not his call, actually. The man who should be calling that is John. And John Vugnovic just stayed where he was. Look at John. He just says, no, where are you going? Go back.
Interested there at all, was he? Which is fair enough, because as you say quite rightly, Rico, that's technically his call if you play by that, and that's how I play them's rules. Wakar Ali in again. Strikes on the pad, but definitely going down. No appeal and no run as well.
Yeah, Saturday, it'd be interesting to see how he goes here, and maybe he's feeling a bit under the weather. I know it could be to do with the heat, which was suggested, but yeah, he's still got 2 big days of cricket tomorrow. They'll play 4 T10 international CCIs, and then on the next day they'll play a couple. So it comes to an end on the Sunday, and of course the way things are, they'll be very keen to at least pick up a series win in one of the 2 formats. I think does come off the bat. He once again gets set back, so no run there. I think that might have just caught a little bit on the bat on the way through there, you know.
Yeah, I suspect it did as well. There was a little bit of an anguish moment, a little bit of a shout, probably from the bowler, and also some of the close-in fielders. They thought they heard something. And in the end, the run is also turned down again. So Satha Devi just a little bit unsure here at the moment. Wakar Ali seems to have him where he wants him. Let's see what we can do here in this delivery. Swings, goes down the ground. It wasn't a convincing stroke, but it's a couple of bounces too long on. Fields cleanly, gets off the mark though. That's important for him. So Satha Devi goes to 1. John Vujnovic has been out there for 8 deliveries. He's on 3. And yeah, let's see how he goes now with John and see what the approach is. 146 from 73, Rico. The run rate is at 12. You know, the door hasn't been closed, but I'll tell you what, there's definitely a doorman there, and he's big, and he definitely wants to stop them coming through. Struck on the pad. I think that's also outside the line, and definitely going down. So nothing given there, and that's going to be the end of the 8th. 48 for 3 after 8. It's tough going out there in the centre. as it warms up appreciably throughout the afternoon. But Cyprus seem to have the answer here for Croatia.
Yeah, it's that wicket came at the worst time, didn't it? Because after having a very slow first 5 overs where they just scored 20, the next 2 overs after that went for 13 and 14, so 27 came off 2. So they've already went past what they did in the first 5 overs. But then Wakarali comes on and he picks up a wicket very first ball. The over only goes just for a 1. So you can see they just got up to where they needed to be and down they go again.
It's a very obvious as well, isn't it? That's a complete right turn Albuquerque moment there for the white line. It needs to get up to that yellow line, and now the trajectory is the wrong direction. Austin back for his over, and Austin sent towards deep mid wicket. 1 bounce. Oh, just for a moment there I thought he was in trouble. I thought the batter was in a bit of trouble there. Could have picked out the lone fielder on the boundary rope there. And I tell you what, there's nobody with about 30 metres. So if you hit it down his throat, it's probably one of the worst shots you could probably play. This is a much better shot. That's beautifully placed. Waka Ali's giving a bit of a serve, saying, "Come on, should have got to that one." That was a bit of a tough ask. Now Waka Ali's asking for water. Now he's saying, "No, I don't want water." Not sure what Waka Ali's want, but he's directing traffic down this part of the world.
He's trying to help the fielder now find the ball. He said, "It's over there." Well, there he goes.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Waka's still laying into it now. I suppose, look, Aminul Islam has only been put there by the captain, so there's no point having to go at him. He was nowhere near that. It was a good shot, played nicely there by John. It really wasn't the best. I mean, Scott's just seemed to have lost his line a little bit, lost his rhythm a bit here. Something's different about, what's different about Scott? I can see a lot more of his hair. What was he? Did he have his hair tied up before or something?
Did you say you can see more of his hair?
Yeah, there's a lot more of his. Look at him there. I don't remember. I seem to remember his hair being more tied up or something. Maybe he had a bit of a ponytail or something happening before.
Maybe he washed his hair during the break.
He could have done, you know.
That can always happen. You know,
yeah,
maybe
but now now that his hair's open, it might be he's getting in the way. That's the first one. I think he's put in the right area. So, all right, he'll be looking to tease Satya Devi into trying to play another big shot here for sure.
You know what? He's wearing a hairband. That's what it is. Look at that. He's got a hairband. That's what it is. It's tying the hair back, and that's the problem. Shouts to catch it. Who wants it? Long off and long on. They almost meet. Now, has that been held?
No.
It hasn't. Oh, that was so close. I was worried about a collision there because they both came in and they almost met at the same time. Effort, though. Big effort.
Yeah, it was almost like 2 were chasing it. 1 then pulled the handbrake. The other one went flying forward, and they weren't able to take it. It looked there for a moment. He sat on it, but it was just behind him. So Satya Devi goes for the big shot. And he'll only get the 1.
Goes to play with a little bit of a dab, and it goes completely the wrong way with an inside edge. Could have easily cannoned onto the stumps there, and that's going to finish the 9th over. 55 for 3 after 9. Scott Austin was still trying to unravel the mystery as to what's happened, because his bowling yesterday in the early match was quite something. Is it possible he's still a bit jittery from that hit on the lid he took when he was batting? I know that was a while ago now, so I'm kind of stretching a bit here, but is it possible?
Yeah, well,
I'm not sure.
Only he would know, but he's got one of those Alice band things on, isn't it? What they call when the men wear. You wouldn't call it an Alice man when the men wear, is it?
An Alan boy?
Alan.
I'm trying to go completely the other direction.
I think there is a word for it. He's coming here now.
He's coming here towards us.
Should we ask him what it's called?
Should we ask him if it's all right? Yeah.
It's called. Is that called an Alice band, or is it another name for it? He's ignoring us at the moment. He's concentrating. Look, he's showing us his hair though. He's got a good head of hair though, hasn't he?
Oohs and ahs at the ground here when that could have gone absolutely anywhere. I should show you the picture I've got of me where I've got really long hair, Rico. You're going to love this.
No, you haven't.
Oh, you are going to love this.
No, you haven't.
Keep the fans entertained.
I'm going to speak to Scott again. Scott, so what is that? Is it called an Alice band that you're wearing? It is an Alice band.
It is an Alice band, okay.
So I thought there'd be a manly name for one for a man, but it's called an Alice band. He says it's literally the same.
Literally the same, all right. Rico,
there's people shouting right now saying, "Who is Alice?" Alice is sitting on top of Scott Austin. That gets played away. Come on, show me.
1989.
Oh my word, that is not you. That can't be you.
That's me, 1989.
You're a double here for Scott Austin.
I am.
We'll have to I'll have to get Scott to have a look at that. God, you, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that is me.
You're-
Unfortunately, I got the...
What are you out in the outback there or something? isn't
Yeah,
it?
I was driving through country Victoria. That's in my first car, hiking down the highway. Cigarette in one hand out the open window and listening probably to either AC/DC or Metallica.
Well, I'm glad you got rid of one bad habit, the cigarette. I don't
Yeah.
know about the others.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, there you go. There's another one. That's me at the campsite, just finding myself with a bottle of something nice and, again, long hair. It's a bit out of focus, but yeah, that's me. 89. That's when I have my hair quite long.
Wow.
Let's hide that from the chat, though. And
You
no
look
one's supposed to see that.
completely different. The chat will want to see it now.
No, I'm a very, very, very different person now.
Ali comes in again. Good delivery, really good ball. Bangs it in slightly shorter, gets good carry through, get a little bit of movement away there as well. Satidevi, and maybe whatever the issues I have are keeping him with some issues. Egan Dentes is in the chat. Hello to you, Egan, how are you? Lovely to have you with us. Sandy Willow was there. Hello, Sandy.
Oh, Sandy, hello.
Yeah, Sandy came along to Wimbledon and became a part of the gang.
Yep.
So nice to have you with us, Sandy. I hope Robert is well as well. I hope you're wearing your Peacock Friday. Sandy was wearing a nice number when I saw it. It wasn't quite Friday. And Sandy said, would this be Peacock? Yeah, it would. I hope you're wearing that today, Sandy. And everybody out there, I hope you're all wearing some stunning Peacock Friday outfits. And if you are there in Wimbledon, I think you need to get hold of Vinny and see if you can have a little snapshot taken of you all with your Peacock Friday outfits. Gone. Jagade Patte, Kidney Sony bowling Kitti Amne Wakaraline. And that is the end of John Vujnovic. And he's been done by another absolute beauty from Wakarali. Adeklo. Dandena Panake Chake Punje Ragate Amne Wakaraline. Terrific bowling. Right through the gap, right through the gate. And there goes the castle. The castle is down.
That's a very special delivery, that one too. Right on the cusp of the end of the 10th over as well. So 60 for 4 after 10. Croatia in all sorts of trouble here now. And that is, it's a Wakar Ali special. And some of the deliveries he's bowled, where he's got them out bowled, have been truly something special. And I mean that in the pure sense of the word. Some electrifying deliveries, the ones that pitch and straighten, the ones that maybe pitch and then move away slightly but still hit the stumps. He's dead on deliveries. Look terrific. When he tries to sort of to bait the batter, when he's putting him outside off, maybe a bit going down leg side, he sometimes makes himself look a little bit, you know, not quite sort of great. But then suddenly he goes with the straight one, mind blown.
I think the beauty that he has, as the players will, of course, take drinks now with that wicket falling in that over. The beauty that he has is he's got that. So when we were watching Kamal Ray's bowl there, he's going continuously for that Yorker length, right? So I think as a batter, and we saw that that's what Alfred did to him once, first ball off over he started. He knew it was going to be full, and he knew that it was going to be slightly onto the pads, and boom, it's put away 6 runs. With Waka, he's got the variation, so he will bowl that shorter delivery, just short, and because he does like to bang the seam into the deck, it rises, it flies past the off stump. So as a batter, you're wary of that. So you're not going forward to that because you're going to, you're going to get one in the lid. So you're waiting for it, and you're sort of kind of half-heartedly going forward. Then all of a sudden, he bangs the Yorker in, and he doesn't use it too often. So he's the complete opposite to some other bowlers that will try and keep getting that Yorker in. He's short of a length, and then all of a sudden, there's the Yorker, and bang, he blows the stumps away.
Yeah, it's the way that he patiently baits the batsman is quite something. It's quite clever, and then goes for the kill. It's, you see this in the animal kingdom. Toy with it, bang, done.
Yeah.
And he's very, very good at that one. And when he strikes very hard. So 4th wicket falls, and that's right on the end of the 10th over, and 60 on the board. And so how is that looking then in the quarter-by-quarter summary in terms of runs? Because I think Croatia only had a handful in the first 5 overs, didn't
They only got 20. Obviously, we still got a few deliveries to go in this over
we
finished.
Oh,
did we finish? Was that right at the end of 10? So they're on 60.
Yep.
So I suppose the one good thing is that they score 40 in those 5 overs. So that's good because they normally struggle to do that. But it's also, what we have to say is they scored 40, but they lost 4 wickets.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
That is the big problem too. Yeah, okay. So yeah, they've doubled their score from the first 5, but yeah, losing those wickets is critical. Really, really problematic.
And in terms of where the opposition were at this point, well,
yeah,
and Cyprus were on 65 at this point. So,
okay.
And Cyprus had gone 34-31, whereas Croatia have gone 20 and 40 to get to 60. So there's not that much in it at the moment, but there's those wickets.
Well, Cyprus have also lost 4 wickets.
Yeah.
Hadn't they? So that's interesting to note too. So on a comparison, they're not too far apart. However, this is where Cyprus accelerated.
Partnership. This is where that partnership happened.
Massive partnership, wasn't it? Yeah. Big, quick partnership too. So unless Croatia can mimic that acceleration of runs, they're going to be left in the dust here, you feel. No hesitation. Both batters make about 3 or 4 metres out of their crease and then both turn down the run. But very fair enough, actually. It was a good follow-up there from the bowler to make sure there was nothing extra on that one.
Yeah, nicely done. And who else is in the chat at the moment? And Sandy Willow just saying that would be quite a feat, Rico, as I'm in my home in Fiji. Well, you might be in your home, but I still want you to be wearing that Peacock Friday outfit. That's played away, and it's going to go for 4 runs. Cuatro carreras, you'll take them whatever way that you can come here. And why is Wayne saying I'm losing my mind? What's going on? Wayne, what have I done now?
Oh, I think that's just what Wayne's doing some video editing, I think, at the moment. I think that's probably, he's handling a couple of things at the same time, I think, is our Wayne. And so he's struggling a little bit there. And you've got Jake Stewart telling me I should grow my hair like Scott Austin just to impress Mrs. G. I just showed Rico a picture of me when I had hair even longer than Scott Austin. That impressed Mrs. G. Shouts a catch. Oh, just bounces just in front there. Ali almost makes it along there.
Where's Aminul Islam? I want him to say, you should have gone for that. You should have gone for that. I think he should have gone for it. Don't you think he should have dived forward?
He's at square leg and he's looking over.
He's looking at him.
He's looking over here as well. He's going, hey, Waka, you should have caught that too, mate. Yep, not just me.
Waka's going to give us a dirty look at him. Say it louder. Yeah, I think Waka Rally should have probably gone for the catch there.
Yeah, should have dived, I reckon. Yep.
I reckon.
You know, for the country.
The steam coming out of his ears.
He is. He can hear us. Next ball. Well, just played with soft hands there. And this is Tilly now. So Tilly comes in the middle order. This is good. This is a good test for him as well. I wouldn't say we've been overly critical, but we've been watchful of when he's been opening, and he hasn't really succeeded as an opening batter. So this is a great opportunity for him to step up and say, maybe I'm better in the middle order in a T20 match. Let's see how I go.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, this is going to be a good test. Walks out of the crease here, thumps it towards mid-on, who makes a terrific effort there. That went pretty hard. That was hit pretty well.
It went pretty hard, but come on, look, that's Scott Birkin. He's saying, yeah, that's nothing.
That's nothing.
He's saying, part of the armed forces, me, you know.
Yeah, what's that?
No problems there at all. He said, I'm used to dealing with missiles and rockets.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I've wrestled grizzly bears, I'm telling you. This one goes up in the air, and this should go straight down the throat of Long On and makes no mistake whatsoever. Catch is taken. Is that Mangala who's down there? It looks like the big burly figure.
No, that's Alexander, isn't it?
That's Alexander, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
I think that looks like Mr. Sen, yeah, not Mangala.
My apologies, Mangala. Oh, yeah, Mangala was there just walking in very slowly into the beach. So, yep, Sen, well caught. And that is another wicket that falls. Let's see this one more time. Walks out of the crease and goes to elevate down the ground. So, well, I've got to say, Oliver Tilly, I'm not sure where we can put you in the batting order now. I've run out of ideas, Rico. Help me out here. Get me out of trouble.
Look, what can you say? We know that he's a bit more aggressive than some of the other batters. He will play shots. He just doesn't get that one cleanly. It's a good catch there taken in on the boundary by Alexander Sen, so he makes no mistakes. And well done also to Hardeep Singh. We think Hardeep Singh has probably been the unluckiest of the bowlers for Cyprus, but he will pick up a wicket. It is also the end of that 11th over. Singh only goes for 7 and gets a wicket to show for it as well.
Yeah, it was indeed Alexander Sen, so apologies to Alexander for not spotting you immediately like that, but you are at the other side of the ground, and there you go. But anyway, you're down in the book, of course, which is most important. So 6-7 for 5, 11 overs gone. Croatia now getting into that proper middle order now, getting a little bit exposed here. Thubs onto the pad, but right side of the line going down. Leg. And that's Safadeve gets off strike. Manzor, who, Manzor's got a really good domestic record here. Second highest score in the domestic competition.
Yeah.
But if you can't convert that here on the big stage, then, it doesn't mean a lot, unfortunately. And this is where he's under the microscope. He needs to convert here. He's got plenty of time to play himself and get some runs. There he goes, played nicely.
Yeah, that's timed pretty well. He just clips that off the pads. It's a nice little play around. Hey, back on this day, 1963.
Yep.
I mean, I was never around. I'm not that old, people, before you say, to actually know this, but I read a lot about it. I've seen documentaries about it. But back on this day, armed robbers stole 2.6 million from the Glasgow London Royal Mail train near Bredigo Bridge, North London, in the Great Train Robbery. Now, 2.6 million back then. I mean, 2.6 million back in 1963. That's a hell of a lot of money. That's a nice shot, by the way. That probably goes as well as the train did on that day, as it's played quite nicely for 4 runs. Just nicely timed, actually, using some of that pace that Waka Rally generates to send that ball to the boundary.
Indeed, yeah, 2.6 million back then. You could probably buy Chelsea Football Club with that now. That's a
heck of a lot.
That is a lot of money back in the day.
Heck of a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that back in, what was it, about 72, that smash, that ain't going to be stopped. That's a glorious hit. Safadeve, he's taking his time this time round to get going, but that's been clobbered pretty well. Waka Rally tries to get the Yorker in. This time doesn't get it right, and it's right in the hitting zone of Hari Prasad Safadeve, and he's hit that really well. Plenty of power. That's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, but I reckon back in 72, more or less then, is when my father bought off our house there in Rayners Lane, and that at the time was like 12,000 euros. So, a few years before that, 2.5 million, that's a lot of money.
That is a real lot of money. It's just played straight to the fielder there at backward point there. Just actually, it's probably more of a short third. That is indeed a lot of money. Now, 2.6 back in the 60s is a lot of money. You would get a lot. You get a lot of mileage out of that sort of cash hold. But that was on this day in 63? I didn't realise it was that long ago.
Yeah,
wow.
1963. Yeah.
Wow.
The Great Train Robbery.
Seems just like yesterday. Sorry, just using a few silly phrases there. There we go. Oh, Castle got in. Waka Ali is absolutely beside himself there. It's another full straight Yorker. He's bowling Yorker. Croatia, here's a hint. He's bowling full Yorkers. That's what he's doing. And he's getting wickets as easily as that. Like a hot knife through butter. The stumps are rearranged. And this time, it's Hari Prasad who has to go. Makes a very valuable 22 from 20 deliveries. But that's it for him. Your T20I adventure. This series is done.
Yeah, really well bowled. I mean, how many times do we say, and you know what, I can guarantee you that we'll be talking about it during the ECS, the Yorker delivery. We always say, where's the Yorker? You know when batters start getting funky, moving around, this is the ball to bowl. Look at it, absolutely spot on, and look at him. He's absolutely pumped, and there's the celebration from Waka Rally, and so he should be celebrating, because that's 3 for 15. And it's also the end of the over. 77 walking sticks. 6 wickets down after 12.
Yeah, I think if you do the final analysis and wash-up of how Waka Ali's got his wickets, you will find most of them been bowled with deliveries like that. It's either the straight one or it's the full one, and he's absolutely devastating. He's been not bowling at full pace until he gets a ball like that, and he puts something extra into the effort, and you just, they're just not up to it. They're not seeing it quick enough. They're not getting the bat down early enough, and stumps are getting rearranged. End of the 12th, well, 77 for 6 on the board. And they still need over 100 runs to feature in this. 117 of 48. That's quite incredible.
Hey, we could have some good. I can just spot out of the corner of the igloo.
Yeah.
That Marzi and Nilkesh are coming with some goodies here. Now,
good man.
We need some refreshments. I don't think it will be beer because we're not allowed on International Beer Day. We'll save the beer drinking for a bit later. I got to say, Marzi and Nilkesh are bringing the drinks. Now, I'm glad to see that Marzi is feeling a little better Marzi's got a new name now, actually. He had a bit of a trouble with his stomach this morning. But he's feeling better now, and now we call Marzi Rocco. That's his new name.
Rocco.
Marzi is now called Rocco. Newcastle likes that. Rocco, thank you very much.
Thank you,
we
Rocco.
appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Newcastle.
From Rico to Rocco, thank you.
Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome. Great. Newcastle love that.
Oh, pata teri duai hundi na Rocco nali. Oh, khadi hai tera na Rocco lag dita. So there you go. I'll explain that to you later. I think you know it anyway.
I think I know where you're going with that.
In the air.
It's coming towards you guys. No. Oh, Waka.
Where is Islam? Where's Aminul Islam? Oh, never mind. There's a little bit of waka happening here in Croatia. Well, I tell you what, Waka, you know why he's done that? He's seen the ice cold coffees that we've got here, and Waka's saying, Meri gite. It happens. That will only wind him up even more to bowl that next over, you know.
Yeah, how do I get me one of those? In the meantime, after we're celebrating the coffees, the iced coffees, it did take a nasty spin. You actually see at the top of the screen the replay there, the nasty spin it took. Anyway, we continue to live action, and a bit of work here at the deep boundary. Well done again. That's not the first time we've seen that boundary save like that. That's good work out there. And, well, the scoreboard is still ticking over, but they still need over 100 runs. They haven't managed to carve this total in half yet, and that is a bit of a worry. It's 84 for 6 halfway through the 13th. Still so much more to do. 110 from 45 for a win. You just feel this at 6 wickets down. That's a bridge too far.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. Hardeep, though. Hardeep Singh. He'll be looking to pick up a wicket or two again. He's got one already in this one, bowling here to Harry. Played away nicely, chases on the Iba, and fielder will get to there. Well done to Race. Fielding's also been good, I've got to say, most of the time on Cyprus. All right, there was that one that, you know, it was the vicious spin that got that one away from Waka, but that does happen.
Hey, Kevin, the chat just told us that 2.6 million from the Great Train robbery, 45.76 million pounds now. That's what it's worth now in today's money. That's quite incredible.
All right. Okay.
Thanks for that, Kev.
Well, John Heesham was saying it's close to 100 million now. So,
yeah, but Johnny rounds up to the nearest 100 million. You know what he's like. He's retired. He will round up to the nearest 100 million.
All I say is a lot of dosh. That's what it is a lot of dosh.
That is a lot of dosh. That's a lot of good nights out.
Gosh, hello to Ash at Save Derek. Hello, Ash.
Hey, Ash.
Go back and watch the intro to this match because your favourite, James Pond, was in there. I'll say no more. And Ash, great to have you joining us as well. Great to have it. Everybody's been absolutely wonderful. I don't think I've said hello to Jacob. So, Jacob, hello to you as well. Nice to have you all with us on this Peacock Friday. And last match, or the last innings for us here before we do go to T10 action tomorrow with ECIs. But Croatia, they're looking to try and not go 4-0 down here, but they're up against it because they're needing to go at just under 15 and over to get victory here. But the problem is they have lost 6 wickets. And Cyprus at the moment are well in front. I don't see Waka going to bowl the next one, so they're obviously going to hold him back for a moment. This is that delivery there from Hardeep, just drops the bat on it. And, fielder comes in, Kamal Rise does the fielding. So end of another over at 88 for 6 after 13. You putting your makeup on?
Yeah, so I just put a bit of sunscreen.
So you're putting a bit of blusher on there, you know.
Not quite the blush and not quite the Scott Austin hairband either. No, I do get sunburnt from the glare from the ground. Despite coming from a country where there's a lot of sun, I burn very, very easily.
I bet you weren't like that in the younger days when you had all that hair. I bet you didn't burn then, did you?
The hair protected me then, yeah. Absolutely. That's why I also...
You managed to have a little swig of your drink.
Yeah, I've had a little
What is it? It's just a nice coffee?
Just nice coffee. Yep. It's very nice.
A nice coffee. I think you've got to give it a bit of stir. Looks like all the milk is sitting at the bottom. Oh, this is going to go down nice. Oh, this is going to go down nice.
Actually, Rico, in that shot that I showed you before, the picture of me with long hair, you can't quite tell, but the hair I had, it actually went down below my waist, down my back. That's how long my hair was. I got a little carried away. I was in a band, so I felt that was appropriate. We were rubbish, and so was my hair. Oh.
God, spicy. And Aminul Islam, what a moment. The very first ball he bowls, and he picks up a wicket. That's absolutely marvellous for him. Sometimes, you know, nice things happen, and Amanal, no, he's been waiting patiently, hasn't he, for his time. And here he is. He comes in, charges in, bowls. It's his first ball, I believe, in T20 internationals, and he's picked up a wicket. His very first delivery. What a start! What a start for Islam.
Congratulations to Amanul for that. That is terrific. What a great story that is. The first ball, he gets thrown the ball, and he's probably thrown the ball as not even probably planned. It's probably a case of, well, look, you know, we should share the load around. It's getting late in the afternoon. Let's make sure our bowlers are going to be good for tomorrow. Let's throw, hey, Amanul, you haven't had a bat. You haven't had much of a bowl. There you go. Have a crack at that. What a cracking first ball, though. Gets that feather edge, taken, wicket, done, 88 for 7.
I love it. I love it. You know, look, I'm not picking sides here. I just like it when people have these individual highlights. Amanul Islam, he's a hard worker. He's gets given the opportunity here, and he doesn't get let down by Thuranga. What a good start it is for the young man.
Yeah, incredibly. That's a lovely bit of a nice moment there for him, and also for his team as well. Hope everyone can get behind him on that wicket. I'm sure they will. Now, this has been cut up in the air. It's going to fall safe. It's going to run away from the fielder as well. And it's going to go across the boundary. A backward point for 4.
Yeah, nice uppercut there, actually. He gets into a good position, does Sagar Manzoor. So Manzoor just starting to show us what we know he can do. We know he's a good stroke player. He just hasn't been able to do it in this longer format. But let's see if he can maybe at least get himself into some sort of form going into the ECIs tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think that's something important that Croatia can probably look at now. The game, for me, the game is gone. I can't see them pulling this in the next 39 deliveries. I mean, we've seen things happen before. But also play some of their batters into a bit of form here, because, yeah, you're right. Best of 7 ECI start tomorrow morning. And, you know, Croatia are going to want to have a bit of a change-up, come with fresh attitudes and just fresh minds tomorrow, and cast this series from their minds. Ooh, that's a nasty one as well. Gets a little bit of something on that, I think. It goes straight behind the keeper, but it doesn't go a long way back. Just goes a long way up in the air.
Yeah, it just drops in front of the fielder who's out there. That is some Mangala Gulaskara.
Yep.
And it's got back. It's got off the
We have to whisper that.
He's got off the mark.
Here's his one.
I don't want to say it too loud because he's back on strike, and I don't want him. Don't want him to say that we put him on.
All right.
He's got off the mark, so things are starting to improve for him as well.
I'll ask the chat just to keep quiet on this one. Let's see how Scott goes. Charging in. Nicely played, and yes, okay, so there you go. That's doubled his score. So Scott Bevan here finding a good run of form, and that's good. He'll feel good about that too. We talk about Scott, you know, lightheartedly here, but there's a good reason. If you're watching yesterday, you'll know that he was throwing the ball in match number, had a bit of a horror over, couldn't finish it, and had a bit of a horror with the bat as well. And in the field, he couldn't take a trick, just couldn't, nothing went his way. Oh, nice little cut there. Just going to be just a single though. He's in close to the body, nicely played.
And then today, we thought all was going to change. He takes a great catch, but it was a free hit.
It's a free hit, yep.
And then the one he puts down wasn't.
Yeah.
And we just think that, you know, sometimes, and I was shouting out then, I said, don't worry, keep on going, buddy, because things can change, and maybe they are about to change. But it doesn't look like the result of the outcome here is going to change. Croatia are needing to go at around about 16.5 from here on in. They're 96 for 7 after 14.
Indeed. Okay, so yeah, let's have a look at this. So yeah, it's at 98 from 36 required. Well, it's a lot to ask this lower order now to accelerate, considering that there's been a number of failures there in the top order and the middle order as well.
The problem here is I just said they need to go about 16.5. When you have a look at all of the 14 overs so far, not once have they got anywhere near 16. The most they've got is there was that little period where they went 13, 14 in over 6 and 7. Then after that, the wicket started falling again. So you're asking them to do, or these batters to do, what they haven't managed to do so far. But all right, it starts with the boundary, so let's see how close they can get to. So when you start with the boundary, the first ball, you probably think, okay, come on, maybe this is the over. Let's see how many they get to here. But they do put the 100 up on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Manzor's still out there. And we know that David Skinner in the chat has been giving us a few updates on some of the players and some of the history of the players and the clubs and things like that. We thank David for that information. And he's been talking up Manzor and saying, look, he's the second highest scorer in the local competition, so he's no slouch.
Yeah.
He's coming in down the order, probably only because he's finding himself a little bit out of form. But this is a great opportunity. You know, no one's telling him to hurry up and win the game. He can do this on his own terms. And that's hit nicely. Oh, nice stop there in the covers. Just goes the one hand.
Yeah.
Sort of saves some energy just going with one hand there, does Kamal.
Yeah, that one is certainly. I like the way he takes his cap off to give the ball a bit of a shine, and then gives it back. That's a bowler there for you. He said, "Yeah, I'll keep one side nicely shined."
Yeah, spot the bowler. Spot the bowler indeed. Yeah, a batter wouldn't do that. Gets this one on the full, hits it round the corner. That's going to find the gap, you know. Yeah. That has found the gap. That's gone for 4. So nice little rush of blood here from Manzor without it being too crazy or too chaotic. He's got a couple of boundaries in the over. So this is nice. This is what I'm talking about. Manzor gets to play a confident innings here.
Yeah.
If he puts together a good solid 40 over the next 20 or 30 deliveries, his confidence tomorrow coming in will be good, and that's what Croatia are going to need. I'm not sure they've got what it takes to get the win here. I'm not going to write them off just yet because anything goes.
Yeah, look, you know, it's not over until it's over, but you're expecting it not to be. I think Adam said he's the sort of player that, yeah, he might go for a boundary or two, but he's got enough knowledge and know-how to then come back with some good ones, and he does exactly that here. Good comebacks and gets that dot ball in. So even though there's been 2 boundaries, there's also been 2 dots in the over. So to get 16 is not easy, you know. So this one again gets played away, will just be a single. So even though there's 2 boundaries there, that's what I was saying. It started off with a boundary, then a dot, another boundary. So even if they get a boundary here now, they're not going to get to that 16. What they've got to be doing here is, for me, just very difficult, especially when really you've just got the one recognised batter, and that's Manzor.
Yeah. You know, if the batters dig in and try to frustrate the bowlers, because you'll be facing the same team tomorrow and over the weekend. So dig in, frustrate the bowlers, trying to find some weakness in the bowlers or the field. Use this opportunity. It's nicely played. That's going to be just carved out for a single towards the boundary at deep cover. Just the one. So Bevan's 3 for 3. Manzor 23 from 12, and that's 15 overs gone, 106 on the board for losses, 7 wickets. They still need 88 runs in the next 5 overs, which is, well, that's 17.6. That's probably going to be a bridge too far. But, you know, stay at it, keep fighting until the fight is done. Don't stop. Looks like they're going to stop for a bit of a drinks break here, which is a good idea. It is getting quite warm in the centre there. We've had our drinks break delivered to us as well. So this is right that the players now get a chance to grab a few more fluids. And talk about player safety, looking after the players. When it's warm like it is right now, and the breeze occasionally picks up, but it's not a constant breeze, they need a bit of respite, so it's good to see they're staying hydrated. Yeah. Just remember, tomorrow, just what we're talking about there on the screen there for you, the ECI action starts tomorrow, and it's 4 matches, 1, 2, 3, 4 of T10 action. ECI action here at Zagreb. And just reminded too also that the final, Spencer take on East Mosley there, and that's the final of the ECS Wimbledon. That's coming your way at, what's that, 5:30 our time, which is about an hour away. Yeah. So that is coming up. It probably will fit in nicely when we conclude here. Yeah. Be able to switch it over. So it's actually working out quite all right. Obviously, we're disappointed what's happened up there in terms of the actual planning of what we expect of 4 games, but it's still going to be cricket for you nonetheless.
Yeah, 46 of those 5 overs, so they've gone 20, 40 and 46. So a little bit better, a little bit of that acceleration. They also, though, lost a further 3 wickets, and that's what's been holding them back. Into the pads, and they will they? Yeah, wild throw. This needs to be backed up by Austin, who doesn't make the mistake, as Islam comes in again. And hey, back in 1965, Bertham, one of England's prime seam bowlers, and I knew this guy really well, Angus Fraser. And even after a major hip operation had reduced his pace and hostility, he twice took 8 wickets in test innings in the West Indies. His first test victim was Steve Waugh. Big Gus, as he was known, finished with 177 test wickets, and only injuries stopped him reaching 200, which is something that he did have his eyes set on. But yeah, Angus Fraser, a very good bowler, very good cricketer, but of course always riddled with injuries.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? I remember that about Angus Fraser too. Good competitor. One of those players who, you know, you look at the England squad for the Ashes, as obviously you always do, being, you know, an Australian, supporting Australian cricket, living down under, and you'd see his name, you're thinking, oh, okay, yep, Angus Fraser, he should be in the squad. Who else is in the squad? He'd be always, I'd always tick the box and go, yeah, he's in the squad. Just accept that. Yeah, but yeah, riddled with injury, as you say there, Rico. Yeah, good competitor.
Yeah, also on this day, 1974, going to take you back to, faced with the near certain prospect of impeachment for his role in the Watergate scandal. US President Richard M. Nixon announced his resignation on this day in 1974 and was succeeded by Gerald Ford the following day.
Ah, yes, that's right. In the air, and Austin almost holds on to a ripper AFL style. He does manage to knock it. He knocks the ball down and manages to save the boundary. The throw-in hits the edge of the wicket and it goes in the wrong direction. I thought we're on for almost a run-out opportunity there.
We'll see a good look at this here. Austin, he takes himself too far away from the boundary. But if you see where he's standing there once he's dropped this, he's a good 1.5 meters inside. By his standard, he should have caught that.
I reckon. Yep. It's hit nicely down the ground, albeit maybe slightly missed it, but it goes out quite nicely through the covers. And cover gets around and keeps that one to just a single, 110 for 7.
Very happy man that doing the fielding. That's Scott Burdekin, the captain, wearing the shades, looking cool. He'll be extremely pleased with the performance from Cyprus over the last 2 days. Now, Scott took over as the captain, coming up to about 2 years ago, actually. And here he is again. So this is Scott Burdekin doing the fielding, the captain. And so he took over about 2 years ago. And look, he had to go through that process that captains do sometimes about getting to know the players, who does what, who bowls, who's suspended, or whatever. It took him a while. And I don't think he was quite ready to be, or quite knew the team well enough when they were at the Khartoum last time round. But he's come up leaps and bounds since then. He knows the players, he knows his team, he's got good support from his coach, Braithwaite, and good things are starting to happen for him now. So Cyprus, they're coming up in the world, and they are coming up in the world, because with these 4 wins in the rankings, they'll just go up, up, and up.
They will indeed. They will indeed. I agree with you, Rico. He's done a terrific job. Pulled the team together. We're having a chat with a couple of the Minds Trust, sort of the administrators of the Cyprian Cricket Federation. A couple of guys who are here helping with the training and helping with a little bit of the management of the team as well while they're on tour. And they were saying exactly about Scott, the fact that he's come together, he's brought the team together as well. Just with small little things and with help from the administrators and management who knew what they wanted to do, and they knew they had the right captain at the helm when he was given that duty, as you say, just a bit less than 2 years ago now. And they were speaking very positively about the impact he's had, about how the players have reacted as well, and how they've reacted to the Federation, and they're saying to them, look, you're the national team, this is what we want from you as players, and the players have responded, and that's what you want as a Fed. And I can say that from first-hand experience, obviously working closely with the Czech Federation as well. That's exactly what you want the players to do, to lift and respond.
Speaking of the man, here he is, Scott Burdekin. Now, I did say to you before that Scott, he can bowl, he bowls a bit of spin. He's very similar to the other Scott. Sometimes have an issue with full tosses, but good time for him to bowl, because he knows the opposition are needing around 20 and over. That's up in the air, and that will go all the way. Good solid shot off the back shot there. Well, one Scott to another, and Scott Bevan goes boom, shakalugya, ginna sona. That's a good solid hit.
And he smacked that all the way down the ground. Look at this, couple of bounces, and bang, knocks on the back door of the production office. And to the guys in production, just saying, hey, how are those replays going? What's going on in there? What's going on in there? This one goes this time to the leg side, and that's going to just beat the fielder, who leisurely jogs after it and says, yep, I was never going to get that. Mind you, if you're fielding down in that part of the ground, you've got a lovely big tree with shade down there to help you out.
They've got a good spot over there.
It's not bad down there, is it?
It's not as bad as being on the leg side here, where the sun is absolutely scorching you at the moment, and it's right in your eyes.
Yeah, backward square leg is where we're pointing to. That's a tough place to be fielding right now. To be playing it in that direction too. Did Bevan can't get hold of that. Bevan's raced up to 14 as well, so he's playing quite a good role here, handy role.
Yeah, good on you.
Getting good runs.
Good on you, Scott Bevan. He needs a little bit of luck and things go his way. Birkin, 11 off the over so far. Right high, this could be catchable maybe. Goes a long way up, fielder underneath it and takes the catch. You've got to have your best players in the best places, and that guy there, though he has surprised us both today when he dropped one, but Scott Austin with the Alice band and all takes the catch, and he rewards Scott Birkin with a wicket.
Well, Scott Austin, he did drop one down at this end of the ground. His captain put him down to the other end of the ground, to the scorer's end of the ground. So get away from those commentators. Okay, they're obviously distracting you. Get down to the other end of the ground and take a catch from me off my bowling. And he has obliged. So Scott Bevan, after I pointed out that he snuck his way up to 14 from 10 with 1-4 and 1-6 there, he does have to depart. But still gets a couple of runs under his belt, can hold his head up and march off and say, well, guys, hey, I delivered 14 runs, so, you know, I've done something here. Also held together a good partnership with Sagar as well. And Sagar stays out there because he's at the non-striker's end, so he can still add a few more runs. But still, that's another wicket down, and Croatia just slip a little bit further away here.
Yeah, nice moment there for the captain. I think it's quite ironic, actually, just when we were talking about him. After he did some fielding, he then comes on and bowls and picks up a wicket. So Scott Birkin, you know, well done. It wasn't easy for him when he took over, and he probably was wondering what he's walked into. But that's nicely played. That's going to be a chase for the fielders. We'll get there. Common Rise does well. Yeah, he probably thought, what have I walked into here? There was all sorts of things that needed sorting out. But, you know, with the support of course, the selection committee, with the right people, the appropriate people in the setup in the federation, and getting a new coach involved as well, I think Rural Braithwaite has settled into this role well. And certainly when we were talking to some of those key personnel of Cyprus, you know, they were saying, yeah, you know, Scott, he's buckled down now. He's got the authority to do many things with our permission. Braithwaite's come along and really has gelled the team together. Good things happening, and we were also told there's several players who weren't able to make this tour this time around, and good players as well. Akila is one I could think of, a very powerful left-handed batter. I mean, with him in the side as well, they're good. So, you know, they'll be very pleased with this victory and winning all four. And certainly up in the air, another catching opportunity. And the man who's smiling, well, his back is smiling, and now he's going to be smiling as well. There's a smile on the back, the two eyes, and the smile from the olive leaves behind. Kamal Reis holds on to the catch, and Sagar Manzoor will finally fall, and Aminul Islam, bowling for the first time in T20 internationals, will pick up his second wicket.
Yeah, congratulations to him for getting another wicket. And a nice catch, well held here from Kamal, right in front of us here. I thought it might have the legs to maybe bother us a little bit, Rico, but it doesn't even get close. And it's a nice catch, well held there. Hey, just before we go on, just want to say one thing about Scott Bevan in that innings he played there. Look, it was a good 14 runs. I just need to go backwards for just a second.
Yeah.
Because did you notice how he was dismissed? Scott Bevan, bowled, Scott Birkin, caught, Scott Austin. Scott.
Scots, all the Scots.
Yep.
Well, we're used to all the Singhs and the Shads and the Patels.
Now we got the Scots.
The Scots are here. The Scots are invading. Don't tell the English.
No, I want to give Samir in the Blue Crew shout out because he noticed that and he dropped a little message saying Scott in that dismissal.
Good on you, Samir.
Thank you, Samir, for that one.
By the way, Samir's Peacock Friday shirt, what a banger.
Outstanding.
What a banger.
Absolutely
Samir, we love that shirt.
He stepped up.
He stepped up.
And he joined us in our little intro too. That was really fun. So it's 125 for 9 in the 18th over here. And it's, Razmilic is out there on one. And it's Magdalenic also, he's out there 2 from 2. And Aminul Islam, wouldn't he love to polish things off here with a third wicket? If he can find a third wicket here. He's only halfway through his third over, so if he doesn't get one now, and there's no wicket in the next over, it depends if his captain throws in the ball again for maybe the final. He may bowl the final here. If he has to. Swing and a miss. He would love to pick up a third though.
Yeah, I think so. And well done also to, we just talked about there to Scott Birkin, but also well done to some of the other regular players that have helped him through this. Mangala, Gunasakara, Tharanga, these guys have been around for a while and been part of the setup. So you always need, you need youth coming into the side, but you need the older players, the the established players to help some of those younger players settle down, the likes of Scott Austin. I mean, what a great addition he is to the side. Scott Austin, I know that he moved from Cyprus, where he played regularly, to the UK, but stays in touch, still, of course, plays for the national team, and he's a great asset. He's a great, talented player, skillful. We've seen him now with the ball as well, with the bat, excellent fielder. And yeah, like I say, they're coming together well and marching up those standings. That's well bowled as well, good delivery. Stay there, says the batter, as Razmalic plays that one out. And you've got, let's talk about another thing here as well. Quite often we get people in the chat who will say, okay, you're playing there, but how many actual players are there from Croatia? Well, have a look. You got Alan Magnovic out there and Antoni Razmalic. These are national players, born and bred here in Croatia. And that is also very, very important. It's very important to see that in countries now in Europe, like Croatia, like Bulgaria, like Romania, and, you know, we can name the others as well, that you are getting those national players playing and developing and performing. And we've already seen excellent bowling from Razmalic, and I know that Alan Magnovic, he plays a big part in supporting and coaching the women here as well. It's good to see.
It's very good to see. It's such a positive thing. And that's just going to get better and better as time goes on. So I agree with you, Rico. And sometimes I get a little bit offset when, you know, I see those sorts of comments and I hear those sort of words, because obviously I do a lot of work with the Czech Federation, and now that I do a lot of touring with ECN, I get to talk with a lot of the federation of the places we visit, and I know what the focus is, and it is development. And it's so important, and they need the support. As that gets through, it's going to probably run all the way across the boundary. It does indeed. But yeah, and they need the support, not just from within the country, but also from outside the country. And I'm talking about people who watch the game, who support the game, not just on the European Cricket Network, but through any media they can get their hands onto. It's so important. And it does roll me up just a little bit at times when I hear those comments as well. It's a big effort.
I want people to hear this now. Hang on.
Here we go.
That is so refreshing. Thank you very much, Namadi Newcastle, for bringing us these iced coffees. And that's delicious. I just had to do it. I had to do it. It's so nice. All the players are looking this way and say, where's ours? We need that. You'll get your ice baths later. Ooh. Well left. Again, you see, look, for me, I just want to say one more time, because the last match at T20 International, I don't know if we can see this again. If we can, it'd be great. T20s, this is not a wide. They play profile. This was right at the pads. He moved the pads out of the way, and they called it a wide. That is not a wide ball. Not exactly. In T20s. It would have hit his leg. So if it's going to hit, that's profile, not a wide. But anyway, that's that.
Yeah, fair enough. I didn't do that with my drink, put away, because I muted because I did it for longer.
I know you did. But I was looking at that last bit. You know when there's that last bit in the glass, and I'm thinking, if I drink this, it's going to make noise. And then I thought, you know what? It's okay.
I want to enjoy it.
It's Rico. They know I'll get up to naughty things sometimes. And it's probably made a lot of other people think, yeah, I need a nice cold drink. So go and get yourself one. But not yet. We ain't finished yet. Once we finish, hey, people in the chat be wonderful. It's been great to have you all with us. I know that you've been a little bit disappointed with the way that Wimbledon started today. But your bonus has been that you've been able to come and join myself and Phil and see some of this T20 action. And it's been an absolute blast to have you with us.
Has been terrific. Yeah, there's a lot of our favourite names, and also new names jumping in the chat as well these last 2 days. But today, look, thank you very much for keeping us company today. It's been wonderful to have you with us. And I just echo what Rico said there too. I know there's a few disappointed people who was expecting a full day from Wimbledon. Well, you know, it's turned out that you can join us for a bit longer than maybe we expect or you expect. So thank you for joining us and hanging with us, and maybe go and split screen as well. But don't forget, after this, you can then switch over and you can get to that final. And I'm sure Rico and I will find somewhere cool, and we can get a few refreshing drinks to make those slurpy noises, and we'll be watching the final right along with you.
Yeah, and tomorrow, don't forget, we will start the ECIs. We'll have 4 T10 matches, once again, between Croatia, the host, and the visitors, Cyprus.
Yep.
That'll be Saturday and Sunday. And we will have, because we don't need the extra camera out there in the field, we'll have the comms cam as well. So not only will you be able to hear us, from time to time, you'll be able to see us as well. So that'll be nice for not just you guys, but for us as well.
Get up close and personal with us slurping our drinks. That'll be fun. I wonder how that's going to look. Nice delivery, that one raises off the deck there. We still got, what's that, 7 legal deliveries to come. 1 wicket left standing. Many, many runs required. Don't worry about that. That's done and dusted.
I'm pretty sure here, because Scott's not bowling this over, I reckon Wakar Ali has pleaded with him, saying, look, I've got 3 wickets. Give me an over. Let me have a chance to get a fifer. He's not going to get a fifer, though.
It's his last opportunity to get a fourfer.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? Yorker? Straight, fast Yorker?
He hasn't tried that slow ball today. It's normally a wide. And, well,
it was a Yorker,
he
though.
does go for the Yorker.
He does go for it.
Inside edge, takes a single. It's 1 more to Alan. This is Alan Magnolic. Now, one thing I'll say about Alan is I'm pretty sure that Alan is somebody who's got into the game of cricket after playing baseball. I think they play a fair bit of baseball here in Croatia.
Okay, yep.
And he and a few other of the nationals, the way they've got into the game is just basically come over from baseball to this. So it's very similar. And that's why if you give him a full toss or anything that sort of, you know, the way the baseball batters like to hit the ball.
Yeah.
If you give him anything like that, he will crunch it. And he's got, if memory serves me right, quite a nice little celebration as well. You know, when the baseballers say they hit a home run and they throw the bat in the air and do the thing? Yeah.
Does he do that?
He does that.
Oh.
If he gets the right ball. So he's back on strike here again. And I don't know if he's going to get it from Hardeep Singh, but if Hardeep Singh gives him a full delivery, maybe, Hardeep does sometimes stray onto the pads. If he does, then Alan will go boom, shakalugya, and we might even get the celebration.
Ooh, I'd like to see that. Almost.
Well, that one's not. He's probably saying, "Hey, come on, umpire! Tell him to pitch one up. Tell him to give me a full pitch delivery that I can hit." But Hardeep Singh, 1 for 18. He's bowled well as well. He stepped up the mark as well, Hardeep here.
And have a look. They put in a short cover. So this is interesting here. Let's see if Hardeep can pick up the final wicket here. Swings. It just doesn't quite bounce up as high, that one.
There's that swing. He does the full 360 as he goes around here. I wonder if we can see this swing one more time from Alan. Does this look like a baseballer trying to whack the ball? And watch, here he goes. And big wild swing.
Yep. Hardeep with a big smile on his face too. Nice.
And gets hold of it, and he's probably going to get 4 runs here. Is he? Yes, he will.
He will. They're still running. Don't think he's noticed it's gone for 4 yet.
Yeah, this time it's one that can't be stopped by Alexander Sen. He's put a good effort in the field. He's been everywhere, hasn't he?
Yes.
I think he's covered every part of this ground at some point during the day, but this time he just couldn't stop that one. It looks like a tired body out there, doesn't it? He's put in the yards today. Well done to Alan Magnolic getting a... Now that's... Ooh... That was, I thought, was going to be the kind of one that he could have got. I want to see him do that celebration.
Oh, I'd love to see that. You've got me interested, Rico. I really want to see that.
And, this one, I thought it was... I like that from Alan, though. He says, I'm not going to spoil it, not going to waste it. It's a wide ball. I'll have another one. So still 3 to come in the innings. High in the air. Keeper after it. If he can get there by the end of the innings, he can't. He was like a ballerina trying to take that catch. Was Tharanga.
He was never in a chance to get that, Rico. That was... The tap came off. The hands... It was like a couple of windmills trying to catch onto a dove as it came down the ground. Look at this again. He's even in the air. He even leapt in the air to take it. That's quite something. There you go, folks. I think he just ran too far and he realised he couldn't get back in time, so he tried to double back with a throwing himself backwards. So second last ball of the match and of the series gets hit down towards deep mid wicket. Just going to be the one.
Oh, he's going to be run out.
I think he's gone.
He's run him out. Oh,
no. Oh, dear.
Why? They're going to be bowled out here with a ball to go in the innings. Scott Austin gets the throw in. Hardeep Singh takes it cleanly and just whips the bails off. And that is the end of it. And it's going to be, it's Rasmulic, isn't it? He looks like he wants to go back and get on strike again. And he said back, it's well done. How many times do we say, bowlers, get behind the stumps? Now, if Hardeep Singh can do it, bowling what he bowls, then there's no reason why we see slower bowlers never getting behind the stumps. And that's why you've got to get behind the stumps.
I'm glad you said that, Rico. It's one of my little pet peeves when I'm watching the cricket. Think, why can't the bowler do that? And as you say quite rightly, if he can do it, you can do it. It's as simple as that. Handshakes all around. A very happy Cyprian team there. They're very, very happy team because it's a whitewash. It's 4-0 here in this T20I series. Congratulations to Cyprus. They get a whitewash over Croatia. Gallant again in defeat. A couple of little fits and starts. Some good moments from them, but unfortunately they can't string together enough good moments to make themselves a win. And you see Cyprus, well, they look tired. I don't blame them. It's a very long, hot day here today at the ground, and that is a big win. The flag's on the ground now as well, and they are very happy indeed. This means a lot to them, and it's going to mean a lot to their rankings.
Yeah, look, you know, they had a record of played 14, won 10, and won 4, lost 10. They've just won 4 on the spin here, so you know straight away that that is going to do them the world of good. Look at this. Isn't this absolutely wonderful? Look at Braithwaite. He's stay with Braithwaite there for a moment, the coach. He's going and hugging every single one of his players.
Yep.
And then you can see very sportingly, of course, the Croatian players coming out. And in Braithwaite, every single player is getting a massive hug there. There he is. You just see him just out of your shot. Every player gets a hug there from the coach Braithwaite. And then right at the moment, the man who's holding the flag of Cyprus, there's Mohammed Hussain. He's going to be very happy as well. He's been part of the setup there in Cyprus for a very, very long time. Proud moment for him as well. So 4-0 to Cyprus, and that flag will be flying high and proud today. Braithwaite gets them all to, after they've shaken hands, to sit down. They'll have a little huddle. They've got plenty of positives to talk about. Croatia themselves, look, they have done some positives there. I think in every game there's been some positives from them, Phil.
Yeah.
But I think now they've just got to say, right, okay, we know what we've got to do going forward in the T20s, but they've got to quickly turn their attentions on the T10s. The last thing that they want is to go down and be beaten heavily in the ECIs as well.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And then speaking of that, let's have a look at the ECIs tomorrow. 4 matches tomorrow coming your way with myself and Rico taking you through the action from here tomorrow live, 9 o'clock in the morning local time going forward there. You're absolutely right. This is a bit of a soul searching for Croatia, but they can't drop their heads. They need to look at the positives, focus on the positives, and then say, right, tomorrow, no more T20s, it's now T10. This is the shorter form of the game. We have to readjust. We have to readjust everything. We've got to readjust our sights, our expectations, the way we approach the game, the battle plan, lock, stock, the lot. We've just had a good look at Cyprus, who have basically washed the floor with us, wiped the floor complete with us.
Yeah.
In best of 4 matches, they win 4-0, fine. What can we take away from that and turn into our T10 approach, into our plan, into our battle plan as to how we're going to approach this?
You know how I see it, speaking at a slightly different international level,
Yeah.
it's a little bit like you played a test series and you've lost,
Yeah.
but now you've got the ODIs coming up.
Yeah.
So
yeah, good way of looking at it.
you can change everything. And how many times have we seen that? You know, you lose a test, a series, and then in the ODIs you perform and win. Everybody's forgotten about the test.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about the ODIs.
True.
So this is, I think, what Croatia have to do. Say, right, okay, plenty of bonuses, plenty of good points, but there's some things we've got to improve on, of course. But we now have to turn our attention and our focus on to the T10. It was the nightmare of a start, wasn't it, with Houghton going very first ball. It was a royal duck to start with. And when you lose a big wicket like that, it's going to be hard. And, of course, the wickets kept on falling because Zach was down by a good one as well. What about this delivery here? That was an absolute gem of a Yorker. The story and maybe the word of this match, Yorkers. Because Yorkers did the damage.
They did, didn't they? It was quite astonishing how well it was used by Cyprus. But I think equally as astonishing was the fact that the Croatian batters were susceptible to those Yorkers. I'm thinking on this weekend, we're going to see a lot of Yorker deliveries. I reckon we will.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing that somebody like Neil from Croatia and their team will be saying to the batters, right, okay, you know they're coming down. How are you going to deal with them?
Yep.
How are you going to deal with those Yorker deliveries? Because, they know that we're suspect to them. We've lost about 5 wickets maybe in this innings to that this kind of delivery. Look, there it is again. And it's all about batters just being a little bit too slow to react. They're being stuck in their crease, being rooted to the crease.
Yep.
Maybe a lot of it is to do with the disappointment of knowing that you've already lost the series, but they've got to pick themselves up and they've got to come back fighting. That was a really good catch there taken from Alexander Sen. But for me, the big moment here in this match as well was the introduction of Aminul Islam coming into the side. What a lovely moment that is, you know. You're coming on to bowl your very first time in T20 International and you get a wicket. We had to wait for him to come on because before that we saw some more brilliant Yorker bowling from Waqar Ali.
Yeah, Waqar Ali was on fire and he loves a wicket, does Waqar Ali. Look at this, look at the celebration. Punch the ground and bang. Oh, he loves that little horizontal little stance that he's got there. This a couple of good little moments here as well. Have a look at this. The throw, the heavy throw in there. Just some good little moments here for everybody. That was the big wicket. That was his first wicket. That snorter of a delivery that caught, was it Bevan, unsuspecting there and just couldn't believe his luck. And he's been undone there. A couple of big hits there. That knocks on knock on the back of the production unit. Said, hello, you still in there? How are those replays going, folks? And then it was, well, there's a nice catch there taken from Kamal. And this is, well, that's a desperate effort. That's Sen, isn't it? That's that he has fielded his absolute heart out today. I really enjoyed watching him getting around. And there was a little bit of spill there from the keeper who couldn't get it. And then it finished with a run out. Now, we didn't have too many run outs in this T20I series, did we? That may be the lone run out, you know.
We had the great one yesterday from Austin when he was diving forward.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, so the Jonty Rhodes.
We had that, but you're right. There weren't too many at all. So, and then, of course, the celebrations at the end, the hugs from Braithwaite to all of his team. And, they still sat there, by the way, sat there in the middle, having a chat, a little debrief. That's something that I think for coaches is an absolute must. When you finish the game, you come together, you come in a huddle, you talk about the mainly the highs, but some of the lows as well. That's the way to do it. That's good team spirit, good team energy, very positive, very dynamic. Because don't forget, I think these days a lot of the coaching, and I always used to say this myself as we have a look at the scorecard there, a lot of the coaching players have got the ability. You know, they've got the ability. Sometimes at this level, they may be able to improve a little bit in some technical areas, but they're not going to improve that much. They are what they are. They've got the skills already. They've got the ability. But a lot of it is about getting that ability out of them and getting the best out of them. And by having a good team spirit, that does that. Having a good team spirit by everybody feeling that they're one, everybody feeling that they're involved, gets players to perform better. And it makes players saying, you know what? I'm going to perform for you. I'm going to perform for you. I'm going to do this for you. When you get that sort of energy and that vibe coming into your team, then you play so much better.
I couldn't have said it better. Energy breeds confidence. Confidence breeds trust in the people who are around you, and trust brings results. It's all interlinked. And you're absolutely right. A coach and management who can bring that out of a squad, whether you're the national team, where you're a team playing in the E-League or the 5th division of some country location, doesn't matter. That's how it works. It's all interlinked. I think that's a really good example you raised there, Rico. And, you know, Cyprus have really shown that as well. Croatia, they've got something to build on here, but they've got good building blocks. They've got good foundation. They'll bounce back, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I'm sure as well. Obviously, there'll be some changes, I think, from Croatia now. They will go back to the T10 format. So I think there's a couple of players that will come in, some will go. So looking forward to seeing those changes. Cyprus will probably be very much the same. Of course, they are the travelling side. So usually you only travel with a set number of players. So it's going to be tough work for them. And maybe the heat and the number of matches they're going to play might catch up with them. If not tomorrow, maybe by Sunday. And so Croatia will be hoping for a little bit more success in the ECI. So remember that once we have said our goodbyes, that we have got that final happening there in England, where Spencer will be taking on East Moseley. What I can tell you there is East Moseley have been put into bat, so Spencer are going to be in the field. So certainly when we get back to base, we certainly will be keeping an eye on that. I can hear that the music for the highlights is starting to play. But of course, we can't say goodbye without saying some thank yous first. Well done. Look, one thing, Phil, is we always talk a lot about how difficult it is for the players, the crew, to circles, etc. We forget the umpires. The umpires have to stand out there, not just for one innings like the players in the field, both innings. On a day like that, it's hard work. So well done to the umpires, and of course,
Good shout.
we've seen a number of umpires there. We've seen Charles Croucher, we've seen Vedran, we've seen DJ as well. So well done to the umpires, great work from them. Also the officials also include the scorers, so well done to our scorers on the European Cricket Network crew. They've been absolutely brilliant. Federation has been great again. They've kept us fed, they've kept us water. Thank you once again to Vedran, who has provided us with this a cool box filled with ice to keep our waters nice and cool, and that has made a huge difference today. So thank you very much for that, and well done to Two Circles. Their work has been brilliant. We've had a few issues today with some communications issues, but that will be resolved for tomorrow. So well done to them, well done to everyone, and of course a big well done to everybody that's been involved there in the chat. You guys have been fantastic. You have deserved your beer today. So go, when you finish Wimbledon, of course, have your beer on International Beer Day. And I want to say also a very happy Raksha Bandhan to everybody. And I know that is a day that all the brothers, especially those of the Hindu religion, will be giving thanks and praise to their sisters. And will once again, will be giving them an oath to keep them out of harm's way on this very big day, where of course traditionally the sister ties a sacred thread on the wrist of a brother, and the brother gives his sister presents to take an oath to protect her and keep her out of harm's way. So Raksha Bandhan today, and enjoy the celebrations with that one. But it's time for us to say our goodbyes and also get ready for some magnificent highlights.
Absolutely. I got one more goodbye to that to say, and I just want to just echo something you said, and it's to say thanks to the players who's just popped over here just now, to Croatia and also to Cyprus for a great contest they played today. Commiserations, I also want to sign the back what you said as well. Commiserations to Croatia, not your series, but thank you very much for the competition. We've seen some highlights and we know that they'll build on that one. I'm looking forward to seeing how the ECIs tomorrow go. I can't wait for that. Thanks to the chat, thanks to Two Circles and our sponsors as well. Rico, it's been awesome, and thanks to you as well.
No, look, thanks to you. Well, we ain't done yet. We're going to go back, and we've got to have a beer. So we're going to have a beer when we get back on International Beer Day. So start thinking about that already, and it's time for us finally to say a goodbye. So thank you for watching. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Esta mañana, mi familia. Ciao, ciao. Adios.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my my body